whispered thoughts. He must have felt it, the way her ire was boring into him. He dared to glance over his shoulder, and their eyes locked. He stumbled, caught his balance, and rushed away even faster. "Innes," Adaira said, taking a smooth step back. She continued to watch Rab, predicting which door he was going to slip through, which castle route he was going to take as he fled to the stables. "Will you personally see to it that Jack is safely escorted to my chambers, and that a warm bath is drawn for him, and a good supper is delivered?" Innes took hold of her arm. "Where are you going?" Adaira's gaze slid to meet Innes's. Her voice was calm, but her teeth flashed in the firelight as she whispered, "No one hurts those who I love. No one." She didn't know whether or not her mother heard the implication of what she had said, if Innes had been aware of Jack's presence in the arena. But Adaira's suspicions were beginning to grow claws, tearing through the fragile bond she had been forging with her mother. Innes's nostrils flared. Yes, she had heard the quiet threat, but they would have to discuss this later. "I'll see to your requests, Cora. But don't kill Rab, not unless you want a war." "I'm not going to kill him." Innes said nothing, but her eyes searched Adaira's. She must have seen what she wanted, seen the passion in her daughter's blood that she had perhaps inherited from her mother, passion that had fallen dormant in the East. Innes released Adaira's arm. Adaira knew Jack was gazing up at her, but she didn't have time to reassure him. Rab had vanished from the arena, and Adaira turned and exited through the doors, letting them slam against the walls. She flew through the castle in pursuit of him. Chapter 23. Jack watched Adaira leave the balcony without giving him a second glance, but he had seen what had drawn her attention. He had seen Rab fleeing the arena, and Jack's chest swell beneath his armour. His lungs filled with cool night air, with firelight and justice and blood-tingling awe at Adaira. "Best of luck to you, Rab." But then the thrill waned, and Jack shivered, returning to the moment. He was in the arena that had almost seen his blood spilled before hundreds of Breccans, utter strangers who continued to stare at him like he was an anomaly. He felt naked, even though he was draped in the warmth of Adaira's plaid, which smelled faintly of her, like lavender and honey. He was standing on sand that his boots had marked when he had been fleeing his father, whom he had completely forgotten existed at the sound of Adaira's voice. Jack shuddered again, drawing the plaid closer around his shoulders. He could see movement at the corner of his eye. Someone was approaching and staring intently at him. Jack fought the temptation to meet that gaze as fear surged through him like a tide. "Jack?" The voice was deep and gentle, hoarse with shock. It sounded nothing like it had moments before, through the steel of the helm and the smoke of survival. Jack looked at his father. Neil was pale as he took in all the features that were solely Jack's and the ones that he'd been given by Merrin. Her eyes, her colouring, the proud slant of the shoulders, all of it had come from his mother, and Jack watched as Neil saw these traces of Merrin, as he saw traces of himself. "Jack," Neil said, extending his hand. The space between them suddenly felt vast, uncrossable. Jack didn't know what to think, what to say. His words froze, and all he could do was stand and breathe. Neil came another step closer, but he must have felt the divide between them. He must have felt the waste of 22 years. He collapsed to his knees as the truth pierced his heart. Neil Breccan, oathbreaker, undefeated, sprawled on the sand and wept. Jack flinched, unable to stomach the sight, the sounds of his father's devastation. He began to move toward him, slowly, as though the air were thick. He would cross the divide, but Godfrey came between them. The dungeon keeper took hold of his arm in an iron grip and began to lead him from the arena. "Come, Jack Tamerlaine, the Laird has asked for you." Jack scarcely heard Godfrey as his nerves began to sing again. He walked obediently to a door in the wall. but he glanced back to see his father being surrounded by guards. A protest rose in Jack's chest. He had to force it down, even as it ached to be expressed. He had to tear his gaze away from Neil and allow Godfrey to guide him into the castle. He didn't know what he expected, but the corridors were similar to Sloane's in the east. The air was fragrant with juniper boughs, and the firelight was generous, the floors polished. Tapestries hung on the walls, and condensation fogged the windows. He stood beside Godfrey and waited for Innes's arrival. It felt like a year had come and gone before Jack heard footsteps approaching. "That will be all for tonight, Godfrey," Innes said when she appeared around a corner, her eyes never once leaving Jack. The dungeon keeper bowed and returned to the arena, leaving Jack alone with the laird. They had seen each other 3 times before. The first was when Innes brought restitution for the raid on the clan line. He saw her again when Adaira had struck a bargain with her mother in Mirren's house. And finally, on the day Adaira had left the Tamerlaine clan. Innes had looked at Jack then as she did now, as if time hadn't passed at all, and he was a grave problem for her to deal with. "I apologise for this unfortunate misunderstanding," said Innes. "I was unaware that you were in the keep, and I hope you will be able to forgive the oversight." "Of course, Laird," Jack said, his voice brittle. "Come, my daughter has asked me to escort you to her chambers." Jack quietly followed the Laird through a dizzying labyrinth of corridors. He tried to mark which turns they took, how many flights of stairs they ascended, but his mind felt blurred, fixated only upon one thing. He was about to be with Adaira again. Innes came to a sudden halt before a carven door. "You are a welcome guest here, Jack Tamerlaine," Innes said, "and you may stay however long you would like. But there is one thing I would ask of you." Jack glanced at her, but he knew the words before she spoke them. "Please refrain from making music while you are on my lands." Innes waited until her request was acknowledged before she opened Adaira's door. 2 servant girls were present, rushing to finish their tasks. One was pouring the last bucket of hot water into a round tub, and the other was arranging a silver tray of dinner on a table before the hearth. They both startled at the sound of the door opening and hastened their pace until they were done, bobbing before Jack and the Laird as they slipped into the corridor. "My daughter will be with you shortly," Innes said, but Jack could hear the clip of worry in her voice. Even she was uncertain of Adaira's whereabouts, and Jack didn't know if that should make him anxious. He entered Adaira's chamber, listening to the door latch behind him. Alone at last, Jack exhaled. Adaira's room was spacious and teeming with colour. The stone hearth cut through a painted wall, which depicted an array of gilded flora and fauna and moons of various phases. Another wall was devoted to mullioned windows and a plush window seat. A desk was arranged there, as if Adaira liked to sit and write before the glass. She had a wardrobe, bookshelves, a tapestry of a woven chimera, and a canopied bed draped with a blue quilt. Was this the room she would have always had if her parents had decided to keep her that fateful night? Or was it another, perhaps a guest chamber that had been prepared for her? Jack saw that the room was an inviting one, but he couldn't feel Adaira's presence within it. He stopped before her desk, where his letter sat on the wood. He reached out to trace his words, and that was when he noticed how filthy his hands were. His nails were blackened with grime, and his forearms were smudged. His tunic was disgusting, and he reeked of sweat. Jack draped Adaira's plaid over the back of the closest chair and tore off his breastplate. He threw his raiment into the fire to burn. He approached the tub of steaming water, only to blink down at it. "Is this some kind of joke?" he asked. It was tiny, like a barrel for a stable, and he wasn't sure if he'd be able to fit in it. Somehow, he was able to fold his long legs after he eased himself into the tub. He kept one eye on the door as he hastily scrubbed with a bristle brush and soap, washing dirt from his skin and hair. He half expected Adaira to arrive the moment he stood from the blackened water, reaching for the drying cloth. She didn't, but Jack's relief was short-lived. He discovered that the drying cloth was also very small, almost laughably so. Jack rushed to dry himself with it, snorting as he stood before the warmth of the hearth. Then he realised his tunic was now a heap of ashes, and he had no clothes to change into. He had no choice but to stride to Adaira's wardrobe and look for something of hers to don. His hands rushed through the endless collection of garments, eventually finding a dark, fur-lined robe. "You'll do," he said wryly, knowing that Adaira was just as tall and trim as he was. Jack yanked the robe from its hanger and slipped into it. He belted it firmly at his waist and stared down at his bare feet. The robe's hem brushed the middle of his shins. He returned to the hearth and sat before the dinner tray. He was ravenous, but his stomach was churning. He didn't want to eat without her, so he decided to wait. He might be waiting all night, he thought with a groan, leaning his head back against the chair. He sat like that for a while, eyes closed, heart swiftly beating, his damp hair dripping onto his shoulders. Finally, he relented to pour himself a cup of wine, thinking it would calm him. He was holding the bottle when a knock sounded at the door. Jack froze, his voice lost, his eyes riveted to the door as it slowly opened. Adaira crossed over the threshold. She was holding what looked to be a pile of folded garments in her hands, and she kept her eyes averted from him at first. She bolted the door behind her and then leaned against it, an action so familiar and beloved to Jack that he felt like the two of them had been cast back in time to the night of their hand-fasting. He realised she was just as anxious as he was, coming face to face with him after being separated. Jack didn't speak, not until Adaira finally lifted her eyes and met his gaze from across the room. "You have blood on your face," he said. Adaira raised her hand to trace the flecks of blood on her cheek. When Jack noticed more blood streaked on her forearm, his heart quickened. "And you are wearing my robe," she said. Jack glanced down at it to ensure it hadn't betrayed him by gaping open. "I thought you would prefer this to the alternative." Adaira began to close the distance between them. Jack watched her, trying to measure her emotions so he would know how to chart his own. There was a sheen in her eyes, tears or mirth, he couldn't tell. But then she smiled, and his breath hung in his chest. "I think you wear that robe better than me," she claimed, her gaze rushing over him. "I doubt that," Jack countered, rising as she approached. The wine bottle was still in his grip, his fingers locked about its neck. "Although I would have to see you in this robe before I made such an assumption." She came to a stop, an arm's length away. The firelight washed over her face and her long, unbound hair. It gilded the sword sheathed at her side, the golden half-coin hanging from her neck. Jack could have stared at her all night. Her smile eased, but its warmth lingered in her eyes. "I didn't mean to make you wait so long, but I was finding you some clothes, as well as taking care of a few important matters." She extended the folded garments to Jack. "Your harp should be returned by tomorrow, or should anything else Rab took from you." Jack set down the bottle. He accepted the clothes, relieved to see his half-coin resting on the pile. "The chain is broken, but I'll have a jeweller mend it," she said. "Thank you." Jack hesitated, setting the clothes aside. He looked at Adaira fully, aching to touch her. There were endless words still unspoken between them, and he could feel them, brewing like a storm. "Adaira," he whispered. "Adaira, The sound of her name broke her composure. It didn't hit Jack until a moment later that she hadn't heard her name in weeks, that she'd been answering to Cora. It was like a rock breaking through ice on a loch. She stepped forward until the distance between them evanesced, and he could see the freckles fanning across her nose. Jack drew in a sharp breath because there was fire in her eyes, and he was captivated by it, as well as slightly fearful of such heat, especially when she raised a fist at him. "You foolish!" She shoved him once with her hands. "Insufferable!" Then nudged him again, just over his pounding heart. "Infuriating bard!" She pushed him a third time, forcing Jack to take a step back. Fury spun from fear, he realised, as he saw tears well up in her eyes, and he would gladly let her pound her fists on his chest if she needed to. She could call him whatever she felt like because he was with her, and that was all that mattered to him. He was breathing the same air as her, standing in the same moment with her. Jack waited for her to shove him again, welcoming her to do so with his eyes, and his hands held palms up at his sides. Yes, let it all go, Adaira, he thought, waiting. Let yourself unravel with me. I almost watched you die, she shouted at him. And this time her fist pounded her own chest. Once, twice, a third time, as if she needed to command her heart to keep beating. And I... Her voice broke. She turned away from him abruptly, her fist finally opening. Blue jewels tumbled from her hand, gleaming in the light as they spilled across the floor. But Jack hardly paid mind to their strangeness. He watched Adaira bow over, as if she had been torn in two. A sob split her breath. She crouched down and wept into her hands. Jack had never seen her cry. He had never heard such an unearthly sound wrenched from her chest, and gooseflesh rippled over him as he listened. It froze the marrow in his bones as he felt her pain, her grief. He knew in that moment she had been holding this in for days, for weeks. This emotion that she had quietly buried in a castle surrounded by strangers, in a land where she was still regarded with suspicion, a place that should have been her home, but wasn't. Tears welled in his eyes as he walked to her. The blue jewels on the floor cut into his bare feet, but he scarcely felt them. He drew Adaira up in his arms and carried her to the chair. She sat in his lap and pressed her face into his hair, clinging to him. She continued to weep, and Jack's hands caressed her shoulders, stroked down her spine, then up her ribs. He felt her tremble with her uneven breaths, and he pulled her closer, his heat seeping into her. Finally, he could no longer hold back his own tears, and he wept with her. An hour could have passed. Time seemed to melt away, and Adaira eventually leaned back to look at Jack, to wipe away his tears with her thumbs. "My old menace," she said. "I've missed you." Jack smiled, and his laugh sent more tears slipping down his cheeks. He sniffed, his nose inconveniently running. "I see you got my letter," he said in a stuffy voice. "Yes, and nearly a moment too late, Jack." "Was it my words that drew you to the arena, heiress?" He felt her stiffen. Heiress was his old moniker for her, a title she had once worn amongst the Tamerlaines. Jack instantly regretted saying it, even though it had rolled naturally from his tongue. "No," she said, glancing away from him. "It was the strangest thing." He felt her drifting far from him. Jack tightened his hold on her waist, desperate to feel her gaze tracing him again. "And what was that?" "The fire," Adaira whispered, looking at the hearth. "The flames extinguished. The fire led me to you." Jack wanted to be surprised, but all he could think of was ash rising from Mirren's hearth. Ash encouraging Jack to venture west. "There's something I need to tell you, Adaira," he said. She fixed her attention on him so intently, he almost lost his train of thought. She listened as he told her about Mirren's hearth going dark and about playing for the fire spirits, about Ash telling him he would find the answers in the west. "I see," Adaira said, but Jack could feel her withdrawing. "You're here because Ash has commanded it of you." "Yes," Jack replied. "But to be honest, I was only waiting for a reason to cross the clan line. I was waiting for a reason to come to you, whether you invited me or something else directed me." She was quiet. He hated how he suddenly couldn't read her face, her inner thoughts. But the light in her seemed to dim, as if she was tamping down her emotions again. He didn't want that. He didn't want her to hide how she felt. And he was about to lift his hand and touch her face when his stomach let out a loud, plaintive growl. "When was the last time you ate, Bard?" Adaira drawled. Jack sighed. "Not too long ago." "Stop lying. You're famished, aren't you? Why don't you eat while I change and wash this blood off me?" She stood from his lap, and Jack's hands reluctantly slid from her waist. You don't want to share this meal with me? He asked, a bit petulant. She only smiled as she unbuckled her belt and leaned her sword against the wall. I already ate dinner, but you can pour me a cup of gra. I'll share that with you. Jack glanced at the green bottle. He had assumed it was wine, but now remembered that the Breccans brewed their own special drink, which they consumed only with those they trusted. He poured them each a cup as Adaira approached her pitcher and ewer to wash the blood from her hands and face and a few strands of her hair. Spirits. What did she do to Rab? Jack wondered. Had she killed him? But he couldn't envision Adaira taking such a measure. Or perhaps he could. He could see the Adaira he felt so familiar with, the one who had stood beside him in the dark while he sang, who loved to tease him as well as challenge him. But he was also seeing new facets to her, as if she had had no choice but to sharpen herself amongst the Breccans. I'm curious to know how your time has been in the West, Jack, she said, reaching for her plaid to dry herself. I'm sorry it hasn't been the most gracious of welcomes, but next time you should let me know days before you come. Next time? Jack growled, surprised by how hot that made his blood. Did she think he would leave soon? She didn't reply. She strode to her wardrobe. He watched her move across the chamber, opening the wooden doors and sorting through her clothes. Her face was angled away from him as she began to undress, tossing her tunic aside. Jack saw the flash of her tumbling hair, the pale eaves of her shoulders, the dip of her back. His breath hitched. He averted his eyes, staring down at the dinner tray before him, but he could feel the warmth in his face as he listened to her change. You say Ash has sent you here, Adaira said. What if he commands you back to the east? What if Mirren and Frey need you? Or Torin and Sidra, the Tamerlaine clan? She was quiet, but her bare feet padded across the room. Only when she was sitting in the chair directly across from him did Jack look at her again. She had changed into a white, long-sleeved chemise. The ribbon at its neck was loose, and the fabric looked like it might slip from her shoulder. Jack's eyes traced her golden half-coin, then moved up her neck to meet her gaze. There was sorrow in her, sorrow and resignation. Jack raked his hand through his damp hair. You are not a songbird to be caged, she said. As much as I want to keep you with me, the very reason you are here reminds me that others have a claim on you. And how can I compete with something like fire? It would be wrong of me to pull you away from your responsibilities. I think we might be looking at this from the wrong angle, Jack said, even though he knew that Adaira had been raised to place duty over her heart. At the first glimmer of vulnerability, she would be tempted to fall back to what she had been taught as a laird's daughter, just as easily as Jack would shelter himself with his music. But neither would he let them retreat to those old safe places, at least not before he spoke the words that hovered unspoken between them. You're assuming Ash sent me here for the mission, and the mission alone, but perhaps he knew that I need you, more than I need air and warmth and light. That if I were to go on living as I had been in the East without you, I would soon be worn down to nothing but dust. Jack, Adaira whispered. She glanced away, but Jack was watching her intently, and he saw the fear she was trying to smother. Fear she didn't want him to see. Adaira, he said, leaning closer to her. Adaira, look at me. Her gaze returned to his. He thought about how drastically her life had changed in the past month. The parents she thought had been hers, the lies that she had been raised beneath. He thought about how she must have felt when the clans she had served and loved no longer wanted her, when all the truths she had believed had crumbled away. He knew that icy feeling of self-preservation, the instinct to cut away something good for fear of it wounding you later. He knew about having no choice but to protect yourself when you feel like you're on your own. Remember the last time we saw each other, he began. We were standing in my mother's storehouse. Adaira narrowed her eyes. Yes, of course. You think I'd forget it, old menace? No. But let me take you back in time for a moment, Jack said. I was hurt by your choice to leave me behind. I couldn't understand it at first, because all I could feel were my own emotions and feelings, and they were very much tangled up in you and what I hoped could be for us. But I knew you wanted me safe, above all else. You didn't want me in the West because you feared for my life, and I could understand that, even as my days in the East were miserable without you. I wasn't living, I was merely taking up air and space, and being separated from you made something very clear to me. He paused to pick up the cups of gra. He extended one to Adaira, and she accepted it. "What became clear to you, Jack?" she asked. "That this year and a day still belongs to us," he said. "We still have autumn, winter and spring, and nothing, no spirits, no lies, no schemes, no culling can come between us. I am first yours, as you are first mine, before all others. But if we are going to make this work, we need to be together. We can take our time to become what we want to be. We can take it day by day if you'd like me to remain at your side." "Is that what you want, Jack?" she asked. "Do you want to remain here with me?" "Yes," he breathed. "But I also want to know that you want it, Adaira. And it should be a decision you make for yourself, not one to spare my feelings." Adaira was quiet for so long that Jack's heart was pounding by the time she raised her cup and clinked it to his. "Then let us live out our year and a day," she said. "I want you to stay with me, Jack, through autumn, winter, spring, and thereafter should we desire it." They drank to each other, and the gra was sweet and pleasant, tasting like mist on the hills, like morning dew on the heather. Jack felt the fire trill down his throat, and he held Adaira's gaze. "I'm sorry," she said suddenly. "I'm sorry for how I hurt you, for leaving you behind. I didn't realize it would cut you so deeply, but I should have. I should have handled things better that day." "There's nothing to forgive, Adaira," he said. "You did what you thought was best, and you shouldn't apologize for it." She nodded, but said, "I don't ever want to hurt you, not even unintentionally. I hope you know that." "I know," he whispered. His stomach growled again, ruining the moment. Adaira urged him to eat, but with his stomach in far too many knots to take in a proper meal, he ate only a little. Adaira noticed. "Let's go to bed," she said, rising. "There's a sleep tunic in that pile I brought you." While Adaira turned down the covers, Jack sorted through the clothes, bleary-eyed. He found the tunic and quickly changed into it, sighing at its softness as he walked to the bed. He sank into the feather mattress. Adaira blew out the candles. Only the fire burned low in the hearth, illuminating her as she crawled into bed beside him. Jack turned to look at her. She dragged the blankets up to her chin, but she also lay facing him, watching him as he watched her, the firelight drenching them in gold. "You're staring at me, Jack," she whispered. He began to move across the bed toward her. "I can't seem to draw my eyes away from you." She smiled as he hovered over her, close enough that he could feel the heat from her skin, but not quite touching. He traced her lips, watching them part beneath his thumb, her eyes drifting closed. He kissed her softly, his mouth trailing to her jaw, her neck. He kissed the wild thrum of her pulse, the hollow of her throat. He ached when she sighed, when her fingers raked across his back. He found the edge of her chemise, easing it up as he slid down her body. "I've thought about this every night since you left me," he whispered, as he kissed her knees, the inner warmth of her thighs. She gasped when he tasted her. The sound went through him like lightning, and Jack savoured the moment. It was simply him and her in the darkness. There was nothing else beyond the door and the walls. There was nothing else save for her, and the fire she stirred in his blood, and the ancient vows they had spoken beside a thistle patch beneath a stormy sky, the choice they had made to bind themselves together. There was nothing but the way she said his name, both a prayer and a plea, and he answered her without a single word. "Jack!" She tugged on his tunic until his mouth found hers again, his body covering hers. They came together. He looked at her as she looked at him, and he was completely consumed by her, in the way she moved and touched him, the rosy hint on her cheeks and the dark possession in her eyes. He buried his face in her hair. He breathed her in as he surrendered to her embrace. They lay like that for a while, entwined, Adaira caressing his shoulders. He was almost asleep when he heard her voice. Her whisper followed him into his dreams. "Old menace." Chapter 24. Torin haunted Sidra. When she stood on the training green, watching the guard conduct their sparring exercises, he stood beside her. When she walked the castle corridors, he followed her. When she visited her patients, he was with her, attentively noticing how she cleansed wounds and burns, which herbs and plants she gathered and crushed with her pestle and mortar, and what she mixed to create healing tonics and salves. When she laid Maisie down to sleep at night and told her wondrous stories of the spirits, Torin listened. He longed, more than anything, for her to see him, to speak with her, to be able to reach out his hand and touch her skin. He was there when she was sick, vomiting into the chamber pot behind closed doors, when her hand touched her belly, where their child was a spark in the darkness. He noticed that she could hardly stomach her food, that she ate very little, and he saw that, despite her exhaustion and the endless worries she carried, she worked harder than ever to find a cure for the blight. More of the clan had fallen ill. Torin knew he should be striving to solve the riddle from within, but he was at a loss. All he could think of was to learn from Sidra, just by observing her, figuring she most likely held the answers in her hands. But time was passing. Even as it seemed to hold steady in the spirit's realm of perpetual dusk, Torin sensed the days slipping away in the mortal world. Ice and fire, brought together as one, sisters divided, united once more, washed with salt and laden with blood, all united, will satisfy the debt you owe. He didn't know where to even begin when it came to cracking the riddle. One night, he stood attentively as Sidra tucked Maisie into the bed they shared. "Tell me a story," Maisie requested, burrowing deeper into the blankets. Sidra perched on the edge of the mattress. "What story would you like to hear tonight?" "The story about the sisters." "What sisters, Maisie?" "Remember in the book, the one Granda gave me, the Sisters of the Flowers." Torin's interest was suddenly hooked. The riddle echoed through him as he stepped closer into the firelight. "You mean about Arena and Wynne?" said Sidra. Maisie nodded. "I don't know that one as well," Sidra said, "but I'll do my best to remember it." As she began telling the story, Torin soaked in her words. She spoke of Arena, who had once dared to grow her blood-red flowers in unusual places, angering the other spirits with her eavesdropping. Lady Wynne of the Wildflowers had no choice but to urge her sister to grow only where she was invited. Arena, of course, had bristled at the correction and ignored it, continuing to grow her blossoms where she willed, collecting the secrets of fire, water, and wind. Eventually, the Eerie Stone punished her by banishing her to heartsick soil, the only place she was allowed to grow. Arena would have to prick her finger and let her golden blood fall to the ground to create her flowers, and should a mortal harvest and swallow those petals, they would be granted Arena's knowledge and secrets in turn. Torin's heart was pounding as the story ended. His mind whirled with thoughts, with ideas and questions. If he was in the spirit's realm, could he cross the clan line unhindered? Could he find the graveyard where Arena grew in the west? Were the two sisters in the riddle, Arena and Wynne? "Good night, my love," Sidra whispered, leaning down to drop a kiss on Maisie's forehead. Their daughter had fallen asleep, arms splayed wide. Sidra continued to sit beside her for a long moment, her own eyes closed, as if she could finally relinquish the mask she wore by day. She looked drained. Her countenance was deathly pale, and there were smudges beneath her eyes. Torin took another step closer to her, desperate to caress her hair, to whisper against her skin. "You should rest, Sidra," he said. Sidra sighed. At last she stood and began to loosen the stays of her bodice. This was when Torin always departed. Every night before she disrobed, he would melt through the door and walk the castle gardens, searching for answers. He was just turning to leave when a gasp slipped from her lips. He turned back, frowning, and watched as she limped to the hearth. Sidra eased herself into a chair, biting her lip as if to swallow another sound of pain. Torin followed, as though a cord were bound between them. He stopped a few paces away, eaten up with worry, as she rubbed her left ankle through the boot. He had shadowed her most of the day, and he didn't recall her injuring herself. Sidra released a tremulous exhale, glancing his way. Torin couldn't breathe, feeling her eyes on him. "Sidra?" he whispered, his voice softened with hope. "Sid?" She made no response. He swiftly realised she was looking through him, as he should know by now, and her eyes were fixed on Maisie, who continued to slumber. Torin swallowed the lump in his throat, watching as Sidra carefully began to unlace her knee-high boots. She was wearing a brace around her ankle. Torin scowled at the sight. He hadn't realised she was hurt, although now that he thought of it, he only came to her in the mornings after she had readied herself for the day. Not once had he caught sight of the brace, hiding beneath boot and skirt. He took a step closer to her. When had she injured herself? The brace came off. She set it quietly on the floor before drawing her stocking down her leg. Her entire foot looked bruised, as if a wagon cart had rolled over it. Torin's breath hissed through his teeth as he rushed to her, kneeling at her side. "What happened? When did this happen? I've been with you all this time." Sidra only winced as she rubbed her foot. It struck him then, like a blow to his chest. He looked closer and saw the threads of gold shining beneath her skin. Torin rocked back on his heels, tore his fingers through his hair. "Sidra!" His spirit fractured. He felt like a pane of glass, laden with cracks. He felt like he was about to fall into pieces. His eyes stung with tears as he watched her slowly draw her stocking back on. She didn't know how to heal herself. She didn't know how to defeat the blight, even after all the hours she had dedicated to it. Torin had never felt such fear before. It was a talon, piercing him in the deepest places, scoring through every organ and every secret he held. It possessed the power to root him to that spot in her chamber, unable to move or think, to turn him into smoke and memory. He sank into the fear that whispered, "You are going to lose her to the grave." They had already been separated by realms, but death was a place where not even the spirits of the Isle could roam. Sidra rose. She prepared for bed, and Torin's eyes were glazed as he stared at the fire dancing in the hearth. When Sidra walked through him, he finally wept, and his tears flowed thick as honey. His sobs rose and fell like the waves, but no one could hear him. No one could bear witness to his grief and his terror. Eventually, the fire gave a great pop in the hearth. An ember flew through the dimness, landing on Torin's foot. It smouldered through him, through the fog that had encircled him, and he stared down at it, amazed he could at last feel something other than his own emotions. "Adaira," the ember hissed, just before it went dark. Torin stepped back, watching the ash crumble on his foot. His thoughts gathered, still strung by cords of fear, but he found a branch of logic to cling to. He thought about all the things he had observed and heard the past few days. Torin began to move. He looked at Sidra and Maisie, both asleep in bed, before he passed through the door. He emerged into the courtyard, his strides lengthening, and passed through the city in a matter of breaths. When he stood in the hills, he came to a stop. "Point me to the west," he said, unable to tell which direction he faced. "Take me to Adaira." There was a rumble beneath his feet. Torin watched as the hill spirit emerged, rising from the loam. "I can guide you to the clan line," the spirit said, his voice faint. "But I cannot cross it." Torin stared at him. "Are you ill?" "I am weary." "From the curse?" "From many things, mortal laird." Torin thought he understood a shade of that weariness, and he said, "What is your name? You never told me." That drew a smile from the spirit. "You never asked, but you can call me Hap." "Hap," Torin said, tasting the name. It conjured images of summer hills, cloaked in thick grass and heather, of a time when the earth was warm from the sun and soft from the rain. "You'll guide me to the clan line?" Hap turned. "Yes. Stay in my shadow, Torin." When Hap moved, Torin followed. Every place the spirit stepped, so did he. Lochs folded for them, granting them swift passage on their sandy beds. Rocks sank below, rising once more only after they had passed by. The hills were gentle, requiring no exertion or struggle to ascend them. Even a waterfall held her breath so they could be on dry ground as they climbed the summit she cascaded from. When they reached the Eighthwood, the trees rustled and groaned, pulling back their branches and curling up their roots. A clear path was forged, rugged with moss, and Torin's heart began to pound again. He had never walked the West, and he didn't know what he would find. Hap came to a stop a safe distance from the clan line. Torin hesitated, feeling the hum of magic in the earth. It was repellent to him as well, and sweat beaded his brow. "Will the spirits in the West be kind to me, or should I prepare for a fight?" "I'm afraid I cannot answer that," Hap said. A flower fell from his hair, resting on the ground between his bare feet. "It has been a long time since I could roam the West. I don't know how my brethren on the other side have fared, but given the rumours, they haven't been well. Be mindful, then, of where you step." Torin hadn't felt this nervous in a while, and his reflex was to reach for a sword at his side. There was none there, of course. His blades hadn't survived the passage between realms. All he had were his hands, which were empty, and his feet, which needed to tread carefully. He stared into the twilight distance, where the western half of the forest waited, seeming to watch him with curiosity. When he took his first cautious step into the west, he was thinking of Maisie. He was thinking of the blight, and the riddle, and the veins of gold beneath Sidra's skin. Part 3. A Song for Kindling. Chapter 25. Sidra was leaving Redina's croft, her healing basket in the crook of her arm, when she saw 5 guards ride past, galloping along the road. She shielded her eyes from the sun as she watched them pass, their horses kicking up a cloud of copper dust. They could have sprouted wings, they were making such haste, pressing west. Sidra felt a twinge of concern, but she tried to shake it away as she walked to the gate. Blair, her appointed guard, was waiting for her with their 2 horses. He was one of the older members of the East Guard, a man who had never married or had children and had devoted his entire life to serving the East. He was quiet, but sharply attentive, silver-bearded and dark-eyed, with long brown hair gradually greying at the temples. He was also built like an ox and could move without making a sound. Yvain herself had chosen Blair to ride with Sidra when she visited her patients. At first, Sidra hadn't liked the thought of having a guard trail her everywhere. But then she realised how difficult it was becoming for her to mount a horse, to pull herself up into the saddle and then dismount to the ground below, multiple times a day. Her foot ached constantly, but she couldn't dull the pain with herbs, having sworn them all off ever since she realised she was pregnant. Blair had swiftly proven himself useful. He was strong and tall enough to easily lift her up to the saddle and help her down, so her foot barely throbbed when it touched ground. Sometimes, Sidra wondered if he suspected she was blighted, if he could tell she was favouring her foot, even though she hid it as best as she could with the shield of her skirts and the brace beneath her boot. But if he did, he never let on, and that made her trust him. She looked at him now, as he also took note of the guards flying by. "What do you think?" she asked, slipping through the gate. Blair frowned. "I'm not sure, lady." Sidra inhaled a deep breath, wondering how much more trouble she could manage. It could be something as simple as a flock of sheep wandering too far, or a bull getting loose from its pen, or even the hills shifting and causing a bit of mischief for a crofter. There was no telling these days. Blair had gently taken hold of her waist and was about to lift her to the saddle when they both heard the rhythmic pounding of hooves. A rider was approaching. Sidra stepped around the horses, Blair in her shadow. They both watched as Yvain drew near, then reined her stallion to a sliding halt in grass. The moment Sidra met the captain's eyes, she knew it was bad. She braced herself, wondering who was sick, who had died, which part of the isle had just been blighted. "Come, lady," Yvain said, dismounting in a rush. "To the storehouse, out of the wind." Sidra followed, Blair remaining with the horses. Radina's storehouse was at the back of the property, within view of the orchard, which had now fallen entirely to the blight. The building was round and small, with a thatched mossy roof. Within, it was cool and dim, the dusty shelves lined with preserves set aside for winter. Stifling a sneeze, Sidra leaned against the wall to take the weight off her foot. "Tell me, Yvain, what's happened?" Yvain was silent. It was that silence that turned Sidra's dread into ice, and she shivered, despite the heat of the day and the sweat dampening her dress. "I can't believe I'm about to say this to you, Sidra," she said, dragging her hands over her face, breathing into her palms. It was the first outward sign of distress Sidra had ever seen from Yvain. But it was strangely fortifying to know that the captain felt comfortable enough with her to completely let down her guard, even if it was just for a moment. Sidra nearly cast her own mask aside. She almost told Yvain then and there that she was sick with the blight and didn't know how much time she had, and that she could no longer treat herself because, yes, she was also pregnant with Torin's child, who was still unaccounted for, even though they both believed he was walking the spirit's realm. But no, it was all too much. These recent days that could have inspired a horrifying ballad. Instead, Sidra bit the inside of her cheek and waited. Yvain lowered her hands. The cords of her throat shifted as she met Sidra's stare. The captain had been right. There truly was no way Sidra could have prepared for the news she brought. Yvain's eyes shone with shock when she finally spoke. "Murray Breccan has escaped from the dungeons." When Sidra was a girl living in the cradle of the Vale, she had often gone deep into the hills when she was troubled or upset. She would take her staff, sometimes herding the sheep, but most of the time she'd go alone. She would walk and walk and walk. She would walk until she found a marker, which could be anything. A strangely shaped rock, a small trickle of waterfall, a patch of wildflowers, a cloud in the sky that cast a distinct shadow on the grass. Then she would stop and sit beside it. Usually by then she was so tired from walking that her troubles had lost the worst of their sting, and she was beginning to see a way out of them. She wanted now, more than anything, to walk the hills. "I need to make one more stop," she told Blair after he had lifted her up to the saddle. Yvain had long since galloped away to rejoin her guard's search, leaving Blair and Sidra behind on Redina's croft. Blair hadn't even flinched when the captain whispered into his ear the news of Murray's escape, but his eyes were quick, taking in every flicker of shadow, as if the prisoner could spring forward at any moment. "I'll follow you," Blair said, and Sidra nodded, waiting for him to mount his horse. They rode side by side at a gentle trot, past white chickweed and violet mallow blooming along the edges of the road. The wind blew warmly from the south, unfurling clouds across the sky as the sun continued its morning rise. A deer and her speckled fawn bounded from a thicket and stopped halfway up a hillside of heather to gaze back at Sidra, curiously. She couldn't walk the hills, so she rode home, to the cottage that now sat quiet and empty and full of shadows, and a kale yard slowly being taken over by weeds. Blair helped her down. This time she winced when her foot touched the ground, and he noticed. Yes, Sidra thought, so weary she could have collapsed right there in the grass. He must have sensed something wasn't quite right, but he only ensured she was steady before turning to search the cottage. It was clear, as Sidra knew it would be, and Blair waited outside while she sat at her old kitchen table, trying to think of what to do. How to resolve a situation she didn't want to handle. She closed her eyes, but the house felt hollow and strange. Sidra could hear the wind rattling the shutters, panting on old ashes in the hearth. She would find no answers here, even though Murray had once stood in this very place. It made her shudder to remember that night. Sidra gritted her teeth. She pushed herself up from the table and emerged back into her sun-limned garden. Blair, as expected, was standing by the gate. Sidra paused to pick an armful of her herbs as well as a few of the weeds. She had been working several hours a day to find a cure for the blight, but nothing slowed its spread. She could only treat minor symptoms in her patients who also suffered from it. She sighed as she tucked the harvest into her basket. Her gaze absently drifted to the hill, the place where she had once stabbed Murray. "I'm going to visit my father-in-law for a spell," she told Blair. He gathered their horses and walked beside her up the hill to Graham's croft. When Sidra paused, halfway up the path, Blair offered her his arm. Sidra hesitated but took it, swallowing her embarrassment as she leaned on him. If Blair was going to shadow her for the next few weeks or months, or however long until Torin returned, then he would eventually discover the truth about her foot. He would also eventually know she was carrying a child. Sidra's mind began to reel as she wondered if she should just go ahead and announce both of her conditions to the clan. "No, I can't. Not yet." Sometimes she couldn't sleep at night, and in those silent hours she would worry over her child. She didn't know if the blight would affect the baby growing inside her. Eventually it might, given its creeping power. But even if the blight never touched her child, she didn't know if the herbs she had previously taken had already done so. It was too much to think about, though, when she was lying in the dark those sleepless nights, wide-eyed and lonely and heavy-hearted. She sighed with relief to reach Graham's gate and slipped her hand from Blair's arm. "I'll wait here for you," he said. Sidra thanked him and found Graham inside the cottage, reading a thick mainland tome by the hearth. "Sidra?" he greeted her, surprised. He stood and removed his spectacles. "Did you need me to watch Maisie?" "No, she's with the castle carekeeper today," Sidra said. "I need your advice. Another man has been lost beneath my watch, and I don't know what to do." "This calls for some tea, then, and some oatcakes and jam. Here, sit down, why don't you?" Graham was always trying to feed her. Sidra could only stomach certain foods, but thankfully one of them was oatcakes. She let Graham set out a spread of tea and cakes, even though she wasn't the least bit hungry. "Now, "Which man has been lost?" he asked, as he sat across the table from her. "Murray Breccan." Graham didn't respond for a full 3 seconds. "All right," he said, sounding slightly dazed. "And how did he escape the dungeons?" "The other day he wanted to speak with me," Sidra said, staring down at her tea. "I visited him in the dungeons. He asked if he could write a letter to Adaira. I told him no. When the night shift arrived, he asked one of the guards for a quill, ink and parchment so he could write a letter. The guard provided him with the materials, not realising I had denied this request, and Murray used the quill as a weapon, stabbing the guard in the neck. From there, he got the keys and killed 4 more guards with the dirk he stole. Yvain believes he disguised himself as a guard and slipped out of Sloane, because when the next shift found the guards' bodies, one of them was completely unclothed. That was when they alerted Yvain to his escape." Graham rubbed his chin. "I take it the search for him is underway." "Yes. Yvain and the guards are combing through the hills, searching storehouses, crofts, caves. He's unfortunately well acquainted with the East, given all the times he roamed it before. But Sidra paused, briefly closing her eyes. "I'm worried he's going to do something horrible, to strike back at me in some way, to hurt the clan." "You think he'd tried to harm someone innocent here?" "I think he would. He already has." "And what advice can I give you, Sidra?" "What do I do if I never recover him?" she asked. "What do I do if he's found? How do I punish him for killing 5 of my guards? Do I shackle him again and extend his sentence? One that inadvertently affects Adaira in the west and will keep her away from us for an even longer period? Do I have him executed? Do I write and ask Innes Breccan what she'd prefer for her heir? Everyone is looking to me for wisdom and a plan of action, and I'm at a complete and utter loss." "Sidra," Graham said gently. She quieted, but her heart was pounding. She took a sip of tea to mask the sour tang in her mouth. "You said he wanted to write a letter to Adaira," he said. "Yes." "I think you have your answer then." Sidra waited, brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "I don't think you have to worry about what you're going to do to Murray when you find him," Graham replied, "for the simple fact that he's not in the East. He's long gone by now." Sidra didn't want to think of that possibility. The East couldn't afford to lose Murray. But the longer she looked at Graham and the wistful gleam in his eyes, she knew he was right. Graham was the one to say it, though, because Sidra couldn't bear to. "I think Murray has gone home to be with his sister." Chapter 26. Adaira woke entwined with Jack. His arm was draped over her, and his breaths were heavy with dreams. One of her legs was caught between his, and for a moment Adaira simply rested in the solid warmth of him, letting herself slowly come awake. She watched as dawn began to stain the windows, a blush of grey light. She thought about how lonely she had felt, waking every morning in a bed far too big for her, how she would think of Jack and let herself long for him. She still couldn't believe he was here. She shivered, but not from the cold. Adaira slipped from the bed, careful not to wake Jack. She quietly opened the door to ask an attendant to bring up a breakfast tray, and then she stirred the fire in the hearth. She was admiring the dance of the flames when she stepped on something hard and cold. Frowning, Adaira glanced down to see a small blue gemstone. She had completely forgotten about Rab's poisoned blood and the crystals she had carried in her palm the night before. She knelt and gathered up the scattered jewels, carried them to her bureau, and set them in an empty bowl. Then she went about her morning ablutions, but she kept seeing Rab in her thoughts. She had caught him in the stables, preparing to mount his horse and flee home. But once she called his name, he had paused, unwilling to look like a coward before her and the grooms, who were drawn to watch the altercation. Adaira had found Jack's half-coin tucked away in Rab's pocket, the confirmation she needed. She set her dose of Aethan in his hands, commanding him to drink it. Then she had waited for its effects to take root, uncertain how severe they would be for him and whether he was already dosing himself. As she had thought, he wasn't greatly affected by it. Chances were good that, as a Thane's son, he had been imbibing the poison for years. She had taken the dirk from his belt so that she wouldn't have to unsheath her own sword and drawn the pointed blade down his cheek, cutting it open. She watched him flinch and hiss in pain. "Let this scar remind you of your foolishness," she had said, as his blood flowed down his face, dripping onto the hay, transforming into blue jewels. "Let this scar remind you not to touch those I love ever again, or my next judgment won't be so merciful. Do you understand, Rab?" "I understand, Cora," he rasped. It still wasn't enough. When she struck him across the face, she had felt his blood splatter across her cheeks and stain her knuckles. Only then did she let him go, but not before she had ordered him to return everything that he had stolen from Jack. She had watched him canter off into the night, while the grooms, awed or perhaps shocked, whispered around her. She had been a meek and easily overlooked presence in the stables until that moment. She bent down to collect the jewels she had made. Now Adaira paused in the morning light, staring down at her hands, beaded with water. She didn't know what innocent David would think of her warning to Rab. She herself hardly knew where it had come from, but it seemed a natural response, one coming from a side of her that had been suppressed for so long that she hadn't even been aware of its existence. A knock on her door broke the moment. She dried her hands and strode across the room, noting that Jack was stirring. "Stay in bed, old menace," she told him, just as he sat up with tousled hair. Jack only frowned at her, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Adaira answered the door and thanked the servant who had brought breakfast. She took the tray and carried it to the bed, gently setting it down on the mattress. "And what is this?" Jack said, his voice smoky from dreams. "Breakfast in bed?" Adaira grinned, easing her way onto the mattress. "You had a rough go yesterday. This is the least I could do." Jack returned the smile and took up the steaming teapot. He poured 2 cups, and when Adaira reached over to take one, he stopped her, as if the entire tray was his. "Where's your breakfast?" he teased. Adaira's mouth fell open, but she enjoyed his banter. "Must I beg you to feed me, then?" "Oh, I'd love nothing more than to feed you," Jack said, taking in her wild hair and rumpled chemise. Adaira's toes curled beneath the blankets, but before she could scrounge up a good enough retort, he continued, "What would you like to start with? Tea or porridge?" "Tea," she said, accepting the cup he finally gave her. She stirred in some honey and a splash of cream, and they sat against the headboard, enjoying their tea in companionable silence. Eventually, Adaira glanced sidelong at Jack, brimming with questions. "How are Mirren and Frey?" she asked. "They're both doing well. Frey especially wanted me to give you a hug for her." "I'm glad to hear it. I miss them," Adaira said, tracing the rim of her cup. "And Sidra and Torin?" Jack paused, and Adaira had a spasm of panic. "What is it?" she demanded. "Are they all right? Did something happen?" "They're both fine," Jack rushed to reassure her. "But something has happened, and I need to tell you about it." Adaira listened as he told her about the blight. She felt frozen by shock over what Jack was telling her, the tea forgotten in her hand. He told her how the illness was being passed to humans, how he had tried to play for the orchard to find answers, how Bane had interrupted him and struck a tree, the snippet of Kay's memory that Adaira had seen, and how Torin was at his wit's end about what to do. "I can't believe this is happening," Adaira said when Jack had fallen quiet. "I should write to him And Sidra too. Well, that brings me to my next point, Jack said with a sigh. Torin is trying to contain the news of the blight in the east, but I noticed that it's in the west as well. Adaira frowned. Where? In the Aithwood. I passed a sickened tree after I had crossed over. My parents haven't mentioned anything about this, she said. Nor has anyone else. Jack regarded her gravely. Then there's a chance that it is just spread to the west, or that your parents know about the blight and are keeping it secret. The latter possibility seemed most likely. As Jack fixed them each a bowl of porridge, Adaira thought about how she could initiate such a conversation with Innes. Would Innes be at all open to discussing such a sensitive matter with her? So Torin doesn't want the Breccans to know the East is sick, Adaira said, taking the bowl from Jack. He had put an ample helping of berries and cream on top, and she took her spoon and stirred it together. Yes, Jack replied, but that was before I knew the West is also suffering, which Torin still isn't aware of. I think that'll change his mind. Adaira leaned forward to refill her teacup. The chemise slipped from her shoulder, down to her elbow. What's this? Jack's voice was sharp. What? You want to take all the tea again? She countered, not sure what he was talking about, until she saw that he was gazing at her exposed arm and the line of stitches that held her wound together. Oh, that. It's nothing. But Jack was tracing it with his fingertip, his eyes dark and gleaming as he studied the stitches. It doesn't look like nothing, he said. Who did this to you? It was an accident. By whose hand? David, Adaira replied. We were sparring in the rain. She regretted the words as soon as she uttered them. They conjured images of Jack and his father in the arena. Adaira could see the same thought crossing Jack's mind as his expression turned inward, as if he were trying to shutter his emotions. Adaira set aside her porridge. I want to free him, she said. By all accounts, he should be. He's won enough rounds in the culling to be liberated. Innes doesn't want him to be accepted back into the clan, Jack said in a careful tone. I understand her reasoning, given what Neil did. I'll speak to her, Adaira promised. They finished their breakfast in a stilted silence. Finally, Adaira could think of no better way to break the sombre mood than with a ride across the wilds. The day is getting away from us, she said, approaching her wardrobe. She let her chemise fall to the floor, feeling Jack's gaze on her skin. Glancing over her shoulder, Adaira met his stare boldly. Get dressed, Jack. There's someone I want you to meet. All of the West felt like a graveyard, full of hungry, languishing spirits. Torin stepped mindfully, but he still managed to draw far too much attention. The furlies in the grass trailed him, licking their lips. The heather shivered when he passed, and the rocks refused to give way to him. The earth spirits here were suspicious of him, and Torin didn't know what else to do but be careful, and to keep his eyes peeled for both Adaira and the arena flower. He eventually came to a river. He wondered if it was the same river that flowed into the heart of the Aithwood and onto the east, and was just about to cross it when a spirit rose up from the water with a snarl. Torin yanked his foot back to the bank, nearly losing his balance. He blinked in shock as the spirit manifested, built like an old woman with blue-tinged skin, lank white hair, and bulging, milky eyes. She sniffed and then smiled, revealing a horrifying cache of needle-like teeth. Her fingers were long and taloned, and gills fluttered in her sinewy neck. You dare to cross my domain, mortal man? She asked. The hair rose on Torin's arms, but he managed to keep his voice level. Yes. Forgive me if I offended you, spirit of the river. She cackled. It was the sound of a nightmare, and perspiration began to trace Torin's back. Why are you here in our realm? She inquired, sidling closer to the bank, the water flowing around her knobbly knees. Torin wondered whether she could leave the river. If not, the bank was his only hope of not being devoured by her.
It has been a long time indeed since one of your kind was here.
Torin hesitated. He hadn't possessed the foresight to ask Hap if he should reveal his purpose to other folk. It could be dangerous to let such gossip flow amongst the water spirits, but the West seemed to be a place that was desperate for hope. He exhaled and said, "I've been summoned to help heal the Isle." The river spirit cocked her head.
"Heal us?"
she asked with a glance northward, revealing that she knew what he meant.
"Does he know you're here?"
No. Silence ticked between them. In a few more breaths, Torin would discover if he was going to die here, by Bane's own hands, or by the slippery words of this river hag.
"I know who you are,"
she hissed with a smile. Torin studied her, uncertain how to respond. "Who am I, then?"
"Once the captain of the East Guard, now the Laird of the East."
Torin shuddered. He knew this must be the damned river that flowed west to east, because this spirit seemed to know far too much.
"Not so long ago," she continued, "you walked over my hair with a bloodied palm when you took your vows to guard the East. Since then, I have endured your watchmen trampling through me as if I am nothing when they guard the woods."
"I'm sorry," Torin said, sincerely. "My eyes were not open to you then, nor are my watchmen's now." She hissed, and he couldn't tell if he had just offended her further or if she was accepting his apology. But then he realized this spirit had been in the East. He said, "You have the ability to come and go over the clan line. You behold those in the West as well as those in the East. Other spirits are not as powerful as you." Her smile widened. Her teeth seemed to multiply.
Yes, I am unlike the others because the king has granted me such power."
Torin's stomach dropped. She must be some pet of Bane's, and he had a terrible inkling she was about to summon the king. "You have been granted such ability, and yet you are still hungry, aren't you? Like the others in the West, even when you flow in the East. You long to feel complete again, to no longer have to hold the curse in your rapids." The river spirit's mirth faded at once. Her milky eyes darkened, and Torin saw that his words had struck true. "You're hungry," he continued, reaching for a rock on the bank, a rock with a jagged edge. "But I know your secret. I know what you need, and if I feed you, you will let me pass through your rapids without detection or harm. Because I have come to restore the Isle, and in the end you want to be healed and no longer broken in two, divided against your own self. That can happen only if you let me pass." She was quiet, considering. Her gills fluttered in her neck, and the current at her knees slowed. Torin dared to strike his palm with the rock, the very hand that held his old enchanted scar. He felt a flicker of pain, and then his blood surged, bright as rubies in the dim grey light. He took a step closer to the river, until his heart was pounding and his boots were submerged. The water was cold, and its grip felt like hundreds of tiny hands tugging on him. He stifled a shudder and held out his bleeding hand to the spirit. A sad expression crossed her face, pulling her brow taut. But then she stepped forward to meet him and drank the blood he offered. It was a strange sensation, feeling his blood drawn away by an immortal's mouth. He had a moment of panic. Would she drain him down to the dregs? But when he at last eased his hand away, she let him go. Satiated and full, the river spirit sighed. No longer seeming so old and haggard, and without another word, she melted into the water. Torin merely gaped, gathering his thoughts and letting his pulse calm. But then she surprised him even more. As if she had gathered her hair up, she halted the flow of the river, permitting him to pass through on dry ground. "Thank you," he whispered, and he stepped over the river rocks in her bed, the soft sand in between, to the other bank. When he stood on the moss again, he glanced behind to watch the river continue its current. From there, his journey to find Adaira wasn't so terrible. Perhaps the other spirits were more welcoming because they had heard his exchange with the river. Or perhaps Torin's own confidence had grown, and he was beginning to think he might solve the riddle faster than he once believed. He located a road and was walking upon it when he heard the distant thunder of horses. He stood still, waiting for them to crest the hill. When they did, his breath caught. 2 horses were cantering side by side. One of the riders Torin couldn't discern from the distance, but the other, he would know her anywhere. "Adaira," he said, breaking into a run. His strides were long and powerful again, eating up the earth beneath him. He caught up to Adaira and the other rider, whom Torin swiftly realised was Jack. He followed them off the road and into a stretch of dangerous fells. "Where are the 2 of you going?" Torin said, noticing every scowling face in the rocks they passed and all the hungry furlies in the grass. The eastern wind was blowing with a smudge of wings overhead that gave Torin more chills than the river had. But he kept following Adaira and Jack, relieved to see them together as they should be, and he remembered how the ember from the fire had whispered his cousin's name. Torin still wasn't sure why he needed to find Adaira. He wondered if she had a role to play in the riddle's answer, but he was beginning to think not. Perhaps hissing her name was the only way the ember could prompt him to venture west. Torin worried he might be wasting his time chasing after his cousin, until she and Jack came to stop in a copse of trees. They hobbled their horses and entered the shadows of the wood, Torin close behind. It felt strange to be invisible, and he had to battle the temptation to reach out and embrace Adaira, to call her eyes to him. Soon, Torin told himself. That word kept him stitched together and kept him going. Soon she will see you again. Soon you will be home. Torin trailed Jack and Adaira to a dark-watered loch. He halted to stare at the strange place. There was a dilapidated cottage on a small island in the centre of the water. But stranger than that was the air, which felt cold and empty. He swiftly realised that no wind blew here. Adaira and Jack seemed to have stepped into a rift of time, a place where the past still burned. "Is this Loch Ivora?" Jack said. Adaira's head turned to him. "What is Loch Ivora?" "A place where the last bard of the West lived, before music fell out of favour," Jack explained. An incredulous but pleased expression passed over Adaira's countenance. "How do you know this, old menace?" "Rab," Jack replied simply. "He thought I had stolen my harp from here." Adaira said nothing, rolling her lips together instead. She led Jack across the narrow earthen bridge to the cottage, Torin close behind them. He didn't like the way this place made him feel, and he glanced down into the quiet, still waters of the loch. There was no sign of its corresponding spirit, but Torin sensed their presence, an old, dangerous being who lurked in the depths. "Should I be wary of what you're about to show me, Adaira?" Jack said as they approached the cottage door. The kale-yard was a disaster. Thistles bent, sharpening their needles, and weeds stretched out their pollen-drenched tendrils as if to capture both Adaira and Jack. Torin was swift to follow, frowning at the spirits until they minded themselves and dutifully retreated. "No," Adaira said, but then she proceeded to slice her finger on the edge of her sword. "What are you doing?" Jack hissed as she held up her bleeding hand and laid it on the door. There was the unmistakable pop of a lock turning. "An enchanted door," she said, nudging the wood open. She passed over the threshold first. Jack followed. Torin trailed them into the cottage, impressed by the door's lock. He took note of how rotten the air smelled, a sweet rot like honey and mouldy paper covering a grave. But he soon forgot all about the smell when he saw what was within the walls. A spirit of the wind was sitting on the edge of a palliasse, her indigo hair pooling on her shoulders. She was thin and lean, her skin the shade of the sky at springtime. She was clothed in silver-linked armour, and she slowly rose to her feet, tattered, iridescent wings dragging on the ground behind her. Torin merely stared at her, overcome with worry. He didn't realise that Adaira and Jack could also see the spirit until his cousin said, "Jack, this is my friend Kay." Jack released a long, deep breath. He was just as surprised and awed as Torin was to find a spirit in the flesh here, and Torin's mind reeled. He longed to know what had happened for this wind spirit to be manifested in the natural realm. Was this a common occurrence? And then, the most extraordinary thing happened. The spirit's attention drifted beyond Jack and Adaira to the shadow where Torin stood. He waited, expecting to feel her gaze slice through him, like Sidra's, like Maisie's. He was getting accustomed to this feeling, as if he had always been a phantom. But the spirit's eyes traced his broad build, the contours of his face. His breath caught when her gaze united with his own. Chapter 27. Jack sat across from Kay at the well-worn kitchen table, watching as Adaira set out a small spread of food. Dark brown bread, pickled onions, a wheel of soft cheese and wild cherries. She was pouring them each a small cup of gras when Jack glanced at the musical compositions scattered across the far end of the table. The brittle sheets of parchment were the colour of honey, with ragged edges, and the inked notes were fading and smudged. He let his eyes drift to the skeleton on the wall, to the harps that were still whole and hanging from nails, to the ones that were broken and scattered along the floor, to the quiet remnants of a hermit's life, or more likely, a bard in exile. A cracked kettle on a shelf, an odd collection of cups, a dented tin of tea leaves, jars of preserves that had gone milky with age, the lumpy bed in the corner, the shutters locked in place by creeping vines, and the herbs whose leaves had crumbled into dust, their stalks still hanging from the rafters like long, unearthly fingers. He both liked and disliked this place. He thought it would be a good home for a bard to live and compose ballads, surrounded by water out in the wilds. No one would bother you here, interrupt your work. And yet this place had a sad, strange ambience to it. It almost felt like a sinister dream that you wanted to wake from and couldn't. Jack stifled a shudder, sensing Kay's attention. He let himself return her gaze, full of questions he didn't know whether he should ask. What had happened to her and her wings, and why was she locked in her manifested form? Why did she look at him with a warm light in her eyes, as if they were old friends? "Kay was wounded by Bane and banished from his court," Adaira said, sitting on a stool next to him. "I saw her fall from the sky and was lucky enough to track her down in the wilds." "May I ask what happened, Kay?" Jack asked. "Why were you banished?" Kay was silent. "He also took her voice," Adaira said, "but we found a way to communicate." "How's that?" Adaira exchanged a look with Kay. "Do you think you could show him what you showed me?" Kay nodded. She stretched out her hand to Jack, her long blue-tipped fingernails translucent in the light. He just stared for a moment, confused, until Adaira told him to take her hand. He did, unable to fully hide his weariness, glinting like steel. The moment his palm touched Kay's, when his mortal warmth met her everlasting ice, his mind was flooded with colours and images that were overwhelming. He drew air through his teeth, trying to orient himself. He saw Bane's court and Kay's banishment, her fall through the clouds. He saw himself sitting on a hill in the dark, playing his harp, and he startled. It was odd to see himself through another's eyes. Dizzily, he spun from one memory to another until all the pieces came together and he could hardly breathe, he could hardly think, he hardly knew where he was, and Kay released him. Jack continued to reel, keeping his eyes clenched shut and leaning forward on the table. He felt Adaira's hand touching his hair. When his heart had found a steady beat once more, he opened his eyes and looked at Kay in wonder. She was already watching him, beads of golden sweat shining on her skin. She looked taxed and anxious, as if she didn't know what he would think. "You've been protecting me, my music, all this time," he said. Kay nodded. Jack wanted to know why. Why had she taken scars for him? What did his music fully mean to her? but he withheld those questions. There would come a time for him to learn their answers. Now he simply whispered, "Thank you." They ate the meal together. Jack listened as Adaira told Kay about the culling and how she had barely reached the arena in time to save his life. "If it hadn't been for the fire," she trailed off, glancing at Jack. Jack was already looking at her. It was only then, with Adaira's mention of the flames dying in her hearth, that Jack thought of Ash again and remembered him unfolding from Mirren's ashes. "The answers," Ash had said to him, "are there if you seek them." He looked at Kay, who was studying Adaira with a tenderness that Jack would have never thought possible on a spirit's face. The sight made him dwell on immortality. He thought about how it would feel to never age or die. How did something timeless fall in love with something subject to time? "What do you know of Laird Ash, Kay?" Jack said. Kay's attention snapped back to him with one of her brows arched. He couldn't tell if she had benevolent feelings toward Ash or not, and he wondered if he had erred by mentioning the weakened Laird of Fire to her. But then he remembered the feel and slant of Kay's memories and how she had used her prowess to shield him time and time again. He didn't fear her, not as he did most of the other spirits he had sung to and encountered face to face. Kay extended both of her hands across the table, one for Adaira and one for him. Jack accepted, just as Adaira did. The moment the three of them were connected, Kay summoned her memories. She was soaring over the isle. Jack didn't recognize the land beneath her watch. The hills were lush with bracken, red sorrel and gorse. Wild berries grew in thickets, and white flowers bloomed from the cracks in rocks. A river babbled, clear and cold from a place between two mountains. Jack suddenly realized what he was seeing. The west before the clan line had struck the ground. It had been beautiful. Kay dipped lower, her wings stirring the morning mist that eddied in low places. She was carrying gossip in her hands, preparing to release it to a croft below, when the faint strum of music caught her attention. She paused, let the words slip from her fingers, and turned. She located the bard in a valley, sitting beneath the boughs of a rowan tree. Her emotions were instantly conflicted when she saw him. She felt a little angry and repulsed, but she was also irresistibly attracted to him and the music he plucked from his harp. And he wasn't even singing for air. He was summoning fire. Kay hid in a shadow, watching Egan play. His hair was long and flaxen, drawing the eyes when it caught the sun. His face had sharp-cut features, and his pale skin was flushed from the summer heat. His long fingernails wrung notes from a harp that glistened in his embrace, and his voice was darkly resonant as he sang. Ash manifested slowly, as if he were weary. He arose from a flurry of sparks, drawing himself into a tall, imposing figure. But when he stood before Egan, there was no wonder in his expression, no admiration in his gaze. He glared at the bard and hissed, "Why are you summoning me again? What do you want?" Egan ceased playing. He remained where he was sitting, beneath the branches of the tree, and replied, "You know what I want." "And I refuse to give it to you." "All I ask is for you to give me a portion of your power, so I may never die," the bard said, "so I may grow renowned amongst my clan and amongst your kind. If you do, I will sing of your prowess forever." Ash stared at him and bared his sharp-edged teeth. "No, you are not worthy of it." Egan's face turned red, but his voice was cool when he said, "How am I unworthy? Do I not sing for you? Do I not play for you? Is my music not good enough in your eyes?" "I see your heart when you play," Ash said. "I see your essence and how hungry you are. And you play for yourself and your desires alone. You do not give. You only want to consume. For that reason alone, I cannot grant you what you want. It would fit you poorly." Egan's eyes glittered with ire. "I won't ask again, Ash. Next time, I will simply take it." "You can try, Bard," the spirit said in a haughty tone, before he vanished beneath his cloak of sparks and embers. Egan rose, but his anger was palpable. He threw down his harp, sending it clanging into the bracken. He unsheathed the sword at his side and began to hack at the rowan tree, cutting down leaves and branches and clusters of red berries. Birds fled from the boughs, a rabbit scampered away from its roots. Even the shadows on the ground trembled. Kay shuddered. Having seen enough, she melted into the wind. Her next memory wasn't as sharp. It was blurred around the edges, and Jack struggled to fully see it, to take in all the details. The west looked sparse now, the clouds a grey shield in the sky. This memory was from after the clan line was formed, Jack realised. He saw Egan walking along the road, harp tucked beneath his arm. He looked older, harder. Silver laced his blonde hair, and his eyes were full of pride, shining like blue gemstones in the gloomy light.
"Egan!"
a voice called, clipped with fury. Egan stopped and turned, watching as 3 Breccan men caught up to him on the road.
"We know you're playing,"
one of them said,
"and you need to stop. None of us can wield our magic when you do, and our families are going hungry."
"Are you afraid of a little ballad, then?" Egan countered with a laugh.
"You once asked me to play at your daughter's wedding, Aaron. I vividly recall how you sang and danced until you were too drunk to stand." "That was before," Aaron said. "We don't live in those days anymore. And your music isn't harmless. It's causing trouble, and you've been ordered to cease playing."
"All of this," Egan said, waving his hand to the thin bracken, the wilting heather, the cloudy sky,
"is not my fault. It's Joan and Fingal's doing."
The memory began to waver. Jack clung to it, trying to hear what the men were saying. Egan seemed defiant as they continued to argue. But Jack knew a portion of Egan's dilemma. He knew how music was in the blood of a bard, simmering and pulsing through every vein. How it settled into bones and organs, aching to be released in the only way it could, through songs and strings and voice. When the Breccans began to beat Egan, Jack felt something cold and slippery wend through him. They struck him, again and again, until he collapsed on the side of the road, bleeding into the grass, his harp broken beside him. Egan lay there for a while. It began to storm, the wind howling overhead, tearing through his hair. The rain seemed to make him stir finally, and he began to crawl home. It wasn't his love of music, however, that drove him. It was his anger, a sharp, glittering blade in his heart. The memory broke. Jack shivered as his mind and senses adjusted, but his eyes flew open when he heard Adaira speak.
"Kay?"
The spirit looked weakened from sharing the pieces of her past, and she slumped back in the chair. Adaira quickly rose to attend to her, gently dabbing the sweat from her brow.
"Here, sip this if you can."
She lifted the cup of gra to Kay's lips. Kay sighed, but she drank. Her colour returned gradually, and she looked at Jack, curious to know what he thought about seeing the bard in her memories. Jack was troubled. He frowned as he stood, anxiously rolling his neck until it cracked. He studied the skeleton on the wall, wondering if it was Egan's. Elspeth had said no one knew Egan's true ending, but given the Breccans' animosity toward him that Jack had seen in Kay's memory, there was a good chance that the bard had met a painful death. He thought for a while about what else Elspeth had told him about Egan.
"Some legends claim that the mob cut off Egan's hands and sliced out his tongue, leaving him to die a slow, soundless death. Other legends say that Egan surrendered to his fellow clansmen, swearing to never play another note again if they would let him live. Some legends boast that a body was never found, that Egan must have been drowned with his harp in the loch that surrounded his home."
Jack began to sort through the music on the table. Glancing over the notes, he was stabbed with worry by what he read. This music was sinister, twisted by spite and hunger and fury. Jack leaned closer, reading more of the composition, even though it filled him with uneasiness. This was a ballad about fire, about ash. Jack gathered up the pages. He needed to study this later, to pick apart the music. Going over to the wall of bones and broken harps, he found a shelf holding mouldy books and scrolls. He began to sift through them, finding more music. Stray pages, bound journals, all covered in Egan's crooked writing. Jack was skimming a half-composed ballad when a book fell from the shelf, landing by his boot. He paused to glance down at it, then was surprised to see that the handwriting was distinctly different from Egan's. He crouched to take up the book. Its first half was missing, and what remained of its spine was dangerously loose. Jack gently leafed through its delicate pages. More stories I have gathered from the West are as follows. He didn't realize Adaira stood behind him until he felt her chin on his shoulder, her arms coming around his waist. She read as he did, and within moments she shivered. "Spirits below," she whispered. "What is it, Adaira?" Her hands fell away from him. Jack turned to look at her fully. She was staring at the words on the speckled page, a thrilled gleam in her eyes. "I have the other half of this book." Torin had recognized the broken book as soon as it fell from the shelf, landing like an offering at Jack's feet. Graham had originally given its counterpart to Torin, thinking the stories would help him solve the mystery of the missing girls. Torin, stubbornly thinking the spirit lore within was nothing more than children's stories, had given the book to Sidra and Maisie, who eventually gifted it to Adaira just before she left the East. It was humbling to think of all the hands that broken book had been passed through. Torin knew who had authored it, long ago. Joan Tamerlaine, a laird who had once dreamt of establishing peace between the clans. He didn't know why the book had been torn in two, or how its remains had been separated, but Jack and Adaira now had both pieces. A clatter came from the table. Kay still sat in the straw-backed chair, but she was watching him, more suspicious now that Adaira and Jack had departed. Torin turned to face her. "You can see me, even though you are in the mortal realm." She gave him a curt nod. He decided to trust her because Adaira did. Torin approached the table and took a seat. He half expected the chair to refuse to hold him, for his body to pass through it, but the wood was firm, giving him a place to rest. "Thank you," he murmured to it. Face flushed. Had he truly just thanked a chair? He laced his fingers together and looked at Kay. "I'm seeking to solve a riddle, and I think you might be able to help me." Kay tilted her head to the side, waiting. Torin shared it with her, word for word. A riddle that had been etched in the heart of a tree by Bane's ire. The convoluted answer to the blight. Kay's countenance fell as she listened. She knew then whose hand had written the words Torin spoke. She shook her head, her palms skyward. Torin had no trouble deciphering what she meant. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the answer." He wanted to feel crushed. He shouldn't have let such a heady hope unspool within him. But then Torin decided that Kay's knowledge was much deeper and wider than his, and there was still a chance that she could assist him. "I think the sisters in the riddle are Wyn and Arena," he began, watching Kay's expression closely. She blinked, surprised, but beckoned for him to continue. "I imagine that when you were with your brethren, blowing from east to west and north to south, that you saw countless things on the isle. You must have seen that day when Arena was banished to dry, heartsick ground, and then how the clan line's creation kept Wyn away from her sister." Kay seemed hesitant, but she extended her hand to him, a gracious invitation for him to take a glimpse into her mind and past. Torin reached out to take her hand. The contact shocked him. She didn't melt through his fingers, and he noticed that he felt far colder than her. He closed his eyes, waiting for images to fill his mind as they had done for Jack and Adaira. But when his thoughts remained his own, blank with expectation, he looked at Kay again. She was shaking her head. It wasn't going to work for him. Even though she could see him and hold his hand, he was in one realm, and she was in another. Torin's hand slipped from hers. He wanted to feel defeated, to pound his fist on the table, but he refused to let his anger and impatience get the best of him. Do you happen to know where Arena resides now? He asked. If you could guide me to the graveyard where she blooms, I would be very grateful to you. Kay nodded, rising from the table. She led Torin from the cottage, moving slowly. He thought that maybe her healing wounds were ailing her and he shouldn't have asked her to guide him. But then he noticed she was being cautious, paying attention to which wind was blowing and where and which paths she took across the hills. Sometimes she crouched behind a rock, motioning for Torin to do so. He obliged, full of questions he held between his teeth. He didn't understand until he took note of the golden pathways above, betraying the routes the wind was taking. Kay wanted to avoid drawing the North's attention. When it was safe, they would press onward. Torin paid close attention to where Kay led, following her up a hill and then down into a wide strath. The valley was cold with mist and felt resoundingly empty. Gradually, the grass and moss and bracken ceased to grow beneath his boots, and even the rocks were diminished. When they came to a plot of ground covered only with dirt and pebbles, Torin knew they were close. They climbed up a steep incline. He could hear the waves crashing against rock. He could smell the salt in the air. They were almost to the northern coast. Torin finally saw the headstones. At first, he didn't know what he was looking at, because Arena's flowers grew over the markers and across the graves, hardly leaving a place to step that wasn't covered with thick crimson petals. The sight brought Torin up short. He gazed down at the flowers, brighter than blood on the dry, cracked ground. Slowly, he knelt. He didn't know where the spirit was, but he felt her presence, as if she hid beneath the blooms. "May I take some of your flowers, Arena?" Torin asked. It was quiet for a long moment. The loneliness was tangible on the cliff, overlooking a foam-churned sea. He didn't know how long he could tolerate being in this place, and he felt as if he could be swept off his feet by the harsh wind at any moment. "You are the first one who has ever asked," Arena answered. Torin couldn't see her, but she sounded close, her voice pitched deep. "Take what you can carry." Torin reached out and began to harvest the flowers. They soon filled his hands, soft and gleaming with veins of gold. He was tucking them safely in his pockets when out of the corner of his eye he suddenly saw Kay, darting to conceal herself behind an outcropping of rock. Torin glanced at the spot where she had vanished, his heart beginning to pound. "What is it, Kay?" The spirit, hidden from his sight, didn't answer. But over the howl of the wind and the roar of the tide below, Torin heard footsteps on the shale behind him. Someone else also had Arena in mind and was coming to the desolate place where she flourished. Slowly, Torin turned. To his immense shock, he came face to face with the last person he expected. Murray Breccan. Chapter 28. Of course, Murray couldn't see him. For once, Torin was glad for his invisibility, as he stood, astonished. He watched Murray kneel begin to uproot fistfuls of flowers. His hands were grimy from the dungeons, his wheat blonde hair matted. There were freckles of blood on his hands and beard, but perhaps worst of all, he was wearing the raiment of an East Guard. "What are you doing?" Torin cried to him, and then thought better of it and growled, "What are you doing here? You're supposed to be locked away." His voice went unheard. All Torin could do was watch, icy with dread, as Murray shoved 3 arena blossoms into his mouth, swallowing them whole. The western air sighed. The tension in his shoulders melted as he closed his eyes, still on his knees. He waited for the magic to crackle through him. Torin's heart faltered. What had happened in the east while he was away? Why was Murray free? Something horrible must have occurred, and here he was, trapped on the other side of the realm, in the west, lost in a convoluted riddle. The nape of his neck prickled in warning, and he moved aside just as Murray opened his eyes, pupils blown wide and dilated. Torin had never ingested an arena flower, but he knew it gave a mortal's speed and strength. It enabled them to glimpse the spirit's world, to know things that they shouldn't. Torin crouched down, his fingers digging into the dirt to hold himself steady, muscles coiling in preparation for a fight. At first he thought Murray had seen him, but then Murray hastily shoved the remaining flowers he picked into his tunic pockets, leapt to his feet, and took off, running along the rocky edge of the cliff. Torin straightened, perplexed. A sob drew his attention back to the flower patch. Arenna had appeared. She was bowed over the place where Murray had just been, her gnarled fingers pressed to the ground, her dark red hair cascading across her face. A sob racked her body as if she were in agony, and Torin hesitated, uncertain what to do. He was about to kneel before her, to reach out and gently touch her hand, when her head snapped up. Her hair parted like a curtain, revealing a thin, angular face, with tears shining like dew. Her cheeks were flushed the colour of sunset, and her violet eyes were large and luminous as they fixed on Torin. Her lips parted to reveal a cache of thorny teeth. "He has stolen from me," she said. "Again and again. He has taken without asking, without thanking. He has used my knowledge for malice, and if I wasn't cursed, if I could leave this graveyard, I would hunt him down and tear out his throat." Torin didn't know what to say, but he thought about all the times he himself had taken the Isle's magic and resources for granted. Not until now, when his eyes were open to the spirits, had he learned to slow down and to ask, to thank the spirits for their gifts. With a shock, he saw what could have been. He realised how easily he could have become a man like Murray Breccan. "Then he has wronged us both," Torin said, rising to his feet. "And I will be your vengeance." He turned and began to chase after Murray. The western air was already a mere shadow in the distance, running along the edge of the northern coast with startling speed. But Torin could draw strength from the folk, and he quickly gained on Murray. The northern coast was one long, steep cliff face. There was no gentle coast below, only the tide crashing against the rock wall. A fall from this high up would kill a person, and Torin was confused by Murray's decision to run along its jagged edge, heading back to the east. It only made sense if he planned to return to the Tamerlaines and cause serious damage. Torin's blood began to pound, hot and fast. He thought of Sidra, Maisie. He was just about to eclipse Murray. He was just about to reach out his hand to see if he could take hold of him, and if he could, Torin was going to kill him. He was going to rip out his throat. He was going to bash his head on the nearest rock. Murray came to a sliding halt. Torin melted through him like mist. As he slowed, coming to a halt on the grass with a huff, he knew he should have been neither surprised nor disappointed, because he knew better by now. He couldn't touch mortal beings. Torin gritted his teeth as he turned to see what had caused Murray to stop so abruptly. Murray was crouched low, in the stance of an animal who felt cornered. His eyes searched the rocks through the descending fog, and he listened to the howl of the wind. "Who's there?" he asked tersely. Torin took a step to the side. Murray, sensing Torin's movements, turned his face. "Who are you?" Murray barked, squinting. "What do you want?" Torin was tempted to answer him, but he bit his tongue. It was better for Murray to remain uncertain about who was haunting him. Torin took another step to his left. Murray certainly noticed, but it reassured Torin that while Murray could catch glimpses of Torin's movements, he couldn't fully discern him. Torin backed away until Murray's suspicions abated. Then he crept closer, amazed when he saw that Murray was getting on his knees and easing himself over the edge of the cliff. Murray's blonde head soon vanished from sight. Torin walked to the edge and stared at the sheer rocky drop. Murray was scaling down the cliff face, using all the power of the arena to shift from one tiny finger hold to another. An impressive feat, and one that would summon certain death for anyone trying to do it with their own strength. Torin arched a brow, wondering where Murray was descending to. He thought it safest to wait above on flat, dependable ground until Murray returned. But then he changed his mind, his curiosity far too strong to allow him to simply stand around. Carefully, Torin eased himself over the edge, knowing he was going to hate every moment of this. He studied the cliff's long, slick face, which revealed golden pockets in the rock, a trail of cracks his fingers and toes could use to find purchase on the long, arduous descent. Murray was already far away, just a blur as he ventured closer and closer to the mist that was rising from the waves. Torin sighed and began to follow him. About halfway down the cliff face, he finally saw what Murray was after. A vine grew up the rock, seeming to rise from the foam of the tides. It was covered in small white flowers, and Murray was plucking them one by one, as many as he could gather without losing his balance. He tucked the flowers into his pockets, as if the blooms were worth more than gold. Frowning, Torin finally reached a portion of the vine and could take a closer look at the glistening flowers. When he touched one, he was surprised by how cold it was. The petals were coated in ice in the middle of summer. He had never seen anything like this, and he wondered what the flower was, and why did Murray want it? "May I take a few of your blooms?" Torin whispered to the vine. At first, nothing happened. Over the roar of the waves and the keen sting of the wind, Torin waited for the vine's reply. It remained silent, but because he was watching it attentively, he saw the ice crack and fall away from 3 blossoms. Quickly, he pulled the trio free from the vine, just as Murray reached him. He passed through Torin again. Arms, chest, legs. Murray was nearly as cold as the flowers in Torin's hand, as though frost had spread over his skin. "Still following me, I see," Murray drawled. "Let's see if you can keep up, then." He began to ascend the rock with alarming speed, and Torin struggled to maintain his reckless pace, nearly slipping from one of the shallow footholds. He was relieved to make it back to solid ground, and would have been happy to lie there for a moment in the grass, catching his breath and calming his heart. But a group of furlies hissed at him, urging him forward.
"You promised vengeance," they prodded impatiently. "Are mortal words nothing but lies, then?"
Torin flushed with anger. How could he punish Murray if he couldn't grab hold of him, if he couldn't tear out his throat to avenge Arenna? That had always been Torin's method in the past, hadn't it? Slicing necks and piercing hearts with swords. It had been easy for him to fall back into his old ways, and now he had to take a moment to untangle his emotions. His desire to spill blood and his yearning to be different from the way he had been. To be someone who healed rather than severed. He squinted, searching for Murray in the distance. Torin glimpsed him turning southward, deeper into the gloam of the Breccans' territory. Torin decided to continue his pursuit. His legs devoured 1 kilometre after another, and after swiftly catching up to Murray, he trailed him at a safe distance. But Torin's anxiety swelled when he realised where Murray was going. The Breccans' fortress, built on a hill and surrounded by a moat, was ugly yet practical, its solitary bridge accessible only from the city. Sprawled across a valley, the city was a web of buildings with lichen-covered roofs, strung together by dirt streets, with a forge smoking on every corner. It must have been nightfall, because torches were burning from iron brackets. Murray stole a plaid to drape over his head and entered the city easily without detection. He moved from shadow to shadow, glancing over his shoulder every so often to see if Torin was following. When he smirked, Torin knew Murray could still see him, and he wondered what he looked like. Was he a mere etching of gold, or did his mortality cast a faint illumination, giving him away? "Keep up, bastard," Murray said, just before he ducked into a tavern. Torin rolled his eyes as he entered through the stone wall. Murray had escaped from the dungeons, travelled from east to west, eaten a handful of flowers, stolen more flowers off a cliff, and was now retreating to a pub. Torin could scarcely believe this was happening. The tavern was empty, save for a young man sitting glumly in the corner, drinking a bottle of wine. The chairs and tables around him were mismatched. The glazed floor was strewn with hay, and a sad fire burned in the hearth. Torin watched as Murray approached the man. His ruddy face was marked by a wound that looked freshly stitched, and he was taking a sip straight from the bottle when Murray converged on him. "Rab," Murray hissed. "Rab, it's me." Rab choked. He wiped a trickle of blood-red wine from his mouth and gaped up at Murray. "Murray, what do you—" "I need you to sneak me into the castle. Now." Rab sat up straighter, but his eyes darted around the tavern. "How'd you get out?" "It's a long story, and I don't have time to tell it," Murray replied, but he frowned. "What happened to your face?" Rab seemed to sink a little lower. "Another long story. And if you want me to smuggle you into the castle, you'll have to pay me something I can't refuse. Because if your mother finds out I helped you—" Murray reached into his pocket. He withdrew a handful of the small white flowers and forcibly set them into Rab's beefy hand. Rab blinked down at them, his fingers shifting as he counted the icy blossoms. "You went far, didn't you?" "Where the tide meets the rock," Murray said. When Rab still seemed to hesitate, he continued, "You once rode at my side through night and storms and raids. You were a shield and a friend to me, Rab, a brother, one I trusted, one I still do, or I wouldn't have come to you like this." Rab sighed, but he tucked the white flowers away into his pocket. "All right, I can sneak you in on a wine delivery, but we'll have to hurry. The portcullis drops at the next bell." Murray held out his hands. "Let's go." Torin trailed Rab's wagon across the bridge. Murray was stowed away in a hidden compartment, which made Torin think Rab smuggled many things into the castle that he shouldn't have. He also must have been someone of importance, because the guards at the portcullis let him pass without question. Rab drove his wagon through a courtyard, over moss-spangled flagstones, and down a winding road to a lower quadrangle. He brought the delivery to a halt once he reached an arched passage. By the look and smell of it, the route fed into the castle's storerooms. Rab shifted a few wine bottles, opening the compartment for Murray. "What is it you plan to do, Murray?" Rab asked in a low voice. "Indeed," Torin wondered. Murray didn't seem to hear. With Arena's power continuing to course through him, his pupils were still dilated, and his hands quivered at his side as if he were anxious or thrilled. He cocked his head to the side, listening to the faint echoes of the castle. He left Rab standing in the passage, completely forgotten. Torin followed. They wound through corridors and up flights of stairs, pausing in shadows when guards or attendants were nearby. At one point, Murray snagged a pitcher and wash basin full of water and continued on his way, eventually coming to an iron latticed door. He slipped inside, fumbled around in the dark for an enchanted dirk on the hearth mantel, then struck it to make a flame, lighting a chain of candles. Torin could see it all perfectly, his eyes unaffected by the night, and he realised that they must be in Murray's personal chambers. There was a bed with a blue canopy, jewel-toned tapestries on the walls, a wardrobe full of clothes and boots, a rack of weapons in one corner, and a wolf pelt draped over a chair. Torin stood and watched as Murray watched the prison grime from his face and hands. He combed the mats from his hair and stripped out of his stolen Tamerlaine clothes, then dressed in a dark blue tunic embroidered with shining purple thread. He knotted clean boots up to his knees, belted a dirk to his waist, and set a circlet of woven silver on his brow. Transformed, Murray sighed and leaned his head back, closing his eyes. Torin didn't like the expression on Murray's face, the calmness, the confidence. He didn't like the way his hand wrapped around the dirk's hilt, or the way the silver flashed on his brow when he moved. "If you've come home to hurt her," Torin began, but his chest was full of embers, flaring heat that made his throat ache. He couldn't finish the threat, but he saw that his voice startled Murray. He opened his eyes and turned in Torin's direction, squinting. "Ah, yes, I forgot all about you." Murray began to approach him, and Torin held his ground. But his heart was frantic. He could feel both fear and fury tangling within him. "Do you think I'd hurt my sister then?" Murray asked in a languid voice. "After everything I've done to bring her home?" Torin knew Murray was baiting him. He knew it, and still he rose to it. But words were just as sharp as steel, and they became the sword in his hands that night. He said, "She is more of a sister to me than she ever will be to you." Murray's face went pale with rage. A vein rose in his temple, and his lip curled, revealing his clenched teeth. But then he smoothed his expression into one of neutrality. "Hello, Laird," he said with a hint of amusement. "I was wondering what had happened to you ever since Sidra came to visit me." Hearing Murray speak Sidra's name was a bruise to Torin's spirit. He winced, his hands curling into fists. Murray was baiting him again, and this time Torin had to be the one to swallow, to bury his worries and emotions, let them sink down into darkness, because he could feel it. He had already spent too much time here in the West. He needed to return to his mission. He also needed to punch a hole in Murray's confidence. "The power you stole from Arena is waning," Torin said smoothly. "Whatever your plan is, you should hurry." His words found their mark. Murray left his chamber and rushed through another set of winding torchlit passages. Twice he almost stumbled into the path of attendants who were carrying away dinner trays. That was what Torin hoped would happen, that Murray's plans would be foiled when he grew careless and was discovered. But then he reached his destination, coming to a stop before a carven door. Murray reached out to touch the iron handle, his eyes narrowing as if he expected to find it locked. The door opened, and Murray stepped inside. Torin melted through the wall. He knew this was Adaira's room. He knew because even though she wasn't there, Jack was, sitting at the desk as he wrote on a sheet of parchment. Murray stopped upright. He was surprised to see Jack, but he drew the dirk from its scabbard. "Jack!" Torin shouted. "Jack! Behind you!" Jack couldn't hear him. Captive to the words he was writing, even the opening and closing of the door hadn't drawn his eyes. But then he said, "How was the talk with your parents?" The answering silence made him lift his head as Jack sensed the shadow that had fallen over the room. Torin's pounding heart, the fire burning dimly from the hearth, Murray's cold, oily presence. Jack dropped his quill and stood in a rush, overturning the chair. But Murray had already closed the ground between them, dirk in hand, teeth flashing in a wide smile. "Hello again, Bard." Chapter 29. Adaira took the cup of gra Innes offered her. They were sitting before the hearth in the Laird's wing, a surprisingly cosy honeycomb of chambers. Boughs of juniper hung from the rafters, casting a sweet fragrance in the room. Hundreds of candles were lit across mantels and shelves and flickered above from iron chandeliers. The soft light breathed over tapestries and painted panels on the walls, and Adaira took a moment to admire the stories they told. Unicorns chasing fallen moons, flowers blooming from the footsteps of wolves, a sea monster rising from the tides. "There's something you want to ask me," Innes said. Adaira drew her attention away from the walls. She sank deeper into the soft sheepskin draped across the back of her chair. Yes, she had a few things to say to Innes, and she wasn't completely sure how to go about this confrontation. Ever since the culling, she had felt a shift between them, and she knew Innes sensed it too. Adaira took a sip of the gra before she spoke. "Yes." "Speak your mind then, Cora." Adaira glanced into the adjacent room. The door was open, and she could see David sitting at a work table, sifting through dried herbs. "I can send him away if you want," Innes said. "No, he's fine. But can he hear us?" "I can," David drawled. "Good, because there are some things I don't want to have to say twice," Adaira said. She took another sip from her cup, trying to rouse her courage. "You want to know if I was aware that it was Jack in the arena?" Innes said in a careful voice. Adaira swallowed. "Yes." "I had no idea, Cora. They brought him up from the dungeons fully helmed and introduced him as John Breccan. They said nothing about him stealing a harp." "Does that not concern you?" Adaira said. "That members of your clan are being killed for crimes you aren't familiar with? That innocent people could be dying beneath gags and locked helms?" Innes was silent. She didn't even seem to be breathing. From the corner of Adaira's eye, David was also frozen at his work table, his back angled to them. "Where is the honour in such death if it's unjust?" Adaira asked. "Your husband should have made it clear he was in the West," Innes countered in a brisk tone. "He came by river. He trespassed onto my lands. If I had known he was coming, he would have never ended up in the dungeons." "I won't deny that it would have been helpful if he had been forthright," said Adaira. "But he did in fact write and tell me he was coming. We've been writing to each other in code because you continue to read my post like I'm—" She cut her words short. "Like you're a prisoner here," Innes finished, her tone edging colder. "Have I treated you like one?" "No, but the fact of the matter is that your husband is from the enemy clan. He also brought a harp with him," Innes said. "That breaks a law of the land." "A harp he hasn't played," Adaira cut in. "But he plans to." Adaira was quiet. She wouldn't deny Jack if he wanted to play. Innes threw back the remainder of her gra and set her cup aside. "As I thought. Jack is welcome here, Cora, but he must abide by the laws. I can't risk him causing another storm." "I know." A lull came between them. Adaira wanted to ask about Neil, but after hearing the tension in Innes's voice, it didn't seem like a good moment. She hesitated, feeling how little time she had left to redeem Jack's father. But she also felt like she was standing in a ditch. She needed better footing before broaching a topic that was sure to pick at old wounds. Her innuendo that Innes had been complicit in Jack's near death hadn't helped. "What else?" Innes prompted. Adaira decided to move on to the last topic on her list, the blight. She began to tell Innes what Jack had shared with her, that the orchards in the east were sickened and the spirits ailing, that Tamerlaines too were catching the blight. By the time she finished speaking, David had come to stand on the threshold, her words reeling him closer. Innes, however, wore an impassive expression that instantly roused Adaira's suspicion, because she was coming to learn her mother's many masks. "That's unfortunate for the East," Innes said, "but I don't see how we can help them with such a matter, Cora." "You know the blight is already here in the West, though, don't you?" Adaira said. "For how long? When did you first notice it?" "It's been 6 weeks," David said softly. "It first appeared in a copse of trees many kilometres south of here." "How many Breccans are sick?" "We aren't entirely certain," David replied. Adaira didn't know whether to take his statement as truth or conclude that her parents wanted to keep that number hidden from her. She didn't give herself time to be offended and said, "I'd like to write to Sidra about this, with your permission, of course. She is a renowned healer in the East, and if the blight is something they have also been facing, she may have the answers we need." "No," Innes said swiftly. "Why not?" Adaira replied. "This is not a matter of one side looking weaker or more vulnerable than the other, not when it is affecting us both." She paused, wondering how much she should push this topic. Innes had glanced away from her and was gazing into the fire, giving Adaira the impression her mother was feeling uneasy. But it was Adaira's hope that if the East and the West could work together as one to solve the blight, then other collaborations might be possible, such as the trade Adaira had previously striven to establish, an initiative that had unfortunately failed when Murray's kidnapping spree came to light. The past few weeks she had thought that dream was dead, but she could feel it stirring to life again within her, eager to reignite. Establishing trade between the clans would eliminate the raids. If the Breccans could fairly obtain what they needed from the Tamerlaines, then peace would become a sustainable future for the Isle. "What if I invited Sidra to visit?" Adaira continued. "That would give me the chance to see her again and to start building rapport between the clans. She could also be available to collaborate with David on finding a potential cure." David was quiet, but he didn't seem averse to the idea. He was watching Innes closely, though, as if he could read the fears and thoughts racing through his wife's mind. "I don't know, Cora," Innes finally replied. "Sidra is the Eastern Laird's wife, is she not? If something were to happen to her here, on my soil, then it would start a war that I don't want." "Then let me invite Torin as well," Adaira said, knowing that sounded unfeasible. She could hardly envision it herself, both Torin and Sidra visiting the West, being able to see them, embrace them, speak to them face to face. The mere longing nearly crushed her. "So not only would I have a bard on my lands," Innes said wryly, "but I'd also have the Eastern Laird and his wife, all beneath my roof." Adaira grinned.
"What could possibly go wrong?"
Innes sighed, but she almost returned the smile. "Many things.
But will you consider it?"
Innes was opening her mouth to reply, but she was interrupted by a commotion in the outer corridor. Adaira turned to watch the door fling open with a bang. The first thing she saw was Jack, his dark hair with its quicksilver streak, his blanched face, his eyes that met hers instantly with a glimmer of warning. She saw the dirk held at his throat, controlling his movements. A dirk held by a blonde-headed, wild-eyed man she didn't recognize at first glance. Adaira shot to her feet, her heart pounding fire into her blood. All she could stare at was that blade, shining at Jack's throat. "Unhand him, Murray," Innes said in a calm, cold voice. Murray. The name cut Adaira to the quick, and her gaze shifted upwards. Her brother was already staring at her, waiting for her to look at him. As soon as their eyes met, he removed the dirk from Jack's throat and gave him a slight shove forward. "Don't look at me like that, Cora," Murray said. "I wasn't going to hurt him." Adaira strode across the room before she could gather her thoughts. She grasped Jack's arm, drawing him protectively behind her. But her relief did not soften her. There was lightning in her blood, and she was one breath away from tearing into Murray, with her words and her hands, with anything that she could pick up and hurl, when Innes came between them. "What are you doing here?"
"That's how you greet your heir, your only son?" Murray asked.
He still held the dirk in his hand, waving it about carelessly.
"I thought you'd at least be happy to see me, Innes. I've come a long way."
Innes's jaw clenched. "You're currently under the Tamerlaines' watch. If you are here, then they have permission to come and hunt you." Murray laughed.
"They aren't capable of such a feat, I assure you."
"I don't think you understand the full extent of what you've done, Murray," Innes said, "and what the ramifications will be." Murray was quiet, but he didn't appear repentant or worried. He looked beyond Innes again, his eyes tracing Adaira. "I'll ask you again," Innes said, stepping aside to block Murray's view. "What are you doing here?"
"You'd come between me and my sister?" Murray asked. "If not for me, you'd still think she was part of the wind. You'd be fooling yourself into believing she was blowing her wings through your hair when you rode the wilds. You wouldn't be standing here with her, filling her up with all the poison you make, weaving those blue jewels into her hair and—"
Innes struck him across the face.
"Enough,"
she said.
"You've committed your crimes and have now run from your punishment. There is no greater shame.
And I now have no choice but to shackle you until the Tamerlaine Laird can be informed of your location." Murray touched his lip. It was beginning to bleed, cut open from the edge of her vambrace, but he only chuckled.
"You would fight to keep her, but not me."
Innes was silent for a long moment. Adaira's fingers twitched at her sides as she listened to her mother's slow, steady breathing. "She doesn't shame me as you do," Innes finally said. Murray lunged forward with startling speed. Innes was anticipating his assault, but she was still a beat too slow. She reached out to catch his arm and bend it back at a painful angle, but he cut her palm first. Her blood bloomed, bright as a rose, as she took him to the ground. Murray kicked out his leg, overturning a side table. The bottle of Gras and a bowl of blue jewels that were most likely poisoned blood Innes had wrung from an enemy, broke and scattered across the floor. The air suddenly smelled like mist-damp heather, like a cold northern wind, as the grass seeped into the rug. Adaira had to step back. She felt Jack, solid and warm, behind her as he took hold of her waist, drawing her farther away. But she was stunned, watching Innes and Murray wrestle and strike and wound each other. She hadn't given much thought to the nature of her mother's relationship with her brother, but never would she have imagined this. A laird who didn't trust or respect their heir. A mother who had no choice but to twist her only son's arm until he was face down on the floor. Murray finally stilled, unable to free himself. His eyes found Adaira's again, but there was no defiance in his gaze, only sadness. "I'll ask you one more time, Murray," Innes said, her knee pressed into his back. "Why are you here?" "I'm not going to waste away for 10 years in the Tamerlaine dungeons," he rasped. "I'm not going to let myself fade into dust, shackled by them, while you and David live happily ever after with Cora. It is your penance. I want justice. Let me fight in the arena. Let the sword speak for me." Chills swept through Adaira. He wanted to face the culling, and she wasn't certain how she felt about it. Would it be best if Murray had the chance to fight and potentially die? Or should he be returned to the Tamerlaine dungeons to live 10 more years in the dark? Innes also seemed uncertain. Her expression wavered for a moment just as the guards arrived, encircling them. "If you go quietly to the dungeons," Innes said, "I'll consider your request." Murray nodded. She eased off of him, and the guards took her place, clapping the shackles to Murray's wrists and hauling him up to his feet. Adaira couldn't see his face, but she saw a glimpse of his hair as he was escorted away. The room felt painfully silent. David began to gather up the blue jewels from the floor. Innes flexed her hand, blood dripping from her fingers. "Leave us, please, Cora," she said, turning her back to Adaira. There seemed to be far too much that needed to be said, and yet Adaira couldn't find a single word to utter. She took Jack's hand and led him away. Torin remained behind in the Laird's wing. He hadn't known what he expected to happen when he followed Murray and Jack, but it hadn't been a tense altercation between the Western Laird and her son. He hadn't expected to feel not only a pang of respect for Innes Breccan, but also a quiet sense of awe as she handled Murray. She had held him down with no blades, only with her bare hands, one of which was bleeding. He watched as David gathered up the jewels forming from Innes's shed blood on the floor. Torin was so fascinated by the sight, what was this magic in her veins, that he nearly missed Innes's words. "What am I going to do about Murray?" she asked in a weary tone. "Where did I go wrong with him?" "We have all night to think of our options," David said gently. "But for now, sit and let me tend to you." Innes lowered herself to a chair, cradling her bleeding hand. She waited, her eyes glazed with distant thoughts, as David stepped into the adjacent room. He returned a moment later with a roll of linen and an earthenware bowl brimming with salve, then knelt before her. "Take them off," Innes whispered roughly. David paused, but he set down his materials. He began to pull off his gloves, finger by finger, until they dropped to the floor with a whisper. Torin's breath snagged in his throat. David's entire left hand was blighted. His skin was dappled blue and violet as if badly bruised. His veins were illuminated in gold. Innes stared down at her husband's hand, her face carved with both fear and anguish. She was so entirely unguarded in that moment that Torin felt he should glance away as she traced David's fingers, as her hand trailed up his arm, then caressed his face. She leaned forward and pressed her brow to his, and they breathed the same air, the same worries. "You have healed me, time and time again," Innes murmured, "and yet I can do nothing to heal you now. It is a cruel fate, for you to die before me." David was quiet, but then he leaned back so he could meet her gaze. "There is something we can do." Innes closed her eyes. "You speak of Cora's suggestion." "Our daughter, yes." David began to tend to Innes's wounded hand, wiping away her blood, dabbing salve along the cut, binding it in linen. "Innes! Innes, open your eyes! Look at me!" Innes exhaled, but she opened her eyes. David traced the tattoos on her neck with his thumb, as if he knew their blue-inked story, as if those interlocking patterns were inspired by what the two of them had made together. "Let her write to Sidra." Torin startled. This time, Sidra's name was like a flame, melting through realms. He had seen enough in the West. It was time for him to go home and solve the riddle. Murray's punishment would have to come through another, and Torin relinquished that old, bitter craving for vengeance. He turned, leaving David and Innes behind. But Sidra's name continued to echo through him as he took to the western hills. It sang in his blood as he ran eastward. Chapter 30. The shadows were long and cold in Adaira's bedroom when the midnight bell chimed. Jack stood before the bureau, pouring water into a basin by candlelight. Thunder rumbled beyond the castle walls, and rain began to tap on the windows in a frantic rhythm that mirrored Jack's pulse. He felt rattled from the events of the evening. His skin was clammy, his breath shallow. He could still feel the sharp edge of Murray's dirk at his throat. Jack tried to quell that memory as he cupped his hands into the water. He washed the perspiration from his face, but he couldn't stop seeing Murray at the door, Murray overcoming him so easily. "That's the second time I've seen a blade at your throat, Jack." Adaira's voice was husky, sad. "I'm sorry." He reached for the plaid next to him and wiped the water from his eyes just as her arms came around his waist. She pressed her cheek against his shoulder. "It was all for show," Jack said. "He didn't hurt me, Adaira, and it's not your fault." She exhaled into his tunic. He could feel the heat of her breath on his skin, and he closed his eyes. "Are you tired?" she whispered. "No." "If I tell you a story, would that make you sleepy, old menace?" He couldn't help but smile. "Perhaps." "Come to bed, then." Jack followed her to the bed, slipping beneath the covers. He lay on his back, eyes closed, and listened as Adaira settled close beside him. It was quiet for so long that Jack eventually cracked one eye open to look at her. She was sitting against the headboard, studying her nails. "Where's the story?" he asked. "I'm trying to come up with one. It's hard, you know, finding a good enough story for a bard, one that isn't going to bore him." Jack laughed. He turned to face her, his hand rushing over her bare legs. "Then perhaps I should tell one to you." Adaira's breath caught, just as a knock on the door interrupted them. She cursed and reluctantly crawled from the bed, Jack's fingers drifting from her thighs. He sat forward, first annoyed, then worried, thinking a visitor at this hour couldn't bring anything good. It was Innes. The Laird stepped into their room. It almost seemed like the entire altercation with Murray had never happened until Jack met Innes's gaze. He saw something dark and troubled within her. He quickly rose from the bed. "Your father would like to speak with you, Cora," Innes said. "He's waiting for you in my chambers." Adaira's eyes widened. "Is something wrong?" "No," Innes replied, glancing at Jack. "But I'd also like to speak to your husband alone." Adaira was quiet for a beat, but she reached for her robe, slipping it over her chemise. "Very well." Jack watched her leave the room, his heart tumbling through his chest. He felt Innes's silent stare and met it with one of his own. "How can I help you, Laird?" he asked. "We need to talk about your father," Innes replied. The words made Jack's breath seize. "Adaira told you?" "No. I knew your connection to Neil when I rode to your mother's cottage weeks ago, when I saw how close Mirren lived to the clan line, when I saw your little sister with her auburn hair." She paused, glancing away from Jack. "I shouldn't have been surprised after I learned the truth of what happened to Cora, how Neil gave her away. I shouldn't have been surprised when I realised he'd come to love a Tamerlaine woman and had children with her." Jack kept his expression guarded. He didn't know where Innes was going with this conversation. He didn't know if he needed to remain detached or if it would be best to show a flicker of emotion. Despite the uncertainty that laced his blood, he sensed that Neil's life was hanging in the balance, a constellation that could burn bright or be fully extinguished. "So you knew that Neil was a relation of Adaira's by marriage," Jack began in a careful tone. "And yet you continued to allow him to fight in the culling, time and time again. To what end? until someone finally slayed him. I don't expect you to understand my decisions or my reasons, Innes said. And that's not why I've come to speak with you. This, however, is what I need. Murray is a prisoner of the East, and yet he is here, beneath my watch. He is asked to fight in the culling, and I want to give him that opportunity. You want to give him a chance to be absolved? Jack snarled, unable to swallow his anger. To walk free after serving only a month in the dungeons. No, Innes replied. I want him to die with honour. If I return him to the Tamerlaines, they will execute him. His bones will rot from the shame of what he's done. Jack was so surprised that he merely stared at her, but his mind was racing. I need him to face an opponent who is stronger than him, Innes continued. Neil is undefeated. And what if he kills my father? Jack queried. Does Murray walk free? No. He'll remain in the dungeons and fight again until someone can defeat him. Jack considered this for a moment. All right. What do you need from me? I need you to be a representative of the Tamerlaine clan, Innes said, to watch the culling at my side, to stand witness to Murray's death so your laird knows he was fairly dealt with here in the West for his misdeeds. Are you able to do that? She was asking him to watch his father fight and maybe die if Murray's luck ran true. Overcome with all the emotions that gripped him whenever he thought of Neil, Jack wanted to wince, to fold in on himself. But he held Innes's steady gaze, realizing that this was the moment he had been waiting for. It had simply come in a way he least expected. I'll do this for you, Laird, he said. But I have conditions. Speak your terms. The first, I would like to have dinner with my father, a few hours before the culling. A good, hearty meal in one of the castle's private chambers. Very well. I can see to it that this is done, Innes said. What else? Jack hesitated, but when he spoke, his voice was clear, unwavering. If my father defeats your son, Neil goes free. You give him back his name and his title and his land and his honour. He is a prisoner no longer. Innes was silent, but then she held out her hand. I agree to your terms, Jack. He accepted her hand, her grip firm enough to crush his fingers. They sealed the spoken agreement. Jack wanted to bask in hope and confidence, but he could still feel the sharp edge of Murray's dirk at his throat. He could still feel the bitter coldness of the dungeons seeping into his bones. He could still hear the way Neil had spoken his name in the arena, like a piece of him had broken. Jack began to prepare himself for the worst. Adaira found David in the laird's quarters. He was waiting for her at his desk, where a piece of parchment, a freshly cut quill and an inkwell were laid out. A line of candles burned and cast rings of light, their wax guttering down to pool on the wood. Innes said you want to see me, Adaira asked. Yes, David said, drawing the chair back from the desk. I'd like for you to write a letter to Sidra. Adaira was so shocked that she stood frozen, blinking at him. You did say she was a healer and might collaborate with me on the Blight's remedy, David asked. Yes. Adaira stepped forward. She sat in the chair and took the quill in her hand. What would you like me to say to her? Extend an invitation. Innes and I would like for her to visit. Tell her she can bring up to 4 people in her retinue, guards or handmaidens, or her husband even, if he'd like to accompany her. Also ask her to bring whatever records she's kept, or tonics or herbs that she has found helpful, so I may see the work she's already done and compare it with my own. Adaira eagerly began to write. As the nib scratched across the parchment, she thought her father would read over her shoulder, but was surprised that David shifted away to reorganize the books on his shelf. Adaira realized he was granting her privacy, and her heart warmed, thankful. She wrote the letter and signed her name, but hesitated. Do you want to read this before I seal it? She asked. No, David answered. I trust you. Go ahead and seal it, Cora. Adaira heated the wax over a candle flame. She sealed the letter with the Breccan sigil and then held up the parchment to David, waiting for him to accept it. "Come with me," he said, turning away. She walked with him to the aviary, where the ravens roosted in iron cages. Her letter was tucked in a leather pouch and fastened to one of the birds. Adaira stood beside her father and watched as the raven took flight into the storm, heading eastward to Sidra. The rain and wind spun up a mist that coated her face and beaded in her hair. She closed her eyes and breathed it in. "I know you think of your parents often," David said gently. "I know that you miss them. I imagine you might compare me in Innis to them, and I can't fault you for it. But I do hope that you know how much we want to be in your life, not just as a laird and her consort." Adaira opened her eyes. Her heart had quickened with David's words, turning up painful memories of Alistair and Lorna and the East. She turned her head to regard him. He reached out to gently touch her cheek with his gloved fingers, touching the mist that veiled her skin. Adaira honestly didn't know what to say. There was a knot in her throat, and her eyes welled with tears. "Yes, I understand," she wanted to say, but her jaw remained clenched. David only gave her a sad smile as his hand fell away. He left her in the aviary, staring into the storm. Sidra was in the castle kailyard when Yvain found her at dawn, 2 rain-speckled letters in hand. The sun was rising behind a swath of wind-streaked clouds, and it promised to be a sweltering day. The valley fog had already melted, and bees and damselflies flew in languid patterns. Only a smattering of dew remained on the plants as Sidra cut and laid them into her harvest basket. "One for you and one for Torin," the captain said. "Both from the west." Sidra wiped the dirt from her fingers and tucked her pruning shears into her apron pocket, accepting the parchment. The letter addressed to her was in Adaira's familiar handwriting. The letter addressed to Torin looked to be Jack's elegant penmanship. She stared at them, knowing that whatever rested within these letters was going to change everything. She could sense it, like she could taste the thunderstorm in the air, still hours away, like a shock of electricity, as if she had raked her hands through freshly spun wool and then touched the hilt of a sword. She knew the answer about Murray rested within these letters. Their search for him had been fruitless, and Graham's prediction that he had made it to the west was most likely correct, because there was no sign of him in the east. Sidra was now in a waiting game. She was holding her breath, waiting for the Breccans to make either an honest move or a deceitful one, to either shelter Murray or give him up again. "Have you eaten yet?" Sidra asked Yvain as they walked the garden path, returning to the cool air of the castle. "Yes, but I'd take a cup of tea," Yvain said. The women retreated to the library and sat at a small round table. Edna brought in a tea tray with a plate of buttery scones, crushed berries and a bowl of cream, and Sidra let herself find comfort in the soothing motions of preparing her tea. "Which one should I open first?" she asked. "Torin's letter," Yvain replied. Sidra broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. She read Jack's words, which were both expected and completely bewildering. "What is it?" Yvain asked urgently, reading the lines on Sidra's face. "Murray's in the west, as we thought." Sidra extended the letter to the captain. "But they're offering up a strange solution for him." She drained her tea while Yvain read, but she soon thrummed her fingers on the tabletop anxiously, waiting to see what the captain thought. Yvain set the letter down and leaned back in her chair, lacing her hands behind her neck. "Well, that wasn't what I thought it'd be." "Do we take the chance of them killing him in their arena?" Sidra asked. "Or do we demand that they return him to us immediately?" "If we demand his return to us," Yvain began, "then you'd have to kill him here, Sidra. He's slain 5 of my guards, and that cannot go unpunished. His crimes have only multiplied since we first imprisoned him, and I can't see the Tamerlaines being appeased with anything less than spilled blood at this point." "I agree with you," Sidra said, even though a chill crept through her. She would have to be the one to behead Murray, and she had never killed a man before. "But if we killed him for his crimes, Would that start a war with the West? There's no telling with the Breccans, but I think it could, yes. So that's why I think you should let them handle his death. Let his blood be on their hands. Sidra fell silent, staring at the letter. Is it enough for the Tamerlaines, though, she eventually asked, to not witness his death? Both Adaira and Jack will be present for it, Yvain replied. Jack can write a ballad and sing of Murray's death to the clan. Sidra nodded, but something still didn't feel quite right to her. She traced the bow of her lips, smelling the loam beneath her nails. Why would Innes Breccan approve of this? Approve of losing her heir? I have a few theories, Yvain said, sitting forward to refill her tea. But read Adaira's letter first. Sidra reached for the parchment, her heart heavy with worry. But for the second time that morning, she was utterly taken by surprise. As she read Adaira's words, the iron fist that had been gripping her insides began to ease. She breathed once, twice. Yvain was fixated upon her, waiting. Sidra set the letter down, face up on the table. They are also suffering from the blight, and they want me to visit, to collaborate on a cure. No, Laird. Yvain's answer was swift and sharp. I cannot let you leave my watch. I'm not the Laird, Sidra began to say, cheeks warming. And No, Laird, the captain said again, the words even sharper this time. If something happens to you in the West, I don't even want to fathom it. We cannot lose you. And yet something could happen to me in the East, Sidra countered. And it was strange how peace settled over her. She felt calm, assured. There was no doubt marring her mind, and she said, I'm sick, Yvain. Yvain was silent, but her frown melted into shock. I'm sick with the blight, Sidra said again. And I'm carrying Torin's child, and I don't know how much time I have left. I've exhausted all my knowledge and my resources here in the East, trying to find a cure, and yet I can't help but wonder. I remember the arena flower, a bloom that grows in the West but not here in the East, and it makes me wonder if there are plants that I need for the cure on the other side of the clan line. It wouldn't surprise me, as if the Isle is longing to be united once more. Yvain sighed, but her prior resolve was softening. I suspected you were pregnant, Sidra, but I didn't know about the blight. She paused, holding Sidra's gaze. I'm sorry. If I could take the sickness for you, I would. Sidra blinked back a surge of tears, but they sat in the corners of her eyes, gleaming like stars. I would never allow it. Of course not, Yvain said wryly, but her eyes also shone with emotion. And that is why I will kill anyone who hurts you in the West. I'm not worried about that happening, Sidra said. I'll take Blair and 3 other guards with me. I'll take my herbs, which are sharper than any knife in my hands. And I'll be with Adaira, whom I trust entirely. Yvain worked her jaw. She still wanted to protest. You know I want to go with you. No, Captain, Sidra said. But Sidra, No, I need you here. Yvain heaved a sigh, raking her fingers through her black hair. All right. When do you plan to leave? Sidra rose from the table. Her foot ached constantly these days, but she had grown accustomed to the pain. She had learned to move around it, and she marvelled that it was hard to even remember what her foot had felt like before it became infected. Now, for the first time in weeks, she was experiencing a taste of hope that a cure could be found. An invitation to the West gave her a chance to see the land, to take its herbs and flowers and vines in her hands. She suddenly felt like she could climb a mountain. As soon as possible, I think, Sidra said. I'll write to Jack and give him my blessing for the culling, and I'll write to Adaira and tell her I'm coming. I think I could go the day after tomorrow to give them time to prepare for my visit. As you want, Laird, Yvain said, draining her tea to the dregs before standing. I'll speak with Blair and arrange your retinue. Thank you, Captain. Yvain left without another word, and Sidra followed a trail of sunshine to one of the windows. She stood in its silent warmth, letting the light seep into her, and thought about where she had been, only weeks ago. Then her thoughts returned to where she was now. Sidra shivered in the sun. Chapter 31. Hap was waiting for Torin in the shadows of the Eighth Wood. "I see you survived the West unscathed," the hill spirit said cheerfully, as soon as Torin had crossed over the clan line. Torin snorted, but he wasn't in the mood for jest. His mind was crowded with all the things he had seen and heard, and his worry over Sidra had grown tenfold. "Where's Wen? Can you take me to her?" Hap's brow furrowed, though he seemed accustomed to Torin's terseness. He led the way through the trees and into the misty hills, coming to a stop in one of the valleys. "Why do you need Wen?" Hap asked. "I believe she's one of the sisters in the riddle," Torin replied, kneeling in the grass. He began to prepare a workstation, drawing inspiration from all the times he had observed Sidra prepare salves and tonics. He asked 2 nearby rocks for their assistance, one to serve as a mortar, the other as a pestle, and then he laid out his bounty. The arena flowers, bright as blood in the grass, and the flowers he had harvested from the cliffside, white as snow. 2 sisters, united, ice and fire, salt and blood.
"You spoke with her?"
Torin turned on his knees to behold Wynne standing behind him, her eyes riveted to her sister's flowers. "For a moment, yes," Torin said. He hesitated, seeing the anguish in Wynne's face. "If I may have a few flowers from your crown, I believe it is one of the last things I need to solve the riddle." Wynne reached up to pluck a few gorse blooms from her crown and gave them to Torin. Then she melted away, as if she couldn't bear to watch him work. Only Hap remained nearby, and a few curious furlies who had gathered in the grass. "How much? How much?" Torin whispered to himself as he set the blossoms on the stone. The riddle had provided no instructions about measurements. Torin decided to lay down one of each flower, then wiped his hands over his chest. He believed the white blossom was ice, remembering how cold it was on the vine, but he still needed salt and fire. He ran to the nearest croft, which happened to be Mirren's. Torin eased through the southern wall and found Mirren at her loom. "I apologize for this," he said, even though her ears were closed to his voice. Torin took a wooden bucket from the kitchen and one of the candlesticks from the hearth mantel. He also took Mirren's flint before rushing back to the valley, where Hap and the Furlies waited with wide-eyed expectation and hope. He set down the candle and flint on the rock. He was trembling violently now, as he had done after he killed a man for the first time. But now the shaking was due only to the adrenaline coursing through him, making his breath skip and sharpening his sight even more than before. Taking the bucket, he ran to the coast, seeing every shadow, every secret of the earth along the way. Torin knelt on the sand, watching the tide ebb and flow. "May I take a portion of you?" he asked the sea. The ocean answered with a crashing wave, and Torin was knocked off balance. The water rushed through him, spinning a chill through his blood. He couldn't tell if Reem was granting permission or denying it, but he was desperate. Torin scooped up a bucketful of salt water, then peered at it to ensure that no water spirit lurked within. The water was clear, free of golden threads and fins and eyes, and he carried it back to the valley. Now a few rocks, with their hearty scowls, had also gathered close by, as had a trio of alder maidens who had twisted their long root tendril fingers in anticipation. Torin heard their murmurs as he knelt again. Sweat dripped from his beard as he stared at what he had gathered, as he inwardly spoke the riddle again. "Ice and fire, brought together as one. Sisters divided, united once more. Washed with salt and laden with blood, all united will satisfy the debt you owe." Surely, this was everything. He took up his makeshift pestle and began to crush the flowers on the stone. As more spirits arrived to watch, the flowers soon turned into a fragrant medley. Torin could feel the spirits' eyes boring into him, and he wanted to order them away. He didn't want an audience, and yet it also didn't seem fair to deny them this moment. He paused in his work, staring at the smudge of crushed petals. What came next? The salt or the fire? Or perhaps he needed to cut his hand and bleed into it first. Torin decided to go with fire first, then water, and lastly blood. He reached for the flint to strike up a flame, and as he was lighting the candle, he heard the spirits around him gasp. He glanced up to see them recoil, grimaces on their faces. "What is it?" he asked brusquely. Only Hap remained close, although even the hill spirits seemed disquieted by the flame. "Are you certain, Torin?" "Ice and fire," Torin said. "Yes, I'm certain. Why do you doubt me?" Whatever it was Hap wanted to say faded as he curled his tongue. The hill spirit only shook his head, flowers cascading from his hair, and took a step back. Torin was too frustrated, anxious and weary to consider that he might have misinterpreted the riddle. He set fire to the flowers and then watched as the flames caught. He was cupping the salt water in his hands when there was a resounding boom, and a shockwave sent him flying. Dazed, Torin sat forward. His tunic was soaked from the spilled water and from his own sweat, and he watched as smoke rose from the rock. "No," he whispered, frantically crawling to it. "No!" One by one, the earth spirits retreated with bowed heads and sad countenances. All of them melted away save for Hap, who stood witness as Torin reached the rock. Nothing remained but a scorch mark. Torin traced the stone, realizing that all he had brought together, the flowers and his hope and his confidence, was gone. Jack was tying the boot tethers up to his knees when the fire went dark in Adaira's hearth. He glanced at the ashes and saw the smoke rising in a cloying dance. Even the candles had been snuffed, their wicks glowing red in the grey morning light. Adaira sighed, knotting the end of her braid with a strip of blue plaid. "What is he trying to tell us?" Jack set his foot on the floor. He wasn't sure what Ash was striving to convey, but his own mind was heavily distracted with mortal matters. Within hours, he would have dinner with his father. He wasn't even sure what he wanted to say to Neil, or how to prepare himself for what was certain to be an uncomfortable encounter. Then, a few hours after that, the culling between Neil and Murray would commence, and Jack would witness either his father's redemption or his death. There didn't seem to be any more room in Jack's mind to think about why he had been sent west in the first place. But since the fire spirit had resorted to extinguishing flames again, Jack wondered if he was running out of time. Ash needed his attention, and now Jack remembered the memory Kay had shared of an altercation between the Laird of Fire and Egan. Jack's gaze drifted to Adaira's desk. Egan's composition still waited there in a heap. "I think I need to stay behind today," Jack said. He stood and looked at Adaira, who was pinning her plaid to her shoulder. "I need some time to study the music I took from Loch Evora." Adaira was quiet, her mouth quirking to the side. "As you wish. I'll make sure that lunch is sent up to the room so you don't have to leave. But keep my sword with you." She reached for the sheathed blade and handed it to him. Jack accepted it, but only to wrap the sword's belt around her waist. He cinched it firmly at her navel. "It looks better on you," he said, admiring how it complemented her. She had always been tall and svelte and pale as the moon, even as a young girl. A girl he had once loved to hate. The sword glistening at her side matched her well. "And I'll only worry about you, riding the wilds without me and your sword." Adaira stared at him with hooded eyes. "I need to arm you, old menace." "I brought a dirk quest with me," he replied. "My truth blade. Rab still has it, I think. And my harp." "Right, I'll check on them." She began to step away, but Jack took hold of her waist again and leaned down to trace her lips with his. "Be careful, Adaira," he whispered. She wove her fingers into his hair and kissed him back, a soft taunting that made his blood simmer. But he could see how distracted she was. He could feel it in her body, the same tension that was coiling in him. In a few hours, she would have her own private meal with Murray. In a few hours, she would watch her brother either bleed out on the sand or slay Jack's father. This day was already marked with pain and conflicting emotions, and it was only mid-morning. "I'll return soon," she said, her fingers drifting from his hair. Jack finally relinquished her. "Lock the door behind me, Bard." He trailed her, nodding. "Tell Kay I said hello." "I will," Adaira said as she stepped over the threshold. She didn't look back as she strode down the corridor, but she'd never been one to slow her momentum by glancing behind. Jack watched until she disappeared around a corner. He bolted the door and sat at the desk. Where to begin? He reached for Joan's broken book, curious to look over what each half held. Skimming through the first half, he recognised some of the lore within it. When he leafed through the second half, though, he encountered stories of the spirits that had never been taught, stories and songs that had roots in the West. And then, perhaps strangest of all, he came upon a note in the middle of a story. "Egan frightens me. I cannot trust his music anymore, or his words. Something terrible and nameless shines in his eyes when he plays and sings." Jack paused, staring at Joan's words. Was this note the reason why the book had been torn in two? Was someone afraid of Joan's inner worries being shared with others? Disquieted, he gently put the two halves of the book aside and began to read through Egan's composition. The deeper he ventured into the ballads, the stronger the fire burned again on the hearth and on the candle wicks, as if ash was renewed by Jack's attention. A polite knock on the door interrupted his studies. It was already lunchtime, the hours having slipped through Jack's hands like water. Two attendants waited in the corridor, one bearing a lunch tray of bread and soup, the other a misshapen bundle that hid Jack's harp and truth blade. Jack sighed at being reunited with his instrument and dirk. He took a long moment to inspect them, tracing the hilt and the strings with his fingertips. Both were in good condition, despite his fears. He had been worried that Rab would smash the harp and destroy the dirk, that both would be lost to him. Jack forced himself to eat a few bites of lunch before returning to his studies. He found ballads for all four elements. The song for Ash was the worst, the notes and words twisted into shackles and shame intended to bring the fire low. The song demanded pieces of Ash's crown, the cloak of his power, the gleam of his sceptre. Then came the ballads for the sea, for the earth, for the air. These songs weren't as harsh as the one for the fire spirits, but they were built on restrictions and limitations, the words woven through with control and measurements, just as the musical notes were. Egan's ballads were like cages, like a prison. Jack's breath caught when he saw the full span of the notes, how they built upon each other. The four ballads fit together to create a hierarchy in the spirit's realm. Until this moment, Jack had thought it was Bane who created the hierarchy, for no other reason than to keep certain spirits low and beneath him, to seal their mouths, silencing their voices, controlling what they could do and say, and how much power they wielded. But it hadn't been inspired by Bane at all. The hierarchy had been made by Egan's music. Torin made a second attempt. He still had a handful of arena flowers and 2 white blossoms left, as well as a chain from Wind's crown. He had crushed another batch together on the rock, but his greatest hurdle was now trying to discover what fire the riddle required. If it wasn't flames, then what was it? "I suppose you can offer me no guidance," he drolly said to Hap, as the two of them walked the hills, Torin aimlessly, Hap deliberately, as if the spirit feared his one and only mortal assistance might fall into a bog if he didn't shepherd him. "Only so much can pass from my mouth," Hap whispered, as if a great power was hindering him. "But perhaps it might help to think of it this way. Things need balance in the mortal world, don't they? The same can be said here, in our realm, or maybe not balance, but complements and contrasts." Torin frowned. He had no inkling what Hap was trying to express, and roaming the hills did nothing for his thinking either. He decided to go to Sloane, a place he had been avoiding for fear of seeing Sidra. If Torin beheld her, he thought he might go mad. He might find himself unable to leave her side, unable to think critically about the riddle, and yet he needed Sidra's knowledge again to move forward. "Would you have chosen my wife to assist you here if she hadn't been infected?" Torin asked Hap, who remained by his side, deep into the winding city streets. Hap bit his lip before saying, "Yes." Torin snorted. "I knew it." Sidra's faith in us is profound. She gives us strength as we give her ours. And don't forget to add your blight. You give her that as well. Hap came to a halt. Torin took a few more steps before he felt shame scalding the back of his throat. He paused, glancing at the hill spirit, who suddenly looked like he might crumble. "The wind," Hap said, the grass withering in his hair. "It was the wind. He blew the fruit to her. He put it in her path, and I couldn't do anything about it." Torin opened his mouth, but Hap had gone, turning into the moss that rested between cobblestones. Alone and full of bitterness, Torin continued to the castle. When he approached Sidra's chambers, he hesitated. He longed to see her, and he knew such longings were slowly undoing him, breath by breath. And yet he couldn't bear watching the blight creep across her skin. Daring to pass through the door, Torin was relieved to find the room empty. He approached her desk, where the tomes of her healing records sat. It took a few tries before the book would permit him to touch its pages, but soon Torin was leafing through it, examining Sidra's entries, as well as the notes her grandmother had recorded before her. If 3 of the riddle ingredients were plants, should there be a 4th one? An even number, reminiscent of the 4 points on a compass, the 4 powers of the wind, the 4 elements of the spirits. Thinking that perhaps the blood or salt or fire in the riddle was supposed to come from another flower, Torin searched the pages for it. Balance, complements, contrast. He mulled over Hap's cryptic words, but he still couldn't find meaning in them. Sighing, Torin shelved one volume and withdrew another. These were recent recordings, all made in Sidra's tidy handwriting, and his eyes were blurry by the time one account snagged his attention. "Torin's treatment for an enchanted silencing wound," Sidra had written. What followed was recipe after recipe that had failed to heal him, until Sidra tried fire spurge. His breath caught. He shut the book, his fingers absently tracing the scar on his forearm. He remembered now. The enchanted wound that stole his voice had been so cold. He remembered how the fire spurge burned through the discharge, bringing him back together slowly but steadily. He ran through the castle, through the crowded streets. He reached the hills again and cried, "Hap! Hap!" The spirit didn't answer. Torin sagged, his loneliness keen. But his blood was humming, and he began to comb the fells for fire spurge. Sidra had described it in her ledger. She had found it in a shifting glen, and it grew in the cleft of the rocks. Torin searched fruitlessly. Eventually, Wynne appeared, watching him crawl on his hands and knees. "What do you seek, mortal laird?" she asked, but her voice had turned cold, like frost on the grass. Torin sat on his heels, gazing up at her. "I apologise for my careless words. I don't hold the earth at fault for what's happened, for Sidra's illness. I spoke to Hap in anger." Wynne sighed and repeated, "What do you seek?" "Fire spurge," Torin said. "It grows in one of the glens that shift. Can you guide me to it?" Wynne stared at him for a long, piercing moment. He thought she wouldn't reply, but then she turned and began to walk toward a southern hill, wildflowers blooming in her footsteps. Torin followed. Down they went into a mist-laden valley. Wynne came to a slow halt at the mouth of the glen, furrowed in the valley like a wound. Torin would have never found it on his own. He thanked Wynne, but she remained quiet as she watched him step into the glen. The stone walls, beaded from the mist, rose high on either side of him. His breath echoed in this place, and he shivered, staring up at the rocks that embraced him. The fire spurge's red blooms burned through the fog, drawing his eyes to a cleft. Torin instantly began to climb. He was lost in thoughts of home when his fingers touched the plant. Pain flared, bright and sudden, shooting down his arm to his shoulder. He snatched his hand away, gazing at the angry flush on his palm, the blisters beginning to welt. This was what Sidra had felt for him. This was the pain she had carried to heal him, and Torin's hand shook as he tried again, gritting his teeth against the rays of agony. He tugged the spurge free, feeling as though his hand was being consumed by flames. He swiftly uprooted a second spurge with his other hand. The pain was so overwhelming that he struggled to find his way back down to the ground. Somehow he did, managing to land on his feet. At last, he had the riddle's fire. He returned to his workstation, where the old scorched rock waited with a fresh batch of crushed flowers. Torin knelt, spilling the fire spurge into the grass. He decided he would add only one to the medley and save the second to use in case he had another mishap. Wynne stood nearby, the only witness. Torin wondered where Hap was. Maybe the hill spirit was watching from beneath, but he couldn't worry about his absence. Torin had to wholly focus on what he was doing. He needed to churn up the spurge with blistered hands, and he hesitated a moment, anticipating the pain. Torin winced as he took hold of his makeshift pestle and crushed the spurge as best as he could. The blisters on the heel of his palm threatened to burst. It was complete and utter agony, and he shouted his pain into the mist. "Blood and salt, blood and salt," he repeated to himself, giving his hands a moment to recover before he dipped them into the bucket of seawater. His blisters burned even worse, and he rushed to spill the ocean onto his medley of flowers. There was a rumble beneath him. The scorched stone seemed to groan before it cracked in two, and Torin was once again hurled backwards. He lay in a patch of bracken, blinking the dust from his eyes and staring up at the stars and the sun and the moon. Hands on fire, he laughed, incredulous. He didn't have to look at the stone to know that all his labour had vanished. He had failed again. Chapter 32. Adaira followed a guard through the castle corridors. Mud had dried on her boots and thistledown clung to her dress. Her plaid was wrinkled from being pinned at her shoulder all day, and her breaths were shallow. She was late for her dinner with Murray, and there was no one to blame but herself. She had gotten lost in the wilds on the ride home from visiting Kay at Loch Ivora. The hills and valleys had changed on her, and Adaira had ridden, hour after hour, watching the light wane as her eyes desperately searched for a familiar sign. But without the sun to give her direction, she had been hopelessly lost. It was the first time she had tasted fear in a long while. Bile had crept up her throat, and she had swallowed it down until her stomach churned. An icy bolt had pierced her chest as she struggled to remain calm, continuing to ride over the next hill, then the next, hoping the spirits would release her from their game. Then a mist had rolled in, and Adaira had no choice but to dismount from her horse. She tried to think of what would happen if she never found her way home, if the hills eventually took her as their own, with grass weaving into her hair and wildflowers blooming between her ribs. She envisioned Jack, waiting day after day for her return, Innes riding through the wilds in a fruitless search. Adaira walked the land on foot, her horse trailing behind. She walked until it was almost dark, and only then did the mist melt away, allowing her to behold the glimmering city in the distance. The memory coaxed a shiver from her now as she continued to wend through the castle passageways. "You're home. You're safe," she told herself, but she couldn't ignore the weight of her dread. "Your sword," the guard said to her when they reached a door Adaira had never seen before. "Of course." She had forgotten it was there, belted at her side. She handed it over and tried to brush the thistledown from her clothes. In the end, it didn't really matter, she supposed. This was likely to be the last time she ever spoke with Murray. The guard unlocked the door. Adaira took a final second to compose herself. Then she stepped into a small, firelit room. There was a table set with 2 plates, filled with food that had gone cold. Murray was chained to a chair at one end of the table, waiting for her with an impatient gleam in his eyes. He held his tongue until the guard had shut the door, and they were alone. "Lost in the wilds, sister?" he asked. Adaira resisted the temptation to touch her braid, which was snarled from the wind. "I'm still learning my way around. You shouldn't have waited on me." "If I lose the fight tonight because the food went cold, then I'll know who to blame," he said. Adaira pressed her lips together, but his statement gave her chills. She sat in the chair across from his and studied the pheasant and sliced pears on her plate. She wasn't the least bit hungry. The chains around Murray's wrists clinked as he began to eat. "Tell me where you went," he said between mouthfuls. She saw no point in lying. She met his stare and said, "I went to Loch Evora." He wasn't expecting that. Murray's brows rose, but he swiftly concealed his shock. "I take it you only enjoyed it from a distance, as it's forbidden, locked by enchantment." "I know how to unlock the door." "Ah, and who taught you that, David or Innes?" "David," she said. "Which means it was Innes, as he doesn't do anything without her permission." Adaira was quiet. "What do you think of her?" Murray queried. "Of who?" "Innes." "You don't call her mother or mum?" "No," Murray replied. "She never wanted to be called by such titles." Adaira didn't believe him, and she didn't like the direction their conversation was heading. Talking about Innes made her hands feel clammy, and the nape of her neck tingled in warning. But she smiled, as though she found Murray's remarks amusing. "Do you think she's a good laird?" he pressed. Adaira shrugged. "Yes, considering what I've seen so far." Murray stared at her with thoughtful eyes. "Do you think you could rule better than her?" "Better than her?" Adaira echoed. "I honestly haven't thought much about it, Murray." "Would you want to, though, Cora?" "Would I want to rule the West? No." "Not the West, the East." That brought her up short. She stared at him coldly. "I once did, but no longer. You took that from me." "And what have I helped you regain it?" he said. "At what cost?" He smiled, as if pleased she had known there would be a catch. "You help me overthrow Innes, and I'll help you take the East again. We can rule the Isle, side by side." It took everything within Adaira not to get up and walk out. Instead, she kept her expression smooth and calm, her eyes heavy as if bored. "Oh? And how would we go about overthrowing Innes?" she said. "Well, Ethan poisoning is out of the question. She's been dosing herself for such a long time, it's probably the reason why she's so cold." Murray started to eat, taking his time to explain what he had in mind, which, Adaira sensed, he had all planned out. "I think there's only one way to take her down." "Which is?" Murray glanced up with a half-smile. "A dirk, deep in the side, a cut through her vitals, a slow, painful way to go out." Adaira briefly imagined it. Steel cutting through Innes at her waist, just beneath her plaid. The sound she would make as she dropped to her knees, her blood staining the floor. The image crackled through Adaira like dark ice. She was surprised by how quickly her anger was roused, humming like a kicked hive. But she couldn't let her brother know. "That seems risky, Murray," she said carefully, "given how Innes was able to take you to the ground without any sort of weapon." Murray scoffed, leaning back in his chair. "I let her handle me. But you bring up a valid point, sister. Innes doesn't trust me. She hasn't for years now, and I know that she has no intention of letting me regain my honour and walk free tonight. I know she hopes I'm slain, but if not, she's going to keep me shackled and fighting like Oathbreaker until someone eventually bests me. And I'm not going to sit quietly and rot. I'm not going to let someone take my birthright from me." Adaira shivered. His voice had dropped low, become raspy, but his eyes were feverish, as if he had caught fire. "That's why I need you, Cora," he whispered. "I need you to be the one to stab Innes in the side. She will never expect it from you, which is quite ironic, given you are raised to hate us. But I see the way she looks at you. You are her weakness, the gap in her armour. She sees a shade of herself in you, as well as a gleam of sky. Don't let such love fool you. It'll become a cage, a way to control you, to coerce you to do only the things she wants." Adaira was quiet, but she held her brother's gaze. She didn't know what to say. His words had overwhelmed her. "But if we do this, It needs to be tonight, Cora, Murray continued, drawing hope from her silence. If you are with me, then I need you to give me a sign that you have the courage to betray Innes. When I'm brought out onto the sand, I need you to take a flower from your hair and throw it down to me. To everyone watching, it will seem like a mere gesture of luck, but I will know it means you are ready to rise. When I kill Oathbreaker, I want you to plunge your dirk into Innes's side, then shove her over the balcony. You want me to kill the Laird in a very public spectacle, Adaira said. The clan will only respect you for it. It will also cause chaos, Murray explained, which will enable me to get away. And her guards will kill me instantly. No, they won't. At the very worst, you'll be wounded. You'll most likely be shackled and imprisoned. By then, my men will have rallied and we can liberate you. Adaira closed her eyes and sighed into her palms. This conversation was the last thing she had ever expected. Cora, Murray called her back to the present. Slowly, her hands fell away. She opened her eyes to stare at him. Are you with me? He asked. She already knew her answer. There had never been a moment of doubt, no moment when she needed to consider which path to take. But she didn't want Murray to know it, at least not yet. Give me this evening to think about it, she said. You'll have my answer tonight, when I see you in the arena. In the cold northern wing of the castle, Jack waited for his father in a small, windowless chamber. The simple room had a glazed hearth, a threadbare tapestry on one wall, and a table with 2 straw-backed chairs. Dinner had already been delivered on wooden plates. Roasted pheasant, herb potatoes, spiced pears, carrots in browned butter, and a bannock still warm from the oven. Jack watched the steam rise, trying to temper his expectations. Neil would be arriving any moment, and Jack still wasn't sure what he wanted to say to his father. All he knew was that Innes had given them an hour together, and that the culling would commence close to midnight. The fire in the hearth made the room stiflingly warm, and over its crackling dance, Jack could hear distant footsteps drawing closer, a heavy tread in the corridor, the clang of shackles. Neil was almost here. Jack stood, staring at the door. Arched pale wood, an iron handle shaped like a leafy vine. When it finally creaked opened, he saw a guard, and then Neil appeared, standing on the threshold, grimy from the dungeons. The guards unlocked the manacles on his hands, but they left the ones on his ankles, which would keep him from running should anything dire happen, like an escape attempt. Neil took a stilted step into the room, and the guard shut the door behind him. Jack stared at his father, his heart pounding. He was waiting for eye contact, for a sound of acknowledgement, for anything. But Neil solemnly stared at the floor. His lean and haggard face was set like stone. His auburn hair was bright and tangled, his skin pallid from weeks without sun. He was freckled and scarred and covered with woad tattoos. It was strange to stand in the same room with him. It almost felt like a dream that refused to break. This was the man his mother had loved in secret, the man who had defied his own laird to carry Adaira east, the man from whom his life had come. They were linked together by invisible blood-forged threads, and Jack could nearly feel them tugging on his lungs when he breathed. Does he plan to stand there the entire hour? Jack soon wondered, with a twinge of irritation as the awkward silence stretched on. Why does he refuse to look at me? But then it hit Jack as he watched his father rub the raw places on his wrists. Neil was anxious, ashamed. The last time they had seen each other had been in the arena. "Would you like to sit?" Jack asked, indicating the table. Neil finally glanced up, studying the dinner spread. "You didn't have to go through so much trouble for me." "It's no trouble," Jack said, tamping down his emotions before they warbled his voice. "I wanted to see you again. I wanted to speak with you alone. I wanted to feed you. I wanted to ensure you have the confidence to win tonight." Jack sat down first, hoping if he occupied himself with the food, Neil would feel comfortable enough to join him at the table. Slowly, he did. Jack could see him at the corner of his eye, approaching the table hesitantly, the clink of chains, his long shadow rippling over the floor. At last, Neil reached his chair and sat. "Hand me your plate," Jack said, keeping his eyes averted from his father. He had seen Merrin do this countless times, fixing a plate for someone, keeping her gaze focused wholly on her task. Neil obliged. He took his wooden plate and extended it to Jack. Jack accepted and began to fill the plate with food. He didn't know how well they were feeding Neil in the dungeons, and the last thing Jack wanted was to make him ill on the cusp of a fight. Jack remembered his own time locked in the cell with Thief. The meal that had been delivered was better than what most prisons offered, even though Thief had left only a fraction of it for Jack. "Take this food, and let it strengthen your body," Jack prayed over it. "Let it nourish your soul. Remind your heart of all the good things in life still to come." "Here," he said, and held the plate out to Neil. He continued to avoid eye contact because it seemed to make his father freeze. Neil accepted the plate. "Thank you," he murmured. Jack reached for the pitcher of water. It was still cool from the spring, and he poured them each a cup. Now what did he do? Should he say something? Should he remain silent? Jack took up his fork and began to eat, and Neil mirrored him. But Jack wanted to look at his father. He wanted to look at him closely, to study his face until Jack found all the traces of himself within it. He wanted to ask questions, if only to hear the cadence of his voice, to fill in the gaps of his knowledge, but the moment felt as tenuous as ice in spring. He would have to move slowly, carefully. He didn't need to treat this night as the last time they would ever see each other and speak, even though it very well could be. Jack needed to be confident that he would sit at a table with Neil time and time again, maybe in the west, maybe in the east, maybe in a little cottage on a hill, at Merrin's table, surrounded by the ones he loved most. The image made his eyes sting, and his chest ache, as though a rib had splintered. Jack said, "Did you know mainland fare is quite bland?" He almost felt ridiculous for blurting out such random words, but then he realised that food was the safest thing to talk about, a touchstone for them because they were sharing it. "No," Neil said, his deep voice rising with surprise. "I've never had mainland fare. I ate it for many years when I was at university." So began one of Jack's finest performances, regaling his father with an account of all the food he had once eaten on the mainland. He had never rambled like this before, and his subconscious wanted to flare, mortified. But he quelled it, then found a seamless conversational path from food to music. He told Neil about all the instruments he had handled, and about the harp being the one to call to him. About the music he had composed, and about his progress from reluctant student to dedicated student, to uncertain grouchy teacher, to strict grouchy teacher. Soon, he felt Neil's gaze on his face. His father was staring at him, listening. And yet Jack resisted meeting it. He kept talking about his music, about his harp, about his students, as he scraped the last potato from his plate. Then his account reached the moment when everything had changed, when a letter had arrived, summoning him home. Neil was caught up in the story. He finally asked, "What brought you back to the Isle?" Jack smiled. At last, he lifted his eyes to meet his father's. "Adaira." He didn't know what her name would do once spoken, if it would cast Neil back into his past and make him emotionally retreat again. "You're married to her," Neil surprised Jack by saying. "Yes." "Then I suppose I did do something right, if you've both found happiness with each other." Neil suddenly stood, bumping the table. Jack watched, stunned, when he realised Neil was leaving. He was cutting the dinner short, and Jack panicked. This was not how he wanted their time together to end. There was still more he needed to say, wanted to say, and he rose in a hurry. "Father," he breathed, the word emerging effortlessly as air. "Father, wait." Neil stiffened, but he wheeled about to face Jack. There was a deep crease in his brow and tight lines at the corners of his mouth as though he were in pain. "Why did you want to see me again?" Neil asked tersely. "What could you possibly want with me after the things I've done?" Jack blinked, startled by Neil's bluntness. A flicker of anger warmed his blood, and he was eager to respond to such a ruthless statement. But Jack banked the embers of his ire. "Ever since I was a boy," he began gently, "I've longed to know you. I've longed to see you, to speak your name. And now I finally have the chance, and you ask me why." Neil winced and shut his eyes. "I'm sorry, Jack, but as you'll soon learn, I am not a good man." "You don't have to be a good man," Jack said. "You simply need to be an honest one." His father looked at him again. His eyes were a bloodshot blue, like the summer sky at sunset, and filled with remorse. "Very well," Neil said. "Then let me speak honestly to you. I've stolen, I've lied, I've killed. I'm a coward. I left your mother to raise you and your sister alone. I let her go. I let you go. I let Frey go. I am unworthy of what you hope for me, because I never fought for your mother and you and your sister when I should have." "Then fight for us now," Jack replied sharply. He pounded his chest with his fist, felt the beat move through him. "Let our names be the sword in your hand. Let us be your shield and your armour. Fight for us tonight. Because over the clan line in the shadows of the Aithwood, my mother still waits for you, weaving your story on her loom. My sister longs for you as I once did, wondering where you are, and hoping you will one day knock on the door and proudly claim her. And I would love nothing more than to bore you with mainland stories day after day, and sing for you, until your guilt sheds like old skin and you choose the life you want, not the one you think you deserve." Neil was silent, but tears had gathered in his eyes. "It's too late for that," he whispered in a hoarse voice. "Is it?" Jack countered. "Because I'm here now." Neil held his stare a beat longer before turning away. Jack couldn't move. He couldn't breathe as he watched Neil open the door and politely ask the guards to take him back to the dungeons. The shackles were latched around his wrists as the door closed. Alone, Jack gasped and let down his guard, bowing over in pain. He let his mind dig a trench for his thoughts to pace around and around. Did I say too much? Did I not say enough? He would have to wait for the midnight bell to truly know. On her walk home that afternoon, Frey finally roused her courage to ask Ella the question that had been hounding her like a shadow.
"What if my dad is a Breccan?"
Frey kicked a pebble on the road, keeping her eyes on the ground.
"Would you still want to walk me home?"
Ella was quiet for a moment, but maybe only because the question had taken her by surprise. Frey snuck a glance at her. For the past several days, Ella had walked her home from school, and the boys had not bothered her again. But there were still whispers and pointed glances. A few times during classes, no one had wanted to partner up with Frey.
"If your dad is a Breccan," Ella began to say, "then yes, I'd still walk you home, and I'd still be your friend, Frey. Do you want to know why?"
Frey nodded, but you could feel her face flush, her relief knotted with shame that she even had to ask this question when no other children she knew did.
"Because your heart is good and brave and kind," Ella said. "You are thoughtful and smart, and those are the people who I want to be friends with, not the ones who think they are above everyone else, who scowl and judge things they don't understand and throw mud and have cowardly hearts."
Frey soaked in Ella's words, which were as warm and soft as a plaid, and she suddenly could walk faster, her chin held higher.
"And," Ella added with a mischievous smile, "you make the best berry pies."
Frey giggled.
"You could come over tomorrow after school. I'll show you how to make one." "I'd love that."
They talked about other things, and Frey was shocked by how soon Marin's cottage came into view. Getting home had seemed to take no time at all. She waved goodbye to Ella and walked the path through the tall grass and clusters of wildflowers and bog myrtle. Mirren was waiting for her at the gate as usual, but this time she had a letter in her hand. "Your brother has written us," she said, touching Frey's hair in greeting. "Come, let's read it together." Frey bounded inside, throwing down her satchel of books. She jumped onto the divan and sat, knees pulled up to her chest, as she waited for Mirren to join her. "Boots off the cushion, Frey," Mirren gently chided, and Frey instantly let her feet fall back to the floor. "Would you like to read it, or should I?" Frey thought for a moment. "You can read it, Mum." Mirren smiled and sat beside her. Frey watched, chewing on a hangnail, as her mother broke the seal on the parchment and unfolded it to reveal Jack's handwriting. "Dear Mum and Frey," she began to read, clearing her throat. "I've reached the west safely, although I did have a minor detour. Don't worry, however, I'm with Adaira once more, and I—" Mirren paused to cough. The sound was deep and wet, and she coughed again, covering her mouth with her hand. Frey stiffened. She had noticed her mother coughing more lately. She had also noticed that Mirren was weaving at a slower pace. As a result, she needed to work longer to complete a plaid. Not many people were commissioning her these days, although the ones who did came at night, as if they didn't want to be seen knocking on her door. "Perhaps you can read it to me, Frey," Mirren whispered. Frey nodded and took the letter, but she saw her mother discreetly wiping blood from her fingers. Her face had gone pale, as if something had broken within her. Frey pretended not to notice, because Mirren didn't want her to know. But anxiety chilled Frey and made her stumble over the words of Jack's letter. "Come home, Jack," Frey wanted to beg him when she reached the end. "Please, come home." Chapter 33. Jack was the first to return to the bedroom. Adaira was still with Murray, and the chamber was quiet, tinged with blue evening light. Jack stood numbly before the hearth, watching the light gradually fade as the sun set. He relived his conversation with Neil over and over until he felt bruised. It was almost dark when he moved to throw another stack of peat on the fire and light the candles scattered throughout the room. He stared at the dancing flames until his sight grew speckled, and he closed his eyes, knowing only a few more hours remained until the culling. He needed a distraction. Sitting at Adaira's desk, Jack glanced over Egan's composition again. Poring over the music made Jack want to write his own, to turn those sinister notes from cold ash into fire. He opened a drawer, seeking fresh parchment. What he found was a letter, addressed to him. Frowning, Jack drew it from the shadows. He recognised Adaira's handwriting, and his heart leapt in response, as it always seemed to do where she was concerned. Studying the parchment, he realised that she had written him a letter that she never sent. He opened the seal and unfolded it. His swift-beating heart went completely still as he read her words. "My old menace. Tonight, I write my mind and my heart into this letter, because I will never send it. There is heady power in such a thing. I'm learning to write without constraints, to write what you truly feel, to turn a memory immortal into ink and paper and the unique slant of your hand. Tonight, I heard you sing for me. I heard you play for me. And you will never know how much I needed your music. How desperate I was to hear your voice over kilometres of mist and rocks and bracken and barrenness. You will never know, because I cannot bear to tell you, so I will tell it to the paper here instead. I drank poison tonight, and it turned me into frost and ice. I drank poison, and at first I felt like I was made of iron and confidence and all the sharp edges of the realm, until I wasn't. And I writhed on the floor of my room with blood-spun jewels in my hair. I writhed and I wept, and I have never felt such pain. The pain of loneliness, of emptiness, of grief. The pain of a poison I shouldn't have drunk. It was so heavy within me I could hardly crawl. But then, Your music found me on the floor. Your words found me at my weakest, at my darkest hour. You reminded me to breathe, to inhale, to exhale. You reminded me of all the gleaming moments we shared, even if it had just been for a season. You reminded me of what could still be if I was brave enough to reach out and claim it. And I would tell you to sing up 100 storms, if only to hear such beauty and truth again, to feel it settle in my bones and warm my blood, to know it is mine and mine alone to claim. I love you more than these humble words and this everlasting ink can say. I love you, Jack. A. The words began to swim on the page. Jack blinked away his tears, but a sound escaped him, a sound of overwhelming relief and astonishment. To see her words, to feel them unfold within his chest like wings. He stood, her letter still clutched in his fingers. Through the haze of his tears, he looked at the floor, imagining her writhing and in pain. Why had she taken poison? The mere image brought him to his knees. He crawled closer to the hearth and lay down. He sprawled on his back, overwhelmed by all that was good and all that was uncertain, all that the night still promised to bring. Jack stared up at the ceiling. He relived her words 100 times. When Adaira returned to her bedroom, the last thing she expected to find was Jack lying on her floor. A searing bolt of panic went through her, making her forget all about Murray and the plot to assassinate Innes, until Jack raised his head, saying, "I'm all right. Come lie down with me. The view is impeccable from here." Adaira locked the door, brow arched. "And what view is that, Bard?" "You have to come closer to see it, Adaira." She did, easing down beside him on the rug. That was when she saw the letter on the floor, her dark inked words on parchment. The pinch of concern she felt was quickly overruled by relief. She sank fully to the floor at his side, staring up at the rafters. "You're reading my post, I see." "A post addressed to me?" Jack was swift to retort. A lull came between them. It wasn't uncomfortable, but Adaira could only wonder about Jack's inner thoughts, about what her words might have roused in him. Sometimes he was still difficult for her to read. He turned on his side to look at her, his hand fanning over her stomach. "Why did you take the poison?" he asked softly. Adaira sighed. "At the time, I took it because I needed to have a place at the nobles' table. I wanted to prevent another raid, because I believed it would spark a war between the two clans. But now, I think I took it because I was desperate to show my mother that I have a place here, that I am strong enough to thrive among the Breccans, even poisoned." Jack was quiet, listening as she began to tell him everything. About Skye, about the dual effects of Aethan-laced blood, about Innes's worry that Adaira was fated to suffer the same painful death as her younger sister. "There's a good chance Innes will ask me to dose myself again soon," Adaira said. "She might even ask it of you, Jack." He was quiet, but his hand moved along her ribs, coming to rest over her heart. "I won't be able to take it." "Why?" "Because I need to be able to play my harp and sing at a moment's notice. It would be foolish of me to ingest something that would prevent me from doing that." "You plan to play, even though my mother forbids it?" Jack's hand drifted from her heart down to her ribs again, as if measuring her breaths. "Yes, when the time comes. It could be an hour, a day, a month from now." He paused, watching her. "Do you want to take the poison again?" "I don't know," she replied honestly. She worried that he might press her about the matter, and she was about to ask him how his dinner with Neil went when he spoke. "You and I have faced many things alone," Jack murmured. "Between the mainland and the Isle, the East and the West, we've carried our troubles in solitude, as if it were weakness to share one's burdens with another. But I am with you now. I am yours, and I want you to lay your burdens down on me, Adaira." She could hardly breathe, listening to his words. She turned to face him, and his arm came around her, strong and possessive. She savoured his warmth as he held her tight against him. Adaira remembered being lost earlier that day, wandering the wilds. If she had never come home, if the land had devoured her whole and stolen this moment from her, she would have perished from regret. She would have fallen apart, thinking of all the things she had wanted to say and do, and yet had not, for reasons that felt tangled as vines within her. But she sensed that her reticence stemmed from her pride, hammered into steel, and the duty she had been raised to uphold, to faithfully guard herself and appear invincible, as a laird had no other choice but to be. "I don't need autumn, or winter, or spring," Adaira said, letting the words bloom. "I want you eternally. Will you take the blood vow with me, Jack?" He was silent, but his dark eyes glittered in the firelight. Adaira's pulse was thick in her throat when he reached down to unsheath the dirk at his belt, his old truth blade. They had once cut themselves with it, baring their hearts to each other. Adaira still had that faint scar on her palm, and she shivered as Jack sat forward, drawing her up with him. "I thought you'd never ask, Adaira," she countered with a sharp smile. "Is that a yes, Bard?" "Yes." She shifted to her knees, realising she should have planned this moment with more intention. They had no strip of plaid to bind their bloodied palms. There was no one to oversee their vows. There was no one but themselves, the fire burning in the hearth, and Jack's truth blade. And yet it felt right. It felt as if they were always supposed to be here, on their knees, facing each other, alone save for the flames. Jack went first, drawing the blade over his palm. "Bone of my bone," he said as his blood welled. "Flesh of my flesh. Blood of my blood." Adaira took the dirk's hilt when he offered it, then did as he had done. The blade reflected the firelight and a fleeting glimpse of her face as she cut her palm, repeating the words back to him. "Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood." She laid her scored palm against his, and their fingers intertwined. They remained like that for a few moments, on their knees, their hands fastened, their mingled blood dripping to the floor. Adaira could feel the enchanted bite of the wound, how it swiftly began to mend. It would leave a cold trace of a scar behind, for which she was glad. She wanted to remember this night, to feel its ridges on her palm, to remember how simple and true it was, how Jack looked at her. She had never seen such hunger in his eyes before, and it made her blood sing. "I want to feel your skin against mine," she whispered. "I don't want anything between us." "Then undress me, heiress," he said. She unwound her fingers from his. She unbuckled his belt, pulled away his tunic, unlaced his boots. She laid him bare on her floor, and she shivered when she felt his hands begin to loosen the stays of her dress, when he drew away her raiment until she wore nothing but firelight on her skin. Only days ago she had lain on this floor, alone and poisoned and writhing, weeping into her hands. Only days ago she had been uncertain and quiet and riddled with doubt. She had not known her place then, but she would carve it into stone now. She would find it in the stars when the clouds broke. She would trace it in the lines on Jack's palms, in the cold echo of his scar, in the taste of his mouth. Adaira sighed as she took Jack deep inside her. She mouthed and breathed and closed her eyes, feeling his hands on her waist, the floor bruising her knees. She had never felt more alive, and she wanted to chase that fire. "Adaira," he whispered. She opened her eyes to see he was watching her, as if he wanted to memorize her, gleaming, gasping. When he breathed, she exhaled, as if they were passing the same air between them. He moved with her, his nails biting into her skin as though to claim her, to mark her. A desperate expression was on his face, and Adaira knew he was unguarded. She was seeing him whole, down to his very heart. She let him see the same in her, the hunger, the longing, the scars, the words she wrote but never sent, the shape of her soul that didn't seem to fit anywhere. For once, she wasn't afraid to surrender those pieces of herself, to let them twine with Jack. She let them all go because he was her home, her shelter, her endless fire burning through the dark. Chapter 34. When the night passed into its oldest hour, the Breccan clan gathered quietly in the arena stands. Adaira stood on the balcony, watching them come by torchlight. A plaid was wrapped around her shoulders to ward off the chill, and a thistle bloom was tucked into her braided crown. Her eyes drifted down to the freshly raked sand, through the mist spinning in the air. She felt Jack touch the small of her back. A few hours earlier, they had lain entwined on the floor, covered in a blanket, and sharing news of how their dinners had gone. Jack had been shocked by what transpired between her and Murray. She had been saddened by how his brief time with his father went. She didn't know what she would say to Jack if Neil was defeated. Trying to imagine it, to prepare herself for such an outcome, made her feel weary, as though years had passed in a single evening. What can I say? What can I do? Those questions echoed through her. Her inability to interfere with the culling should it veer the wrong way kindled her anxieties, for Neil, and also for Jack. But deep inside she harboured a spark of hope. She hoped the stories Jack had told Neil, the words he had said to him, would carry his father through one more fight. Just before the bell chimed midnight, Innes joined them on the balcony. The laird sat in one of the chairs and crossed her legs, fingers laced together on her lap. She wore her circlet, her plaid and her sword, and she appeared calm and poised when Adaira glanced over her shoulder at her. She looked as if this were any other night, not the night destined to rend her heart, no matter the outcome. Either she would lose Murray and be honour-bound to pardon the man who had stolen her daughter, or she would be compelled to keep her son imprisoned in the dungeons. When Innes met her gaze, Murray's words rolled through Adaira's memory again. "You are her weakness, the gap in her armour." She didn't know if she could believe her brother. If that were so, wouldn't Innes uproot such a weakness? As a laird, she raided and she fought, and she imbibed poison, and she only relaxed in the presence of those she trusted most, the number of whom could be counted on one hand. She had maintained her rulership year after year through nothing but her own prowess, and no one seemed strong enough to overturn her. No one, save for Adaira, should she plunge a dirk into her mother's side. Murray was right about one thing. Innes would never suspect such a betrayal. She would never see it coming, and yet every time Adaira imagined what it would feel like to give her mother a mortal wound, to see the light in Innes's eyes dim as she bled out, she felt a chasm in her chest that devoured all the warmth in her. She returned her attention to the ring. If Murray did fall that night, then who would inherit the West when Innes was gone? The clan seemed to be hungry for an answer to that question, as the arena could hardly hold them all. They stood in clusters at the very back, gathered on the stairs, crowded each other on the benches. Even children were present, sitting on their parents' laps, blinking sleep from their eyes. The wind began to blow from the east, melting the eddies of mist. The clouds broke overhead, revealing a host of constellations that burned like jewels in the cloak of night. It was just as Innes once said. The clouds always parted for the culling, and a stream of curious moonlight cast the arena in silver. Godfrey appeared, welcoming the clan with his booming voice and high energy. Adaira wasn't listening to his introduction, though, because her eyes were on the arena doors, the ones that opened to the dungeon passage. She reached out and found Jack's hand. His fingers felt cold as midwinter. Neither of them would be able to sit for this fight, and they remained standing at the balustrade, side by side, mist shining in their hair, waiting. The iron-webbed doors creaked open. Neil arrived first, his shoulders hunched and his feet dragging over the sand. He wore a tunic, a scuffed breastplate, and tattered boots. He was staring at the ground as if he was afraid to look up, to lift his eyes and behold Jack on the balcony. The guards brought him to a rough halt in the centre of the ring, where they unshackled his wrists and ankles. Only when they handed him a dented helm and a sword did he glance upwards. He looked directly at his son. Adaira felt Jack's fingers tighten around hers. She knew his heart was racing, that he was struggling to breathe through the worry and the fear. Then Neil bowed his head. Adaira didn't know what that meant, a sign of resignation or a vow to fight. She didn't think Jack knew either, because she felt a tremor run through him. Neil slid on his helm. His sad countenance and shock of auburn hair were now hidden as he waited for his opponent, sword in hand. Adaira wondered if that was the last time she would ever see his face, living and hale, his eyes gleaming with life. The doors opened again. Murray was ushered into the arena. He arrived with his chin tilted upwards in pride, a skewed smile on his face, his blonde hair braided away from his eyes. He wore a brand-new breastplate, not a scuff marred the leather, and his boots looked freshly tanned as well. The guards escorted him to the centre of the arena, a few paces to the left of Neil, and they unshackled him. They gave Murray a polished helm and a sword whose blade burned brightly as if it had just come from the forge. Adaira felt a shadow creep over her. It was apparent that the dungeon keeper and the guards favoured Murray. They had given him the best the armoury had to offer, while giving Neil the battered, dull-edged scraps. This didn't feel like a fair fight, and she ground her teeth, wondering if she should say something. Jack must have read her mind, because he squeezed her hand, drawing her attention. "Don't," his eyes said. Adaira sighed, but she knew what he had inferred. This fight, whose roots were tangled and deep far beneath Jack and Adaira, had been destined. They had taken the opportunity during their 2 dinners to sway or to make amends, but now the outcome was up to the swords and the men who held them. She felt someone staring at her. Adaira's attention returned to the ring. Murray was watching her intently, waiting for her sign. The helm was in the crook of his arm, the sword in his right hand. Godfrey was rambling on, talking about crimes and punishment and honour and bloodshed. But in that moment, it was only Adaira and Murray. This was the minute that could change everything, a fracture of time that sat like a blade in Adaira's hands, a snarl in a tapestry waiting for a tug to unravel it. She bit the inside of her lip. Her mind was spinning, anticipating all the ways this night could move forward. But there had never been a question of what she would do, and she stared impassively at her brother. The thistle remained untouched in her hair. She watched as the realization struck him. She wasn't going to turn against Innes. She wasn't going to dance to his ploys. An ugly expression twisted Murray's pale face just before he slid his helm over it. Murray took the first cut, as Jack knew he would. Neil blocked it, but didn't seem eager to counter. No, his father remained on the defence, letting Murray lunge and cut and spin around him, seeking his weaker side. This wasn't how Neil had fought Jack in the arena. Neil had been fierce from the beginning, a strong contender who knew exactly what he wanted and how to obtain it. He had craved victory, as Murray did now. The heir fought as if the only thing that mattered was to win, to carve a way out of the arena. Jack began to feel incredibly nervous. He watched his father, whose moves were smooth yet submissive. Neil was merely reacting, and Jack wondered why. Why aren't you fighting back? Why aren't you countering him? He thought that Neil might be hesitant to kill the Laird's heir, especially given his history with Innes. Jack grimaced. He should have mentioned at dinner that Innes wanted Murray to die. Neil stumbled. Jack froze in horror as his father sprawled on the sand. It was over. He hadn't fought back at all. He had simply been biding his time, allowing Murray to show off his skills. Jack closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to watch this, even if he had agreed to be the Tamerlaines' representative. He couldn't witness his father's last moments. Jack remembered how it had felt to be lying on the sand with hundreds of eyes on him. The helpless, vulnerable feeling that had turned his fear into lead, making it difficult to move. Jack inhaled deeply, his pulse throbbing in his ears. He could feel icy sweat trail down his spine. He waited to hear Murray's sword meet flesh, the sound of steel splintering bone and the splatter of blood. He waited to hear the end come, but there was only a hiss and a gasp, the sound of surprise blooming in the crowd. His eyes flew open, just in time to see Neil roll across the sand, evading Murray's dramatic swing. "Let our names be the sword in your hand." Neil rose. He took a broad cut at Murray. Their swords met and held. They seemed locked together, and Jack wondered if they were speaking through their helms. Whatever they said must have been tense. Neil slung Murray back with a powerful sweep of his blade. "Let us be your shield and your armour." Murray teetered for a moment. He found his balance again, but hardly had a second to breathe. Neil was coming for him like a storm, gathering up wind and debris. He knew all of Murray's cuts and favoured movements now, having seen them all at the beginning, when he had parried one after the next, when Jack had believed his father would go down without a fight. "Fight for us tonight." It seemed dangerous to hope that his words had found their mark, to believe that Neil had listened and was envisioning a life beyond the arena, a life in which his guilt and his past would be gradually peeled away like calloused skin. A gentle but quiet life he could build with Mirren, with Frey, with Jack. And yet, how was such a life possible as long as the clan line still divided them? Adaira's fingers tightened around his. Jack narrowed his attention. Murray looked angry and was fighting like a cornered dog, but Neil anticipated his every move. He was older, stronger, emotionless. With one fluid motion, he disarmed the Western air. Murray was visibly stunned. His chest heaved beneath his armour as he held up his hands. He dashed to the side, hoping to recover his sword, but Neil came between him and the fallen blade. Neil ripped off Murray's helm and held the sword to his exposed throat. Any deeper, and it would nick a vital vein, and the spar would end. Neil looked to the balcony, where Innes had risen, moving to stand at Adaira's side. He was waiting for her permission to kill her son. Jack had to lean on the balustrade, suddenly worried the laird would recant. Innes stared down at them. The marks in the sand, the sword that reflected the stars, Murray's flushed cheeks and wide, desperate eyes. Innes sighed, a sound woven with years of bitter sadness, the very heart of defeat. But at last, she nodded. Murray startled, his face crumpling in fear. "Mother!" It was his last word. Neil drew his sword over Murray's throat, slicing it open. His blood cascaded, staining his armour, dripping onto the sand. He gasped and fell forward, dying in a puddle of his blood. The Western air was dead. The Breccan clan was silent as they watched Neil remove his helm and kneel before Innes. "You have regained your honour, Neil Breccan," she said, her voice carrying throughout the arena, deep and strong, as if she had not just lost her son. "The sword has spoken for you, and you are absolved of your crimes. You may walk freely amongst the clan once more, for the spirits have found you worthy of life." Neil bowed his head, his lank copper hair dangling in his eyes. Around him, the torch fire flickered as the wind began to blow. Shadows crept long and thin over the sand. The clouds knit themselves back together overhead, swallowing the stars and the moon. The mist descended, gathering like dew on hair and shoulders and plaids. The clan began to leave, dismissed. Jack couldn't move. He stared at Neil, watching him rise. He thought his father would glance his way, but Neil unbuckled his breastplate and let it fall. He left his armour and sword on the ground beside Murray, then fled through one of the arena doors. "I need to speak with him," Jack murmured to Adaira. She said nothing, but her cheeks were rosy, her eyes gleaming. She let her fingers unwind from his as he turned. Innes had already departed, slipping away without a sound. Jack hurried through the castle corridors, his heart striking against his breast. He got turned around twice and had to backtrack, but he eventually found his way to the courtyard. It was teeming with people heading home, and Jack felt caught up in a river as he frantically searched for Neil. There was no sign of him. Eventually, Jack had no choice but to wend his way through a gap in the crowd beside a forge that was boarded up for the night. He stood in the shadows, absently gazing at the Breccans as they filed through the courtyard. "If you're looking for your father," said a voice, "then you won't find him here." Jack jumped, glancing to his left. It was David Breccan, standing 4 paces away and leaning against the stone wall. "Did you see him?" Jack said. "Not me, but the guards at the gate did," David replied, indicating the raised portcullis. "He was the first one to walk across the bridge." Jack dwelled on those words until they burned like salt in a wound. He didn't know what it meant that his father hadn't wanted to see or speak with him. Maybe Jack had been wrong to assume Neil would want to build a new life with him in it. Maybe he just wanted to be left alone to live in peace. Jack stared into the mist. Somewhere, his father was walking the hills in the dark, alone, but free. And there was only one place he would go. Home, to his cottage in the woods. Chapter 35. Torin went home. Not to the cottage that he had once built with Donella and then made into a refuge with Sidra. He walked through those empty stone walls and ascended the heather-clad hill to his father's house and lands, the croft he had grown up on. He paused in the kale yard. Once he had seen a glamour every time he came here, but his eyes had been closed then. He had seen nothing but disrepair and neglect in Graham's garden and cottage, and the sight had annoyed Torin. But now he saw the life dwelling beneath the magic, incandescent with goodness. The many threads that came together, all playing their part to make the whole. He knelt in the dirt. The yard spirits were young and shy, but the longer he remained among them, the bolder they became. Vines and flowers and weeds and blossoms and stones, their blinking eyes brimming with curiosity. Torin wasn't sure how much time passed. There was no way to truly measure it in the spirit's domain. But eventually, a child made of vines drew close to him. The spirit reached out a small woven hand and touched Torin's forearm, a soft touch to break his reveries. He tried to give the vine child a smile, but there was no joy in him that he could offer.
"Try again,"
said the vine child. Torin shook his head, too weary to even speak.
"Try again,"
the child persisted in a sweet, hopeful voice. Torin didn't want to try. The blisters on his hands were still ripe, and he had never felt so lonely and afraid in all his life. Not even when Donella died. Not even when his mother abandoned him decades ago. Torin had been only 6 years old, but he remembered how he had struggled to understand her sudden absence, how he had waited at the door for her to return. It was quiet in the garden, and Torin thought he would sink down into the earth from the countless woes he carried. But he soon heard Graham. His father was singing inside the cottage. His voice, strong and deep, was escaping through the cracked window, and it prompted Torin to rise. He walked to the window and gazed into the cottage. He could faintly discern his father through the cracked shutter, sitting at his kitchen table, singing as he worked on a new ship in a bottle. It was an old ballad, but one that Graham and Torin had once sung together when Torin was a lad. "It makes the work pass by much faster if you sing," his father had said, as they repaired the cottage, as they tilled the garden, as they cooked their dinner, as they patched the holes in their garments. It was work that Graham did as both mother and father, keeping Torin's childhood days steady and predictable. Torin watched Graham for a while, comforted. When he turned back to face the garden, he saw that a flat stone had been suspiciously set in his path. It had a hollow centre, as if rain had dripped on it for years, wearing down its heart. A perfect place for him to crush herbs. "Thank you," Torin murmured to the yard, returning to his knees. He reached for the flowers in his pockets and spread them into an arc before him. He felt as if he had everything he needed, and yet he was still nagged by a sense of inadequacy. He began to hum in tune with Graham, placing the 2 sisters, Orenna and Wynne, on the stone. Next, the last white flower of the west and the fire spurge of the east. He used all the blooms, saving none for later should he fail a third time. He took up a smaller stone and began to crush the plants. The blisters on his palms protested so vibrantly that Torin felt his temples throb. But he kept working, swallowing the pain. One by one, the blisters burst. A groan slid through his teeth. Soon his palms were slick, and he couldn't find the strength to continue humming his father's song. Falling silent, Torin studied his hands and found they were bleeding. Blood, bright as summer wine, trickled from his fingers down into the poultice he was churning, drop after drop, until the pulp in the rock had turned crimson. He thought of Sidra, and ached when he imagined her waiting for him to return as the seasons continued to pass and the constellations continued to cycle. Soon she would grow weary of her cold weight. She would continue to lead the clan, far better than he ever could, healing those in need and raising his children, and perhaps even coming to love another, until she at last turned to dust in the ground. Torin thought about all the days he had squandered, all the moments he had let pass by. If he found a way home, then he would never waste another day, another hour, another minute with those he loved. He wouldn't complain about leading the clan. He wouldn't resist visiting his father. In fact, Torin would bring Sidra and Maisie here to Graham's as soon as he could, and they would sit in the sunlit garden and eat oatcakes and laugh at old stories. He began to weep. Bowed over the stone, Torin stopped crushing the remedy. The sobs tore through him, emerging from that deep, lonely cavern in his chest. The broken place he had hidden for years, fearful of acknowledging the damage that dwelled in him. But it was there, and he felt its jagged fragments. His tears cut paths through his beard. They dripped off his chin and landed on his hands and on the stone, hissing like rain as they melded with his blood and the flowers of the isle. Torin could hardly see, but he continued to mix everything together until all he saw was his blood and the salt of his tears and his many, many regrets. The pain in his hands finally caught up to him, eclipsing his inner turmoil. He dropped his makeshift pestle. Torin closed his eyes and lay face down in the garden, letting his exhaustion drag him into a world where there was nothing but darkness and stars. Sidra rode along the northern road, heading west. She took Blair and 3 other guards with her, her healing records, and a chest full of eastern herbs and the remedies she had created, as well as a gift for her enemies, a sack of golden oats, a jar of honey with the comb, and a bottle of wine. Everything felt uncertain, and yet when Sidra had readied herself that morning, she had never been more at peace. She wore the raiment of a laird, a vermilion tunic, a leather jerkin stitched with silver thread, vambraces on her forearms, and tall hide boots that concealed the blight, which had nearly reached her knee. She draped the enchanted green plaid that Torin had commissioned across her chest in place of armour, holding the wool in place at her shoulder with a brooch in the shape of a leaping deer with a ruby in its eye. She stood before her mirror, gazing at herself as if she were a stranger, but someone she deeply admired. She braided portions of her long black hair before setting a silver circlet across her brow. Torin had the signet ring, but when the Breccans looked upon her, they would know who and what she was. Lastly, she belted a broadsword to her waist. Sidra had never worn a sword sheathed at her side. The only blade she had ever carried had been her foraging knife and the occasional dirk. But carrying the sword had been one of Yvain's conditions. She could go to the west for 5 days, and 5 days only, and she could take a small gift of provisions. She could stay with the Breccans under Adaira's protection, and she could share whatever knowledge she had learned to aid the West in the battle with the Blight. She could do all of these things so long as she had her guards accompany her, and she remained armed at all times. Sidra had acquiesced. Once she was prepared to ride, she had seen to the final and most important of her preparations. Sidra had placed Maisie in the saddle and set off to deliver her daughter to Graham. Torin's father stood in the yard and watched Sidra and Maisie crest the hill on foot. Maisie squealed with excitement at the sight of her grandfather, and Sidra smiled, even though she felt an ache in her chest. She let her daughter's small hands slip from her own. Graham reached out to scoop Maisie into his arms. "Now who is this young lass? I don't know if I've ever seen you before." Maisie giggled at his teasing, wrapping her arms around his neck.
"It's me, Granda. Maisie."
"Ah, Maisie. Yes, one of the bravest girls in all the East. I've heard stories about you," Graham said with a wink, before glancing at Sidra. Sidra stood in the garden, the wind teasing her hair. She noticed the awe in Graham's expression as he beheld her, as well as a spark of worry when he noted that she was dressed for war. "Remember what I told you, Maisie?" Sidra said to her daughter, holding up her hand to count on her fingers. "I'll be away for 5 sunrises and 5 sunsets, and then I'll return. Be good for your Granda." Maisie nodded, and Graham set her down on the stone pathway. "I've got some oatcakes on the griddle, and Tabitha needs to be brushed. Do you want to go on in and help me, lass?" Maisie smiled and darted inside. Knowing that Maisie felt secure and safe enough to not worry about her mother's absence made Sidra feel weak in the knees. It was a small but comforting mercy, and Sidra was still gazing at the open doorway when Graham stepped closer. He stumbled over a stone set in the middle of the garden path, and Sidra reached out to steady him. "That's a strange place to put a stone, Da," she mused, studying the odd rock. It looked worn down in its heart. "Aye, and I've never seen it before today," Graham replied, scratching his beard. "The spirits must be afoot." His attention shifted back to Sidra. He sighed and whispered, "You're going west, then?" "Yes," she replied. "Thank you for watching, Maisie. I should be back soon." She didn't say that if something befell her, Graham would need to raise Maisie to be the next Laird. She didn't say that there was a small bit of doubt in her stomach about crossing the clan line. That for the first time in her life, she had no inkling of what was going to happen, whether something good or terrible awaited her. Graham saw these doubts in her eyes. Tenderly, he framed her face in his hands. "May you be strong and courageous," he said. "May your enemies kneel before you. May you find the answers you seek. May you be victorious and spirits blessed, and may peace follow as your shadow." Sidra knew the ancient blessing was spoken to a laird when conflict was imminent. The words gripped her now, settling into her bones. And yet she felt steadier the longer she dwelled on them. Weeks ago, she would have never believed she would be standing in such a moment, and she would have blamed it on a cruel twist of fate. But now she thought that perhaps she was always destined to be here. All those hours devoted to gardening beside her nan, learning the secrets of herbs. All those hours she had spent alone on the hills, gazing up at the stars and thinking of where she wanted to go and who she wanted to become. "You were always meant to be here," a voice whispered in her mind. Graham kissed her brow and released her. Sidra turned away before he could see the tears in her eyes. She didn't look back as she descended the hill and went to her horse, waiting on the road with the guards. She grimaced as she mounted, the pain in her foot stealing her breath. Her limp was more pronounced now, and she had decided to finally confide in Blair. The guard now held her secret as if it were his own, but soon her affliction would come to light. She only hoped that would happen after her visit to the west. As Sidra approached the clan line, she dwelled on Graham's benediction, clinging to the reassurance of those ancient words. She was almost there, even though her horse had slowed from a canter to a trot, and then at last to a walk. Her heart was pounding, churning anxious heat into her blood. She saw the northern signpost, weathered with age, and the weeds that bloomed between the trees. She saw the road curve and then dip, as if surrendering to the west, and Sidra drew her horse to a halt. A host of Breccans were waiting to greet them, blue plaids at their chests and neutral expressions on their faces. Spangles of sunlight danced over their hair, blonde and brown and auburn and black, and the intricate woad tattoos on their skin. But Sidra saw only Adaira, standing at the forefront, waiting for her. Sidra slid from her horse. She hit the hard-packed ground with a jar to her ankles, but the pain in her leg was a mere memory as she strode for Adaira. There was a moment when Sidra wasn't sure if she would chuckle with joy or weep in relief as her heart overflowed with emotions. She crossed the clan line and entered the west without fear, as if she had done so 100 times before. She stepped into Adaira's fierce embrace. They greeted each other breathlessly, as though time had never come between them, and they laughed into each other's hair. Torin didn't know what woke him until his name cut through the darkness. "Torin!" He opened his eyes and was greeted by the loam. Dirt was in his mouth and grass was in his beard. He groaned and slowly pushed himself up to his aching knees. "Torin!" He blinked away the blurriness, recognizing the voice that had roused him. Hap sat nearby, cross-legged and bright-eyed. "Hap," said Torin, surprised by how rough-hewn his voice was. "I think I missed you." Hap only smiled. That was when Torin realized that Graham's killyard was teeming with earth spirits. They crowded the small garden, brimming with wonder and joy. Torin could nearly taste it when he breathed. The scent of the earth after a summer rain, the nectar of the flowers, the dew on the grass. "Why have you come to me?" he asked, overwhelmed by their presence. "Look behind you," Hap said. Torin turned to see the stone with a hollow heart. At first, he didn't understand what he was beholding. Where once there had been blood and flowers and his anguish, there was now something else, something smooth and bright and cold. The blight's remedy shone on the rock with all the radiance of the moon. Part 4. A Song for Wildfire. Chapter 36. Sidra stood beside David Breccan at his work table, studying his leather-bound herbarium. She was impressed with his records, including the plant cuttings he had pressed and fastened to the pages. Some she recognized and knew well, others were a mystery to her. "May I?" she asked, and when he nodded, she carefully began to leaf through the pages. She stopped when she saw a small white flower, gleaming faintly of gold, attached to the parchment. An enchanted blossom, Sidra knew. Beneath it, David had written its name, Athen. Sidra paused, her memory drawing deep. She was familiar with this western flower. The first and only time she had heard its name, she had been sitting in the dungeons of Castle Sloane, speaking with Murray. "There's no countermeasure, no antidote for Athen, but it turns spilled blood into jewels." This was the poisonous blossom that had killed Skye, the youngest daughter of the laird. "You're familiar with Athen?" David asked, noticing her pause. "It doesn't grow in the east," Sidra replied, "but yes, I've heard of it." She didn't offer up how she had that knowledge. Adaira had told her Murray Breccan was now dead, slain the night before at the culling. Sidra wanted to be careful in what she said, as well as in what she didn't say while she was in the western holding. Speaking Murray's name now, or even Skye's, might open a wound that Sidra wouldn't be able to close. As if sensing her thread of thought, Blair shifted closer to her. He had become her shadow and had yet to utter a single word since crossing over into the west. But Sidra could tell how tense he was, as were her other 3 guards. They were the finest warriors the East had to offer, personally chosen by Yvain, and yet they had never been in this situation, walking the west openly and brushing shoulders with Breccans. It was odd, even to Sidra. Instinct told her to prepare for a trap, given the history between the Tamerlaines and the Breccans. Despite her hopefulness, she hadn't been able to snuff out such sinister thoughts on the ride in. Was that flock of sheep they passed on the road stolen from the east? Had the guards they saw at the city gates crossed the clan line in raids before? Was the portcullis, the only way in and out of the castle, going to drop and hold, keeping Sidra and her guards locked inside? Sidra inwardly shook herself. She couldn't allow herself to dwell on such thoughts, not if she wanted to make the most of her time here and collaborate with David. Adaira reached for a bottle of dried herbs on the table. She also had remained close to Sidra's side, and it was her presence alone that enabled Sidra to extend her trust. "Do you think the blight's remedy might be made by combining two plants?" Adaira asked. "Something that grows in the west with something that blooms in the east?" "I confess that possibility has crossed my mind a few times," Sidra replied. She glanced at David, who was staring down at the aethan bloom on the page. The laird's consort wasn't what she had expected. He was handsome in a rugged, almost faded way, lean and graceful, soft-spoken and reserved. But then again, her mind had built up quite a few assumptions about the Breccans, their land, and their holding. "What grows in the east that we don't have here?" David asked. Sidra gently turned the page. "I'm not sure yet, but your herbarium will cast some light on that question." And it was going to take some time. Eventually, David called for some tea and cherry biscuits, and he and Adaira and Sidra sat at the table while Sidra continued to leaf through his collections. She had handed over her remedy recipes and all the tonics and salves from her attempts to heal the blight, and she watched from the corner of her eye as David studied her recordings, his brow furrowed. She had noticed that he wore gloves on his hands. When she saw him at the clan line, she had thought they were riding gloves. He had failed to remove them after they arrived at the castle, however, and while it was none of her business, she suspected she knew why. She had an easier time hiding the blight on her foot and leg, beneath boots and dresses and stockings. But if the blight had been on her hands, she too would have had no choice but to wear gloves. If the laird's consort was blighted, it suddenly made sense why the Breccans were eager to have her visit. "May I ask how many of your people are sick?" Sidra asked. David hesitated a beat, as if he didn't want to reveal this number to her. But he must have come to the same realization she had. If they were going to truly work together and solve this problem, they needed to be honest with each other. 34, last I counted, he said, although there could always be more. I found that people are ashamed to reveal it. Yes, Sidra thought. It seemed that some of the blight's side effects couldn't be seen, but were felt. Fear, anxiety, shame, denial and desperation. "What of your clan?" David asked. "How many have fallen ill on your side?" 15 that I know of, Sidra replied. How that number stuck in her throat. It was wild how easily people were becoming infected, even knowing of the dangers and avoiding them as best as they could. She thought back to when her own infection had begun. She had been so careful, but still wound up stepping on rotten fruit. "I see here that you've tried spindlefell, primrose, nettles and periwinkle as a salve for pain in the infected area," David said, pointing to one of her recipes. "I've attempted the very same, and I found that adding a bit of juniper to the mix helps tremendously with easing the stiffness in joints." Sidra leaned forward, intrigued. She nearly flexed her ankle to feel how resistant the blight had made it, as if the muscles were pulling tauter by the day. "I've never thought of adding juniper. Thank you for the suggestion." "Here." David stood, walking to his wall of shelves. His workroom was a small but cosy chamber, crowded with drying herbs and an eclectic mix of jars and bottles. Sidra would have liked to have such a room herself, rather than work in her kitchen. He searched through his collection and eventually brought a wooden container to her, which opened to reveal a salve. By its sharp, cool smell alone, Sidra knew it was a recipe they had just spoken of. "Yes, I'll have to try the juniper," Sidra echoed, but David surprised her. "You can have this one," he said. She glanced up to meet his gaze. He knew then. He knew she was also sick. She had been careful to hide her limp, but perhaps it was still obvious to him. "Thank you," she said, accepting it. Adaira was unusually quiet, but she was watching them closely. She sensed the two healers had something in common, although Sidra could tell she wasn't certain of all the details. Or maybe Adaira had simply been prepared for her father and Sidra to butt heads and argue and hoard their knowledge, like two dragons with their gold. Their easy camaraderie was a bit of a shock, although Sidra felt like healers possessed a language no one else knew. They remained in the workroom until the day began to draw to a close. A storm was brewing, and Sidra could hear the wind whistling through cracks in the castle mortar. The window panes wept with rain, and as Adaira led Sidra through a web of corridors, the afternoon light suddenly disappeared, and the castle was plunged into darkness. "I'll show you to your room, so you can rest a moment before dinner," Adaira was saying when they reached a long, winding staircase. Sidra gazed at the endless steps, reluctant to approach them, until Blair appeared at her side, offering his arm. She gratefully accepted, and held to the crook of his elbow. She let him take the brunt of the weight off her foot as they followed Adaira upwards, but Sidra couldn't help but feel a stab of worry when Adaira glanced behind at her. Adaira did indeed notice Sidra holding on to her guard. How attentive Blair was to her. They followed Adaira down another corridor and at last reached the guest suite. The room was spacious, adorned with tapestries and rugs, and a four-poster bed draped with sheepskin and sheltered by a canopy. A fire was burning in the hearth, and the mantel above it was green with fragrant juniper boughs. There was a chair and a table for washing, a wardrobe in one corner, and a view of the misty hills. "May I have a moment alone with Adaira?" Sidra said to her guards, who were hovering. Blair nodded, ushering the other three out to the corridor. As soon as the door closed, Sidra looked at Adaira, relief and worry both beating in her pulse. This was the first time the two of them had been alone since meeting earlier in the day. They could both drop their guard and fall back into the comfortable bonds of their friendship. And yet, so much had happened over the past month that it almost felt like they had been apart for years. "I'm so happy you're here, Sid," Adaira said. "But I must ask, is everything well with you and Torin? I couldn't help but notice your guard, and I honestly thought Torin would want to accompany you west. Jack also told me that Torin didn't reply to his letter. You did." Sidra released a deep breath. It was time to inform Adaira, but she needed to sit for something like this. "All is well between us. Don't worry." Sidra moved to the chair, easing down with a slight groan. "But Torin isn't here, Addie." Adaira's expression was lined with concern as she drew up a stool, facing Sidra. "Where is he then?" "The spirits took him." Adaira stiffened, her face blanching. "What do you mean they took him?" Sidra explained as well as she could, giving Adaira the pieces of information she had inferred. But she instantly regretted saying that Torin could be gone for years. Adaira looked like she had been pierced. She leaned on her knees, hand over her mouth, eyes gleaming with horror. "I know you're going to worry about him," Sidra said. "But I don't want you to, and neither would he. There's a chance he could be home much sooner than I anticipate. So please, Addie, don't let this upset you." Adaira was quiet for a long moment. Her fingers drifted from her lips as she whispered, "Sid, I'm so sorry." Sidra nodded, trying to melt the frost that crept over her, the chill that often kept her up at night, staring into the darkness and shivering as she tried to imagine the rest of her life without Torin. If the blight didn't kill her, heartbreak was likely to send her to an early grave. But she didn't want to give those thoughts power. She cast them aside, focusing on Adaira. "Tell me how things have been for you here," she said. Adaira sat back with a sigh. "Well, they've been interesting, to say the least." As Sidra listened, Adaira told her bits and pieces of her life in the West. The shadows continued to deepen as she talked, even though it was only mid-afternoon. Eventually, Adaira rose to light the candles around the room, glancing anxiously at the window. "I need to tell you about what to expect tonight, Sid," she said, returning to her stool. "Innes has invited the Thanes and their heirs to dine in the hall tonight, and she would like you to join us as well, so she can introduce you and explain why you're here." At once, Sidra felt a cold sting of shock in her side. She heard Murray's voice again in her memory, as if he were haunting her. "Every month, my parents call their Thanes and their heirs into the castle hall for a feast. It's a dangerous, unpredictable night, because there's always a Thane or two who is scheming to take the rulership." Adaira was explaining about the dangers of Aethan and the preventative doses. Sidra had completely tuned her out, but she made herself focus again and listen more closely. When Adaira held out her palm, displaying a vial full of clear liquid, Sidra had to swallow down the bile that was beginning to surge up her throat. "What is this, Addie?" "It's a dose of Ethan," Adaira replied. "In light of the risks of dinner with the nobility, both Innes and David wanted me to ask you to take it." Sidra stared at the poison. Her gaze eventually drifted upwards to meet Adaira's. "Are you and Jack taking it?" Adaira hesitated. "Jack says he can't. I'm still considering another dose, but I also should warn you that the side effects are terrible." "And what are the side effects?" Adaira began to describe them. Sidra realised that Adaira knew them only because she'd experienced them herself, a thought that made Sidra's heart ache. To imagine Adaira alone and in pain, feeling like she had no choice but to drink poison. "I won't blame you if you decline," Adaira concluded. "But do you want to consider it?" Sidra was silent as she stood. She reached out to take the vial, holding it up to the firelight. "There's honestly no question about it, Addie." "So you'll drink it?" "No, I can't," Sidra said, her heart quickening. "I'm pregnant." Adaira froze, but then a broad smile broke across her face. "Sidra! Don't fuss over me, Addie." Adaira ignored her, embracing Sidra so tightly that she couldn't breathe. But all the emotion she had kept in check suddenly welled up in her chest. She clung to Adaira, blinking away tears, and the sound of her friend's joyous laughter went through her like sunlight. "Everything will be all right," she thought. "I'm going to be all right. The baby will be all right." It was strange, Sidra thought, how being around Adaira made her feel that way. All those previous worries felt small and thin. The days ahead felt brighter, warmer, like an endless summer. "I'm so thrilled for you," Adaira said, leaning back. "You have no idea how much I needed good news." "Torin and I are happy to oblige," Sidra replied. "He must be ecstatic." "He doesn't know yet." Adaira's smile faded. That pained expression stole over her face again. "But," Sidra rushed to add, "he'll be very happy to know it when he returns." "Yes, he will." A loud peal of thunder interrupted them. Sidra startled, feeling the castle rumble beneath her feet. Adaira glanced at the window again. She was worried, and Sidra surmised that her concern might have something to do with Jack. "I need to go," Adaira said, "but I'll come for you when it's time for the feast." Sidra nodded. She walked Adaira to the door and watched her leave before asking her guards to step inside. Blair and the others, Myrit, Kieran and Sheena, gathered around her. The tension was rolling off them like notes from a harp string. Far too much seemed to be out of their control. The weather, the blight, the Breccans, the possibility of being poisoned at dinner. "What is it, Laird?" Blair asked her gently. Sidra sighed as she opened her fist, finger by finger, to reveal the vial of Ethan. She gazed at it, her mind teeming with thoughts. She couldn't take the dose, nor would her guards, but she also wouldn't partake in a dinner that would put herself and her child at risk. She thought about all the western flora she had seen in David's herbarium. She thought of all the flora she had brought with her from the east. She inwardly retraced the years she had spent handling plant after plant, from the vengeful to the docile, bringing out their essence to heal and to mend. She wasn't afraid of poison, and she wouldn't bow to it. Sidra looked at her guards, her heart steady. "I need to ask something terrible of you." Torin needed a bowl, something to carry the remedy in, as he wasn't strong enough to tote around the hollow-hearted rock. Frantic, he rushed through the door of Graham's cottage and was surprised to find his father reading a story to Maisie. Torin froze, as though he'd been caught in a web. He watched Maisie smile, listening to Graham as he read to her. His voice was like a deep rumble of thunder, but comforting and steady. The firelight washed over their faces, and Torin realised it must be evening in the mortal realm. And if Maisie was here, where was Sidra?
"Torin!"
Hap called from the garden beyond the door. "We don't have much time." Dazed, Torin moved to the kitchen nook and reached for one of Graham's wooden bowls. But he wanted to stay in that moment with his father and daughter. He wanted to set down roots and remain. And it took everything within him, every uneven breath, every stray thought, every beat of his pulse, to remember what was at stake and what he needed to do. When he returned to the yard, he noticed that the sky had changed. The air was darker, threaded with static. Clouds had gathered overhead, consuming the stars and the sun and the moon. Torin shivered in alarm as he knelt. "What's happening?" he asked. Hap's eyes were on the sky as the wind began to blow, cold from the north. His long hair tangled over his face. "He knows." Torin froze again, his hand hovering over the remedy. "He knows what?" "That you solved the riddle," Hap replied. Torin watched as the spirits in the yard retreated, hiding from the gale. They took cover, but Hap continued to stand beside him, unyielding even as the wind tore the flowers from his hair. The moment Torin touched the remedy, the world went quiet around him, and he felt as if he were dreaming, cupping moonlight in his hands. He had never felt such peace, and he sighed. Gently, he transferred the cold salve to the bowl, but he stared at his hand, luminous in the growing storm. "Hurry, my friend," Hap urged. "Take off your shoes and run at my side. You'll be faster with your toes and heels in the loam, and if we get there in time we can heal the trees before he arrives." Torin quickly untethered his boots. He gathered his bowl and followed Hap through the gate, but then he couldn't resist glancing over his shoulder one final time. He watched as the rain began to fall on Graham's cottage, and he found himself praying to the stone walls and the thatched roof and the wood door. "Hold fast against the storm. Keep them safe for me." The house he had grown up in shimmered faintly, as if his prayer had strengthened it. Only then did Torin turn and run barefoot at Hap's side. They sped over the hills as the relentless wind grew stronger. They ran together, in perfect stride, to the orchard. Jack had waited until the entourage that greeted Sidra began to follow the northern road down to Kirstron. He had shifted his horse to the back of the group, as Adaira had told him to do. When the road bent southward, Adaira glanced over her shoulder to look at him, and he withdrew from the retinue altogether, drawing his horse west, into the wilds. He needed to speak with Kay again, and this would be the best time to do it. Adaira had agreed, although she had seemed reluctant at first, only because he would be riding alone through the hills. But Sidra's visit was crucial, and Adaira needed to be present for it. She had pricked her finger and gathered her blood into a small vial, giving it to him so he could unlock the cottage door. She had also given him a few instructions. "Stay on deer trails through the wilds. Keep the mountains to your back to find the loch. Leave with plenty of time to return home before nightfall." Letting his horse follow a winding trail through the heather, Jack felt both vulnerable and liberated to be riding the wilds alone. He paused on the rise of one summit and looked behind to ensure that the mountains were still at his back. The craggy heart of the west, just visible through the gloom, made him think of the Eighth Wood again. Jack had almost turned his horse south after greeting Sidra and her guards in the forest. He had been tempted to diverge from his plans and instead follow the trees down to Neil's cottage. He hadn't, of course. He'd been too anxious that Neil might turn him away, or perhaps even refuse to answer the door if he knocked. And Jack needed to see Kay. Ever since he had studied Egan's music, questions had been smouldering like coals in his mind. He pressed onward. Soon he recognised the trees that surrounded Loch Evora, then the cottage sitting quietly on its small island in the loch. He left his gelding hobble beneath the trees and walked over the narrow bridge, noticing how still the water was on either side. He wondered how deep the loch ran, what spirits lived in its silt and moved through its cold shadows. When he reached the door, he knocked to let Kay know he was about to enter. He took out the vial Adaira had given him, her blood staining the glass crimson, and put a drop on his fingertip. Jack opened the door and stepped into the cottage. Kay was waiting for him, standing a few paces away. She looked well rested and hale. Her wounds had fully healed, leaving behind traces of golden scars on her pale blue skin. "Hello," Jack said with an awkward wave. "Adaira's not with me, but there's something that's been troubling me, and I think your memory may hold the answer if you'd be willing to share it once again." Kay nodded and sat at the table. He took the chair across from hers. "I need to see the moment when Egan sang the hierarchy into being," said Jack, "when his music cast a net of control over the spirits of the Isle." Kay didn't seem surprised, but there was suddenly an anxious aura about her, as if she knew the memory Jack wanted to see was a difficult one. But she stretched out her hand. He gently accepted it with his own. Together, they plunged into a vivid torrent of her memories. Kay was soaring over the Isle when she heard the music. She felt it tug against her ribs, weaken her wings. She had to answer the summoning, or risk being torn apart by its magic. She found Egan playing in the Aithwood beside the clan line on the western side. The river was at his back. He was singing for the spirits of air, for the southern, western, eastern and northern winds. They materialized and gathered in the forest, some begrudgingly, but most with curiosity. Kay waited with them to see what the bard wanted, for Egan hardly ever played for the good of the Isle. His song was beautiful at first, welcoming them, but it began to shift, and when it did, she felt the music creeping over her. There was a flare of pain in her wings and in her throat, as if she had swallowed a hook. She wanted to leave, but couldn't. When Egan crooned to Hinder, one of the most powerful spirits of the northern wind, Kay felt a flare of dismay. She watched as Hinder was forced to obey the ballad. He tore the wings from his body and laid them at Egan's feet beside the clan line, where they shone, crimson and gold, and bled into the grass. Hinder crawled away and wept, so weak he couldn't rise. Kay remained still. She worried that if she moved, Egan would sing something that would be as costly to her as the song Hinder had been forced to obey. So she watched, transfixed, as Egan summoned the earth next, drawing up spirits from the trees and grass and rocks. They appeared on both sides of the clan line, Wynne on the eastern side. She arrived pale and furious, wildflowers drifting from her fingertips. When Egan sang for a piece of her crown, she had no choice but to kneel and give him a portion of it. She set the gorse beside Hinder's wings. Then Egan sang for the water spirits, from the lochs to the rivers to the ocean's foam. Reem and her court had a long way to travel from the shore. The Lady of the Sea was wan and sickly when she arrived. Kay had always known her to be fierce and strong, and it was painful to watch her crawl, tearing away pieces of shell from her skin to lay them down beside Hinder's wings and Wynne's gorse. Kay felt like Egan's ballad would never end. She could see that he was drawing all the magic of the West, which came in veins through the ground and air, from forges and looms, from all the places the humans could wield it. The magic fueled him, settling on him like a starry cloak. Finally, he sang for Ash and the fire spirits. Ash arrived in a flurry of sparks, but he never had a chance to resist. Egan's music was so powerful that it brought him low within an instant. The ballad for Ash spun a curse, one that Ash couldn't counter. He gave up his sceptre, laying it beside the wings, the gorse and the shells. The music almost completely transformed him to embers, and he faded by degrees until he was translucent, nearly invisible. He lay prostrate before Egan, unable to move. Then, all the pieces the spirits had surrendered began to rise. Egan was resplendent as his mortality crackled and fell away from him like ice. The wings knit themselves to his back, and the gorse and the shells vanished into smoke as they settled into the sceptre. His blood turned gold, and his music was transformed into stars that wove into his hair. Only then did Egan cease singing and playing. The notes suddenly turned sour on his harp, as if his fingers no longer knew them. The instrument fell to the ground. Egan reached down and took the sceptre instead, and it changed, reshaping itself to mirror his power. Lightning flickered from it, brighter than midday. Kay knelt. She couldn't resist the command, the way Egan's power drew her, even though he was no longer a bard. It felt like the air was ripped from her lungs, and her eyes rolled back as she felt thunder and mist claim the isle. Her mind was reeling, sinking into darkness. Jack released her hand. They were both shaking from the memory, and Jack had to close his eyes until the world stopped spinning. When he looked at Kay again, the truth was shining between them. Egan had never died. He had sung his way to power and immortality, stealing fragments from the folk to do it. He had become Bane. Chapter 37. "How do I heal them?" Torin asked. He was panting as he stood before the blighted orchard where every tree had been struck with the sickness. Hap was at his side, and for once the hill spirit was at a loss for words. Above them, the sky continued to churn. Rain fell, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Torin could feel the storm in the earth beneath his bare feet, the tremble in the ground, the shockwave of fear. He breathed, slow and deep, and focused on the trees again. Ever since he had first learned of the blight, standing in this very spot with Redina, Torin had known not to touch it. He had kept his distance, his fingers curled into a fist, safe at his side. Even in the spirit's domain he had been careful. But to heal them now, he would have to stretch out his hand. He approached the closest tree. A young maiden sat amidst its roots, apple blossoms wilted in her long green hair. She had been struck in the chest, and the violet sap, threaded with gold, oozed from her heart. Torin knelt. He dipped his fingers into the remedy and laid them against her wound. He felt the power travel from him to her, the cold snap of the salve sinking into the fever of her blood. He watched as the light branched through her, chasing away Bane's curse. She bled and bled until her blood was no longer rotten, but pure again, shining like gold as her wound knit itself together. Torin moved to the next spirit. He stretched out his hand and set it upon another wound, and then another, and the remedy's radiance burned through the blight, spirit by spirit. Hap walked through the orchard. The wind was strengthening, and the boughs were creaking in the gale, threatening to split and crack. Apple blossoms rained down like snow. "Stand firm!" Hap shouted, and his voice had shifted, rising from the earth, from the grass and the loam. Torin felt the words reverberated through him as he continued to heal the orchard. "Do not bend to him! Do not yield! Stand against him! This is the end!" Torin healed the last spirit of the orchard. His head was throbbing, his mind reeling. But when he met Hap's gaze, he rose and waited. "There are more who need you here," Hap said. Torin hesitated, divided between his desire to return home and his obligation to the spirits. He thought of Sidra and Maisie. He thought of Adaira and Jack. Eventually, making his choice, he stepped closer to Hap. "Take me to them." It was almost dark when Jack finally reached the bridge that led to the castle. When he emerged from Loch Ivora, it had been raining. The temperature had dropped, as though winter had come early, and hail littered the bracken. Jack found his horse beneath the shuddering trees, stomping his hooves with ears pressed flat. Whatever rolled in from the northern horizon promised to be deadly, and Jack was shaky and breathless as he pulled himself up into the damp saddle. All he could think about was Kay's memory. It flashed through his mind again and again. As he had ridden along the wilds, the clouds had started to bruise, veined with lightning. The wind had howled, and the light had faded quickly. Jack hunched low to his horse's neck, urging the gelding to go faster. He finally understood why Bane forbade him to play, particularly in the West, why Bane so vehemently opposed Jack's music and was threatened by it. If Egan had turned himself into a king of the spirits through music, then surely music could dethrone him. By a stroke of luck, Jack had found the road, which even in the gloam would not shift or deceive him. He and the horse flew along it, kicking up mud. They had reached the city gates just before they were closed as a safety measure against the storm. Jack trotted along the deserted streets, wending his way closer to the castle on the hill. He noted that every door was locked, every shutter bolted. There was no sign of life anywhere as the Breccans laid low in their homes, even as the wind tore at the lichen and the thatch of their roofs. He suddenly wondered what he would do if the portcullis had been lowered, preventing him from entering the castle courtyard. Where would he go? Crossing the bridge on horseback during a storm was foolish, but Jack risked it. The wind was so powerful that he felt like he and the gelding could be swept away, over the side and down into the moat at any moment. Jack could feel the rattle of death in his teeth as he bared them, urging the horse to keep going, keep going. Soon he could see the portcullis looming in the dimness, a shadow against the dusk, and standing beneath it, preventing the gate from lowering, stood Adaira, limned in torchlight. She looked furious. Her expression fueled Jack long enough to canter past her into the safety of the courtyard before he dismounted in a heap, his legs collapsing under him. A groom rushed forward to take the horse, and between peals of thunder, Jack heard Adaira give the command to drop the portcullis. The chains cranked, and the gate began to lower. Jack turned and felt her hands on him, desperate and angry, seizing fistfuls of his tunic. Adaira was drenched, her clothes clinging to her body, her hair tangled down her back. How long had she stood in the storm waiting for him? She pushed him across the courtyard until his back found a stone wall, and there they clung to each other as the rain fell, thick and cold. "I was about to come after you," she breathed. He was relieved she hadn't. He cupped her face in his hands, bending to her sharpness, her confidence. "You were wise not to," he said. "Not in this storm." She kissed him roughly, and he felt the edges of her teeth, the pang of her hunger and fear. It stirred him, like embers blooming into fire, and he answered her, raking his hands through her hair, holding her against him. She broke their kiss, grazing his ear with her lips. She whispered, "I'll have to punish you later for making me worry like this." Jack's thumbs traced her throat until her head tilted back. "What shall my penance be, heiress?" Adaira never answered, although he imagined he saw it in her eyes. Lightning branched overhead, dousing them in silver. Thunder shook them both, and Adaira took his hand, drawing him through a side door. "Kay?" she asked. There were endless inferences to be made in her uttering that one name, which conjured Egan once more in Jack's mind and the pain of Kay's memory. They would have to talk about this later, behind closed doors. "She's well," he said, following Adaira up to their room. "We'll be late to dinner now," she said with a weary sigh, her boots leaving a trail of water on the floor. "And prepare yourself. All the thanes and their heirs are here to meet Sidra. They're lodging in the castle tonight since Innes has ordered the portcullis down." Her statement brought Jack up short. The idea of sleeping beneath the same roof as Rab Pierce chilled him, far more than the storm. The Breccans' hall was not what Sidra had expected. She took a moment to admire the shocking grandeur of it. The columns intricately crafted as rowan trees, the stained glass windows, the chains of red jewels and boughs of greenery, the long table set with a feast. She let the sight of it ground her, the fragrance of juniper, the intimate flicker of candlelight, the smooth stone beneath her boots, because she didn't know what to expect tonight, and that uncertainty had her heart pounding a frantic beat. She had made the most of the hours leading up to this dinner, but despite all her preparations, things could still go awry. Sidra followed Jack and Adaira to the table, her guards trailing close behind. She attempted to count the nobility, all of them armed with sheathed blades, who had gathered, but she made it only to 12 before she had to shift her focus. Innes stood at the head of the table, watching her arrival. Sidra refused to be intimidated by the laird, but she couldn't deny that Innes was someone who inspired respect, even from an enemy. She was so preoccupied by her own thoughts, wondering how offended Innes would be when Sidra enacted her plans, that she didn't realise how quiet the hall had fallen. All the thanes and their heirs were silent, watching her as she took her seat between David and Jack. Her ankle still throbbed after she had used the salve David gave her, though she was surprised by how much it had helped with the stiffness in her joint, easing her limp. Despite the twinge of pain, Sidra held her chin high and endured the stares. The circlet gleamed on her brow. "Thank you for coming on such short notice," Innes said, addressing the nobility. "I know this is very unexpected and unprecedented, but we are facing a new trouble in the West. The blight continues to spread, and we are at a loss to halt it and heal ourselves. Some of you have come to me, revealing the names of your subjects who are infected, and I suspect that number is much higher than what we believe, given the shame-inducing nature of this illness. When my daughter suggested inviting a healer from the East to visit and collaborate with us for a cure, I was hesitant, not only due to the history between our clans, but because I didn't want the East to know of our pains. But as this storm only gains strength, I must reckon with an ugly truth. The time has come to cast off our pride before it drags us down to our own graves." She paused, looking at Sidra. She held out her hand and said, "I want to introduce Sidra Tamerlaine, Lady of the East, consort to the Laird, who is renowned for her healing knowledge. She is here on my daughter's invitation and will find shelter beneath my roof. She will be with us for 5 days, helping to find a cure for the blight, and she and her 4 guards fall beneath my protection. Should anyone seek to harm her or them, they will be met with immediate death." Sidra hadn't anticipated this speech from Innes, and she nervously brushed her hands over her thighs, feeling the vial of Aethan hidden in her skirt pocket and the small blisters that had risen on her forefinger and thumb. She had a moment of doubt. Should she nix her plans? But then she met Blair's steady gaze. He was standing across the table from her, just behind Adaira's chair. He gave her a subtle nod of reassurance. Innes took a chalice of wine in her hands and held it up. David followed suit, as did the others seated at the table, preparing for a toast. Sidra's hand was slick with sweat as she reached for her chalice. She gazed down at the dark red liquid, her face reflecting upon its surface. Perhaps it was all in her head, and she was being ridiculous, worrying about a poisoned drink. But when she thought of her child growing within her, she knew she couldn't risk it. Nor could she risk the one she loved fiercely at the table. Jack and Adaira, who had both declined taking the Aethan doses as well. All 3 of them were vulnerable now. Sidra stood. Her action took Innes by surprise, who looked at her with an arched brow. Sidra smiled and said, "Thank you for the warm welcome, Laird. It is an honour to be among you and your clan, to walk the West at your side, not as an enemy, but as a friend. While I can utter no promise that a cure will be found, I will make the most of my time here to find one." Innes nodded, lifting her cup to begin the toast. Sidra dared to add, "And out of precaution, I would request that my guards serve as a cupbearer for me, as well as for my bard, Jack Tamerlaine, and your daughter, Adaira. It would be impossible for me to move forward with my collaboration should I fall prey to poison, and as Jack and Adaira are 2 of my closest confidants, I cannot allow them to take such a risk either." No one moved. Sidra's words seemed to cast an enchantment over the table. Not even Jack and Adaira had known of her plans, and Adaira was the one to move first, as if she wanted to protest. Sidra's gaze flickered down to hers. Whatever was in Sidra's eyes made Adaira shut her mouth and nod, even though she looked anxious. A second later, Sidra knew why. "Of course, Lady Sidra," Innes said in a careful tone, but Sidra could hear the twinge of irritation it held. As she expected, her request had offended Innes, and yet Sidra couldn't let herself worry about it, even if it did cause more trouble for her later. "Although," Innes added, "I have taken great pains to ensure this wine isn't poisoned." "All the same, Laird," Sidra said, "my guards are willing to serve as cupbearers, and I must be entirely certain before I take a single sip." "Then let them come forward." Blair walked to Sidra and took the cup from her hand. Myra took Adaira's cup from her, and Kieran took Jack's. Sheena, the one guard who wasn't going to drink, stood beside a rowan pillar, holding Sidra's healing satchel, ready to move forward if she needed to. Sidra watched Blair drink from her cup without hesitation. There was no fear in him, though she didn't know if his courage came from having faced countless dangers in his life or from his complete trust in Sidra to save him if need be. Myrat drank for Adaira, Kieran drank for Jack. The moments felt long, hot and tense as everyone in the hall waited. Sidra could feel the heat in her face, the perspiration shining on her skin. The Breccan nobility had stood, eager for a good view, as the 3 guards stepped back and prepared to cut themselves and bleed on the floor. In unison, Blair, Myrat and Kieran withdrew the dirks from their belts and cut their palms. Their blood welled and dripped from their fingertips. Sidra watched the blood gather on the stone floor. Her breath turned ragged when Blair's blood hardened into the telltale blue jewels. So did Kieran's. Myrat's blood flowed clean and red. Someone had poisoned Sidra's cup, as well as Jack's. And now, 2 of her guards were going to die if Sidra had misinterpreted her previous studies. There was a strange minute of calmness, as if everything was slowing down. Innes stared at the gemstones, as did Adaira and Jack. Finally, the shock broke when Innes looked at her nobles and said in a cold, pointed voice, "Which of you did this? Who poisoned their cups?" A medley of answers and accusations rose and tangled like smoke. "Not I, Laird," and "It was them." Sidra could scarcely think straight amidst the noise. Thanes were protesting and arguing, and Innes's voice was rising in fury. The deaths of 2 Tamerlaines on Breccan soil would start a war that neither East nor West could afford. Sidra shivered as she beheld the chaos. She wanted to doubt herself, to regret her choice to let Blair take poison for her. But when she touched the small blisters on her forefinger and thumb, she was reminded of who she was. She knew the antidote for Aethan if she would only trust herself and let her knowledge and years of training flow through her now. She turned to David, who stood at her side, solemn with dread. "Can you bring me a small iron pot full of water that I can boil over the fire, a knife and a wooden board to cut on?" Sidra asked. David nodded. He strode to the doors that fed into the kitchens, and Sidra began to drag her chair closer to the hearth. "Let me, Laird," Blair said to her, but his voice had grown hoarse, and he grimaced as he cleared his throat, as if it hurt to speak. Sidra studied his face. The Aethan dose in her cup must have been potent, because Blair's colour had already blanched. An icy sweat was breaking out over his face. "I need you to sit, Blair," said Sidra. Jack had already delivered a second chair, anticipating what she would need. His expression was grim, his eyes alight with guilt, as Kieran also sat down before the fire. "What can I do?" Jack asked, desperate. "I never wanted—" Sidra took hold of his arm. "It's all right. They agreed to do this, knowing the risks." And yet the guards' cooperation didn't make it any easier to watch their distress. She knew Jack's guilt, because she felt it too, sitting in her heart like a stone. She held the bile down, clenching her teeth. Looking at Blair and Kieran, she thought, "You will not die, not beneath my watch." David returned with 3 servants who were carrying the things she needed. Then Sheena stepped forward and handed Sidra her satchel of supplies. She now had everything she needed, and easing to her knees, she prepared a workstation on the floor. But before she began, she reached into her pocket and withdrew the vial. She held it up to the light, studying how its colour had changed. Before, it had been clear and odourless, but after she added a piece of fire spurge to it, a reaction had occurred. The liquid had turned blood red and warm to the touch. She had thought of the spurge only after hearing Adaira's explanation of Aethan's side effects, how it had turned her cold, as though ice had gathered in her veins, weakening her heart. What better way to counter poison of ice, she had realised, than with poison of fire? She had also deduced, after not seeing the sparge in David's herbarium, that it was an entirely Eastern plant. It made sense now that the Breccans had failed to find an antidote to the poison that often plagued them. Sidra opened her satchel. She withdrew the sparge, biting her lip as it burned her hand with blisters. She worked quickly, uncertain how long she had. She cut the sparge into strips and set them in the pot of boiling water, which hung over the hearth fire. Only then did she become aware of the crushing silence in the hall. The Breccans were watching her with mouths agape, as if they couldn't believe what was unfolding. Her actions had cut down their protestations of innocence like a sword. Even innocent Adaira were transfixed by her. The enormity of what she was doing didn't hit Sidra until she removed the pot from the hearth and poured the essence of the fire sparge into 2 clean cups. She waved away the steam, which scented the air with smells like burning heather and myrtle leaves, like a midsummer bonfire. She thought, if I am right, I will have changed the West. There would be no more Aethan doses, no more pressure on Adaira to take them, then writhe on her bedroom floor in pain for hours afterwards. No more young girls like Skye dying from a nobleman's scheming for power. No more innocent guards having to risk their lives as cupbearers far from home. The essence was finally cool enough to drink. Sidra took one of the cups and brought it to Blair first. She could see his strength waning, his life ebbing. She thought of how tirelessly he had served her, accompanying her on her patient visits, lifting her up when she needed it, catching her when she was weary, and taking her weight when she limped. How he had forgone a life of marriage and children to devote himself entirely to the Guard and the East. She blinked back her tears as she set the cup to his lips. "Drink, my friend," she whispered, and her prayers became a wildfire burning through her mind. "I cannot bear to see this man die for me. Please let him live. Let me be right in this one thing." Blair closed his eyes and weakly sipped. Sidra coaxed him to take 3 more sips before she set the cup aside. She took his bleeding hand in hers. Blue jewels were scattered over his lap and winking at his feet. Sidra waited to see if she would feel his blood forming into jewels in her palm, cold and jagged. She waited, but only his blood flowed, smearing her hand. Blair drew a deep breath. The colour was returning to his face, even though he continued to tremble from the pain. But when he looked at her, she saw that his eyes were clear. Sidra hurried to treat Kieran next. Her heart was pounding when she saw the second guard begin to recover, and she sighed. Sidra could have sworn she felt her grandmother's presence standing behind her and watching with pride. Then the moment ended. The nobility began to argue again, and a few of them started to depart for the doors. Innes's voice silenced them all when she said, "No one is leaving this hall." Chapter 38. With the hall doors barred and guarded, Innes ordered her thanes and their heirs to resume their seats at the table. The untouched feast had gone cold, and the candles had started to melt, the wax dripping like tears. Adaira remained standing, her attention divided between Innes, who radiated ire, and Sidra, who was gently tending to her guards. It felt as though 2 worlds had collided, and Adaira didn't know where her place was, whether to drift to Sidra's side or remain in Innes's shadow. Jack also seemed caught between them. He stood near the Tamerlaine guards, but he watched Innes pace, his face drawn with uneasiness. Adaira studied him a moment, her mind reeling. If Sidra hadn't been shrewd enough to let her guards drink first, Adaira would have lost both Sidra and Jack in one unexpected blow. "Who poisoned their cups?" Innes asked again, stalking the table. The thanes refused to look at her as she passed. "We will remain here all night, and all of the next day, and the next, and so forth, until one of you confesses to this crime," Innes added. "You cannot keep us here," Rab muttered. Innes halted. "What was that? Speak up and look at the one you address." Rab dared to lift his eyes, meeting her steel-sharp gaze. His face was flushed, his expression sullen.
"I said you cannot keep us here, Laird. It was only a little poisoning, and no one has died."
"The portcullis has been lowered, and the storm is raging," Innes replied. "You have nowhere to go."
"What he means, Laird,"
Griselda, his mother, was swift to say, with a nervous flip of her bejewelled hand,
"is that it might not be one of us who committed this heinous deed. Perhaps one of your servants did it. I did hear there was gossip in the kitchens amongst some of your cooks."
Innes set her jaw, but she turned to David and said, "Will you bring all the servants in from the kitchen?" David nodded and left the hall for the second time that night. The guards barring the kitchen door permitted him to depart, and the minutes passed, silent and uneasy. Adaira felt Jack's gaze. She glanced at him to meet it, and their thoughts were mirrors, reflecting the other. What does Innes plan to do?
"I don't know."
The uncertainty felt like a heavy cloak weighing Adaira down. Soon the servants had arrived from the kitchen. They stood in a line, brows creased in confusion as they glanced at the untouched food, the Thanes sitting with rigid postures, Innes standing like a statue. "The 2 Tamerlaine cups were poisoned tonight," she said. "Can any of you shed light on who committed this crime?" The servants were quiet, afraid to speak. But then one of them, a young woman with braided red hair and flour dusted on her apron, lifted her hand.
"I was ordered to do it, Laird," she confessed. "I didn't want to, but I had no choice."
"And who gave you this order?" The woman looked to the table. She pointed and said,
"Rab Pierce did."
Adaira shouldn't have been surprised, but there was a roar in her ears, a stutter in her pulse as she looked at Rab. She wondered if she had partly brought this on herself, given the puckered scar that now marked his face, and the way she had chased him down like quarry, how she had made him drink her Athen dose. He was giving it back to her now, threatening 2 people she loved most. Rab shot to his feet, but his face was blanched.
"Liar!"
he shouted at the woman.
"I've never seen you before, and I would never give you such an order."
"You didn't say that last night when you were in my bed talking about how much you hate Cora," the woman replied calmly. "Or when you set the poison in my hands. When you told me all the ways you'd hurt me if I didn't do as you said and keep my mouth shut about it." Rab continued to protest, but the more he counted her, the guiltier he looked. His mother was quick to rise, trying to soothe and calm him.
"I'm sure this is just a lover's quarrel,"
Griselda said with a nervous smile.
"Sit down, Rab. There's no need to shout."
Innes had seen enough. Her lips were pressed into a firm line, her eyes blazing with anger. She turned to one of the guards at the door. "Bring in the chopping block! Bind their hands and ankles!" Shocked, Griselda cried,
"Laird, you would take the word of this servant over us."
"I would, and I do," Innes said. "Now kneel." There was a struggle as the guards closed in around Rab and Griselda, but both were overpowered, their wrists bound behind their backs, their ankles tied together. They were dragged to Innes and forced down to their knees. The chopping block was brought in next. Adaira stared at it a moment before realising that its dark stains were from old blood and its nicks had been made by blades. Innes was about to behead Rab and Griselda Pierce right here in the hall. Adaira's stomach churned. She began to step back when Innes spun to face her. "This is twice now that the Pierces have threatened what is yours. By law, you can take their lives for it, with my blessing." Innes unsheathed her sword. The blade was radiant, betraying its enchantment. As she gazed at it, Adaira wondered what magic had been hammered into the steel. Sweat prickled her hands as Innes offered the sword to her. "Take my blade. Enact your justice." Adaira felt numb and slow, as though she were under water. But she accepted Innes's sword. She grasped the cold, smooth hilt. The blade was heavy. She held it with both hands, and she glimpsed her reflection in the polished steel. She looked pale, riddled with doubt. Innes brought Rab to the chopping block first, forcing him to lay his head on the wood. The hall was deathly quiet as Adaira stared at Rab. He was panting, drool shining on his lips. There were tears in his eyes when he gazed up at her. Griselda began to weep. "Cora," Rab whispered. "Cora, please." She knew he was guilty, in more ways than one, and there was a shadowed, hungry side of her that wanted to see his blood spilled. She raised the sword. She had never killed anyone before. She had never driven a sword through her neck, and there was a good chance she was going to make a mess of it. She was angry and sad, and everything in her ached when she thought about Jack in the arena with a helm locked to his face, when she thought of Torin missing, spirited away, when she imagined Sidra dying at the dinner table by the same poison that had claimed Skye, when she thought of Sidra and Torin's child, whom Adaira longed to hold and watch grow. Can peace be won by spilling blood? She wondered. That ravenous side of her suddenly diminished, and she was left with a strange hollow place at her centre, as if she could transform into anything. This is not the path I want to take. Slowly, she lowered the sword. She released it, watching the blade clatter at her feet. She looked up, meeting the gazes of the Breccans. "I invited Sidra Tamerlaine and her 4 gods to the west because I knew she could help us," Adaira began. "We are dying, stricken by a blight. We are starving, beholden to the wind. The west cannot go on like this. And when I brought one who could help us, you poisoned her cup." Adaira stared at Rab, who had closed his eyes in relief. "I stand here and ask myself, why? Why did you want to kill the Tamerlaines, who trusted us after centuries of strife? Why, if not for your own fear and ignorance? You look to the past, where there is nothing but bloodshed. You chart your present by what has been done and what has happened, as if you can never rise and break away from it." Adaira began to walk along the table, the same path Innes had taken. She was no longer addressing the Pierces, but all the nobility. Her heart was beating swiftly, but her voice was strong, chasing away the shadows of the hall. "I ask you now to look to what may come," she said. "What do you want for your daughters and sons? What do you want for the West? Shall we continue to live in a blighted and silent land, cursed to hide our wounds and our illnesses, and drinking poison and mistrust? Or can we set our fate on another course?" She glanced at her parents. Innes and David stood together, watching her. David looked awed, and Innes looked angry. But they were both listening, waiting for her to continue. Adaira came to a stop at the chopping block once more. Rab had sat back on his heels, and he was staring up at her. "I ask you to lay down your swords," she said. "I ask you to lay down your prejudice and your anger, and all that you have been taught in the past. I ask you to dream of an isle that is whole and thriving. But first, we must trust each other." It was silent. Adaira could feel the weight of that silence, and her doubt started to creep over her once more. Doubt and worry, and that nagging feeling of being inadequate. But then she heard someone rise from the table, the clatter of a sword being cast down. Adaira turned toward the sound. One of the Thanes had surrendered her blade. Then came another, and another, until the remaining 12 Thanes and their heirs had disarmed themselves and knelt before her. The gravity of what was happening struck her a moment later, seeping through her like wine. Adaira stood with every sword in the Breccans' hall, shining at her feet. She knew Innes was displeased with her. After the nobility had left the hall to find lodging in the castle for the night, Adaira had followed Innes to her chambers for a private conversation. She thought Innes's anger stemmed from the speech she had given, words that had poured out of her effortlessly as breath, words that had been hiding in her like an arrowhead caught in her ribs, a shard of stone that she had been carrying week after week in the West. She had never felt so light and unburdened as she did in that moment when she released those words along with the sword. But now, watching Innes pace before the hearth, Adaira realised there was more to her displeasure than that. "You're angry with me," she said. "Tell me why." Innes abruptly stopped, but she was facing the fire. The light illuminated the sharp planes of her profile, the silver in her hair, the circlet on her brow. It felt unusually dark in the Laird's chambers, and Adaira realised that the flames were burning low and dim, as if they wanted to extinguish. "I don't know what I feel, Adaira," said Innes. The sound of Innes speaking her Eastern name made Adaira want to weep. She felt seen, acknowledged. She had to reach out and take hold of the nearest chair before her knees buckled. "I'm not angry at you," Innes continued. "I simply don't know what to make of you." "Because of what I said?" "Because of what you didn't do." Adaira frowned, confused. Innes turned to face her, their gazes meeting. "You should have beheaded the Pierces," Innes began. "If their plans had succeeded, it would have caused endless strife between the clans, and it was your right to end their line. Because you didn't, however, they will perceive you as weak, and they will strike again. Next time they will take it all away from you. Do you understand? This was your moment to rise and show the nobility who you are and what it means if they cross you." Adaira finally saw the evening from Innes's point of view. "Rise to become what?" she countered. Innes clenched her jaw. "If you must ask me such a question, I merely want to hear you say it." They stared at each other, neither of them giving up ground. Finally, Adaira decided to relent. She said, "You want me to be your heiress, and yet you are choosing to overlook the fact that I wasn't raised as you were. I'm far more Tamerlaine than Breccan in my sensibilities, and for that I am only destined to disappoint you and this clan." "That is not true," Innes snarled. Adaira took a step back, surprised by the unguarded feeling in her mother's voice. Innes also seemed upset by her fraying emotions. She glanced away, seeking to compose herself. Innes's discomfort made Adaira's heart ache for her, for all the things her mother had lost and surrendered to become who and what she was. Was it all worth it? "To live your life, you have forged yourself to be as strong as possible," Adaira said. "You have made yourself like a blade that is hammered over fire and quenched in water, day after day. But there is nothing weak in being soft, in being gentle." Innes was silent, staring at the floor. "I cannot change what I am," Adaira whispered. "No more than you can, Mother." Innes pivoted to hide her face, but not before Adaira saw the tears in her eyes. "Leave me." It was an order, one that chilled Adaira with uncertainty. But she left, as Innes wanted. She walked the corridors, once again surprised by how naturally that word had emerged from her, as though she had been longing to say it for years. Years before she had even realised who Innes was to her. Mother. Chapter 39. Jack could see his breath. It was late as he sat at Adaira's desk, wrapped in a blue plaid, studying Egan's composition again. He could still hear the notes in his mind, as if Kay's memory had become his own. He could still see the wings torn from Hinder, the gorse stolen from Wind's crown, the shells taken from Reem, and the sceptre forced out of Ash's hands. If Jack had the time, he would pick apart Egan's ballad, note by note. He would steal this music and rework it into something new and brilliant. A long, measured song that would inspire the good of the Isle and the spirits. He would viciously unravel Egan's hierarchy. With sufficient time, Jack could compose a ballad clever and well-structured enough to be immortalised. But as the storm howled beyond the walls, and the temperature dropped to levels so bitter it felt like deep winter, Jack knew his hour had nearly come. He would need to play spontaneously. He would need to sing from his heart, and he didn't know what to expect. He hated surprises and being unprepared for a task. Yet listening to the storm, he knew he had no other option but to attempt it before Bane tore every tree, every rock, every structure clean off the island. Jack rose from the desk and reached for his harp. He stood before the hearth and began to tend to the instrument, but his hands were chilled and stiff. He knelt to feed the fire, but the flames seemed to be struggling to burn, casting only a small ring of light and warmth. "When should I play?" Jack whispered to the fire. There was no response from Ash, although Jack sensed the spirit was close. He was still watching the fire burn, low and weak, when Adaira stepped into the chamber. She had been with Innes, debriefing after the tumultuous evening and then visiting with Sidra. Jack rose to face her, cradling his harp. Adaira looked exhausted as she walked to him, but the lines in her face eased when she saw the harp he held. It was Lorna's, the one Adaira had been tending to while she waited for Jack's return to the Isle. As she reached out to lovingly trace its frame, he knew that countless memories must be wrapped up in this harp for her. "How was your talk with Innes?" he asked, eager to touch her. He brushed her face with his knuckles. "Fine," Adaira said, in a tone that made him think it had been anything but fine. "And your hand is like ice, Jack." "Perhaps you can warm it for me." He was about to edge her to the bed when she smiled. "I can warm more than just your hand," she promised, but she slipped away from his touch, easing her way back to the door with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. "But you'll have to follow me, old menace." Jack frowned. "What do you mean?" "Set down your harp. I wouldn't want it to rust," she said, opening the door. "And make sure you have your plaid." Intrigued, Jack relinquished his instrument and drew his plaid more closely about his shoulders. He had no idea where Adaira was taking him as he followed her through a winding array of quiet corridors. It was late, most likely around the midnight hour, and the castle was slumbering. It was also darker than Jack remembered it being here. The torches that lit the passages burned low, just like the fire in the hearth. The sight of their fading blue hearts concerned Jack, and he inwardly pleaded, "Let me have this night with her, and come sunrise, I'll be yours to play to whatever end." A foolish thing, to bargain with spirits, but Jack felt strangely desperate in that cold, shadowed moment. "Do you remember your first night in my chamber?" Adaira said when they reached a large arched doorway. "How you bathed?" "How could I forget?" he drawled. "I could hardly fit in that tub." "That's because Breccans don't bathe in their bedrooms," Adaira explained. "They either go to a loch or come here." She pushed open the door. Jack followed her into a damp passageway. It was considerably warmer here, and the stones beneath his feet were slick. Adaira carefully led him down a winding stairwell to a chamber that opened up into a vast underground spring, with stone pillars holding up the cave's ceiling. Torches cast faint light on a cistern, and Jack could see that there were different ways to enter it, all with stairs leading down into the water. Adaira wasn't the only one who had thought of this place on such a long night, when the wind was icy and the fire was weak. Jack could see a few Breccans wading in the shadowy water, their voices low murmurs bouncing off the stone. Jack followed Adaira until they reached a more private area. She began to undress without another word, carefully setting her clothes and plaid on a dry patch of stone. Jack was still trying to take it all in. He had never been in a place like this, which felt like the secret heart of the Isle, and he watched as Adaira stepped into the cistern. The dark water swallowed her pale legs, and the steam rose around her. She went in deeper, soaking to her shoulders, and her moon-white hair rippled behind her. She turned, sensing his gaze. "Are you coming, my old menace?" He smiled, thinking that this was as close to the past as they could get. He remembered the night he had first sung for the spirits of the sea, when he and Adaira had been stranded on Kelpie Rock. Then, as now, she had enticed him to follow her into the water, even though he had been terrified of the ocean. Jack stripped, leaving his garments beside hers. He carefully took his first step into the water. It was warmer than he had imagined, and he had to stifle a groan as he sank into it up to his shoulders. That was when he realised Adaira had disappeared. He frowned as his eyes searched for her in the dark stretch of water, the hiss of steam, the diamonds of firelight. "Adaira!" he called, his voice echoing off the stone ceiling. He swam deeper, even though it made his stomach knot to drift so far from the safety of the steps and the fire. "Adaira!" Something brushed his legs. He shrieked a curse and flailed, swallowing a mouthful of water. Adaira rose to the surface before him like some bewitching creature of the deep, eyes burning with mirth and hair shining like starlight. Jack glowered at her, even when she offered him a smile he had never seen before, one that was sharp enough to cut him should he dare to kiss it. "Have you no care for my well-being?" he said dryly. "Oh, I care for it, but I also promised you a punishment," she replied, swimming backward into the dark reaches of the water. "I must confess, Adaira, that I thought your punishment would be of a different kind," Jack said, watching her drift away from him. "And so it will be. But first I must draw you this way, Bard, so the others won't be able to hear us." He would dare to follow her for that reason alone, leaving behind the reassurance of slick stone beneath his toes. But still, he hesitated, watching Adaira glide even farther away. "Come with me, Jack," he could hear her whisper on the water, in the steam. "Come into the darkness. Come into the deep with me." He thought she might be trying to kill him, and yet he followed her, keen to reach out and touch her. That inspired her laughter, to see him treading the water with the splashing grace of a cow. But soon they had swum far enough away that the torchlight no longer limned them. There, Jack paused, treading the warm water. "I can't see you, Adaira," he rasped. He heard a gentle splash, then startled when he felt her hand touch his arm, her fingers interlocking with his. "Just a little bit farther," she said, tugging on him. "We're almost there." Soon Jack saw where she was taking them. There was a crack in a stone wall, and firelight seeped out from it, beckoning them closer. He followed Adaira into the small chamber, relieved to find a torch burning on the wall and rock beneath his feet. The water, blissfully warm and clear, was waist-deep, and 2 ledges were hewn into the stone, forming benches just beneath the surface. Thankful, Jack sat on one and leaned back against the stone wall. Adaira perched on the ledge directly across from his. "How did you ever find this place?" he asked. "And who in their right mind swims with a torch all the way out here?" "The torch never burns out," she replied, glancing up at it. "At least, it has always been burning when I've come here. I discovered this place by accident. One day, weeks ago, I came down to the cistern for a swim. I always remain close to the stairs and the door, as my parents prefer. But on that day, I decided to tread as far as I dared to see if this water would lead me somewhere else." She paused, gazing at her pruned fingertips. "Then I saw this light shining on the water, and it drew me closer, leading me to this secret place." Jack studied the small cavern again. It certainly was an intimate place, and he knew precisely what it was used for. As if she had read his mind, Adaira said, "Of course, I often came here and thought of you." His gaze sharpened on her. Her skin was rosy from the heat, her eyes luminous. Strands of her hair floated outward, like gossamer on the water. "And what, exactly, did you think of?" he asked. Adaira smiled. "I thought about what a miracle it would be to get you to this little cavern, about how you would flail and protest and nearly drown yourself on the swim here." Jack splashed her in the face, and she only laughed, wiping the water from her eyes. "Then your imaginings have been accurate," he said, "but only to an extent." "Yes," she agreed, meeting his gaze again. "I actually thought about many things when I sat here alone." Her voice had shifted. She was no longer teasing him, and Jack felt the mood change. There was something on her mind, weighing her down. "What else did you think of?" he asked gently. I thought about my fears, she said. How every day I woke up in the West, I was afraid. I think because I often felt like a stranger, like I was losing myself or forgetting who I was. And so I would come here to swim in the warm darkness, even though it terrified me, and tell myself, if I go deep enough, far enough, I will eventually find the edge of it. I will find the end. Adaira paused, rolling her lips together. Water beaded on her face, gleaming like small gemstones. I would find the end of my fear, or finally claim it and turn it into something else. But I discovered that I could swim to the edge of the mortal realm and still be afraid. Give your fear a name, Jack said, remembering that Adaira had once said this very thing to Torin. Once it is named, it is understood, and it loses its power over you. She looked to the opening of the cavern, where the world beyond was quiet and shadowed. I'm afraid to become the next Laird of the West. Jack exhaled. He had been wondering about that for days now, and especially after witnessing the events in the hall that evening, from Rab Pierce's treachery to Adaira's words to the nobility, abandoned swords gleaming at her feet. Jack couldn't help but envision her with a Western crown. You don't want to be their heiress? Her eyes returned to his, wide and dark. No, after what transpired with the Tamerlaines, no. I don't want to lead a clan. I don't want to carry such a burden. And I don't fault you for it, Jack said. The Tamerlaines acted shamefully when you departed for the West. I'm sorry you had to experience it. It's not your fault, Jack, she whispered. But now I'm in the strange position of needing to tell my parents that I am not the one to lead after them. And I want to have a plan in place. I want to be doing something. I just don't know what it is. Jack was quiet as he considered how to respond to her. Months ago, he began, when I was still teaching on the mainland, I had a moment not unlike your own when I was trying to set my course. I wanted to plan and know where I was heading. I wanted to know exactly how my life was going to unfold and what my purpose would be. And yet, even with the next 5 years planned before me, I panicked one night, lying in bed thinking about it. I remember staring up into the darkness and feeling the stone walls close around me. I remember trying to envision my life and what I wanted to become and being unable to picture it. But perhaps that feeling came from my subconscious, sensing that my time on the mainland was nearly gone, that I would soon depart from that life and those plans, even if that felt impossible and overwhelming at the time. Adaira was listening, her eyes fixed on him. I don't think you need to give your parents an answer, he continued. At least not for a while. But neither should you rule yourself out. Perhaps you will find, years from now, that you've changed your mind. She nodded, but he could still see a spark of doubt in her expression. Do you want to come closer? He asked, a bit gruffly. Adaira held his gaze, and he struggled to keep his breath steady and even. But her words from earlier were haunting him, stirring his blood. He wanted to sing them back to her. Come into the darkness. Come into the deep with me. He wanted to find that edge with her, the edge she had spoken of, when one thing becomes another, when the superfluous at last fades away, leaving behind nothing but salt and bones and blood and breath, the only elements that matter, the edge where the very essence of each of them was found. Adaira must have seen the desire in his gaze. She moved across the water and settled on his lap, sitting face to face, eye to eye, breath to breath with him. Jack had to swallow a groan. It always took him by surprise how he revelled in being this vulnerable with another soul. He marvelled at how his own heart could exist outside his body. You don't know what you do to me, he whispered. By you alone, I could be undone. Adaira raised her hand from the water to trace his collarbones, his golden half-coin flickering in the light. I know it well, she replied, but only because you have done the very same to me. She kissed him, softly tracing his lips with her own, and Jack's eyes closed. He wondered if she had imagined this very thing happening when she had sat in this place alone. Then he felt Adaira's teeth nip his mouth and drag along his neck, claiming him as her own, and he followed her lead, the water splashing as he rose with her in his arms. It had been wise of her to invite him this far into the cistern, into a cavern with only the stone walls and the water and the fire burning everlasting from a torch, a place never touched by the moon and stars and sun, nor by the wind. It was good that she had made him tread through the deep water, nearly drowning, although Jack wouldn't have cared if anyone heard the ragged sounds she drew from him now, or the cries he coaxed from her. He held her against the rock, her legs wrapped around his waist. He was completely lost in her, lost in what they were making together. They were reaching that edge, the place where they both melted, and he knew that she was the only one he wanted to find in the darkness, the only one he wanted to hold the shape of his soul, even with his thorns and dreams and wounds. He trusted her entirely, and he had never trusted anyone like that before. Jack watched the rapture flicker across her face. It stole his breath. Her fingers slid into his hair and tugged until he could hardly tell the pain from the pleasure. He gave himself up to both. He and Adaira eventually stilled, tangled together and heavy-limbed. They slid down to sit on the submerged bench again, and Jack held her close, as if his heart would cease beating should distance come between them. She hid her face in the crook of his neck as her breath slowed and the flush on her skin faded. Jack closed his eyes, his fingertips memorizing the curve of her back. He thought, I could live for a cold, dark eternity and never forget this night. He could remain like this. He could remain tucked away from the world with her. She was his sustenance and his steel, sharpening him, sustaining him. She was everything he needed, and his music was pale in comparison to her. He would choose Adaira over all others, over his craft. The torch's fire wavered, as if it heard his thoughts. Jack's eyes flew open. He stared at the nearly extinguished flame, and Adaira stiffened in his embrace, seeming to realize how terrifying it would be here in utter darkness. "Jack," she whispered, easing away to glance at the torch. He stared at the fire until it seemed to scald his eyes, and he willed it to burn. "I am hers tonight, and you must burn until then. Burn until dawn when I can sing for you." The fire sparked but regained its dance, although the light it cast was much dimmer than before. "I think it's time to return to our room," Jack said, weaving his fingers with Adaira's. She made no reply, but she guided him quickly back through the cistern, the depths below provoking a shudder in him. As they returned to the stony bank, he saw they were the only two remaining. Everyone else had departed, and even the torches along the walls were burning low. Jack could hardly discern his pile of clothes as he emerged from the water. He and Adaira dried off with their plaids, rushing to don their garments. The cold air was like a slap to his skin as they wound through the corridors, the shadows steadily encroaching after a few of the torches had died. But the fire in their hearth was still alight, to Jack's relief. It had nearly burned to embers, but it was still there, just as the wind still howled beyond the windows. He removed his clothes for the second time that night and crawled into bed beside Adaira. In the dying light he could see his breath again like clouds. "You're trembling," Adaira said. She traced his shoulder, the planes of his chest. "Are you cold?" "I'm afraid," he confessed. She drew closer until her body absorbed his tremors and her heat melted into him. "What do you fear?" "I don't know what the morning will bring," he whispered. "I don't know what is going to happen when I sing against Bane." She was silent for a moment, caressing his hair. But when she spoke, her voice was low and rich, and he closed his eyes. "I'll be there with you, Jack. No matter what comes, I'll be at your side when you sing." He thought about the other times he had played for the spirits, for the sea, for the earth, for the wind. Adaira had been with him, and she had been an anchor. Singing for the folk made him forget who he was, but her presence reminded him that he was mortal and dust. He listened as Adaira's breaths deepened. Soon she dreamt, but Jack lay awake, inhaling the cold night air. When the fire died at last, Jack knew what Ash was trying to express. Jack needed to play alone. If Adaira was with him, he would choose her. His heart belonged to her, and the fire needed his undivided attention. Grey light began to blossom on the frosted windows. It was time, and Jack carefully rose from the bed. As Adaira continued to sleep, he quietly dressed, drawing on a tunic, his plaid, a sturdy set of fur-lined boots. He slid his harp into its sheath and eased it onto his shoulders. "I don't know where to play for you," he whispered as he stared at the ashes in the hearth. When there was no answer, he worried that Ash had already fully surrendered to Bane, slipping away to a place not even Jack's music could find. But then Adaira sighed, and Jack turned to look at her. She had stretched her hand out to his side of the bed, but she was still asleep. He remembered something Murray Breccan had shared on the day that upended their lives, words that had been inspired by Adaira's existence. "Appoint a person you trust to set this lass in a place where the wind is gentle, where the earth is soft, where fire can strike in a moment, and where the water flows with a comforting song. A place where the old spirits gather." Jack envisioned the Aithwood. It was a place where everything had not only ended, but also begun. Joan and Fingal's deaths, the clan line, the spirit's freedom, Egan's mortality and reign, Adaira's path eastward, the dwelling of Jack's father. It called to him now. He wrote a note for Adaira and left it face up on her desk. "My love, I have gone to play for the spirits. It is best that I do this alone, despite the fact that I want you at my side. Forgive me, but I didn't want to wake you. I hope to return soon. Yours eternally, Jack." He could taste a faint trace of ashes in his mouth. Jack looked at Adaira one last time before he slipped from the chamber. Chapter 40. Adaira woke to the keening of the wind and a cold bed. She shivered, blinking up into the grey light. She realised she had no inkling of what time it was, and she sat up. "Jack?" Her eyes cut through the dimness. She noticed Jack's imprint on the mattress beside her, and she traced it with her hand. There was no warmth within it. He had been gone for a while. She slipped from the bed, wincing when her feet touched the icy floor. His boots were missing, as were his plaid and his harp. She then found his note on her desk and read it twice before crumpling it in her hand. Adaira tore into her wardrobe and hastily dressed in the warmest clothes she could find. But she couldn't shake off the tremor in her hands or the way her worries were unfurling, making her breath hitch. "Why didn't he wake me?" She didn't realise that the castle was completely without fire until she reached the hall. It was teeming with people, and it felt like time had been frozen in twilight. Adaira stared into the commotion, amazed when she saw that Sidra was already present. Adaira made a beeline for her, weaving through the people who had gathered. Women with their children wrapped in plaids were eating simple fare of bread and cheese, and men were carrying in crate after crate from the storerooms. "Sid," Adaira said when she finally reached her. In the meagre light she saw that Sidra had her healing supplies spread on the table, close to where the poisoning had occurred the night before. She was tending to a young boy who had cut his hand, and Adaira watched as Sidra finished with her stitches. "Oh good, you're up," Sidra said, glancing at Adaira. "Do you mind handing me that roll of linen?" Adaira did as asked, unable to quell her shock at seeing Sidra caring for a young Breccan as naturally as if she had done it many times before. Then Adaira noticed the line of Breccans waiting to be treated by her. "Is everyone here waiting to see you?" Adaira whispered. Sidra finished dressing the boy's palm and offered him a smile. Without speaking a word, he jumped down and melted into the crowd. "No, actually," Sidra said, wiping the blood from her hands. Your mother has opened up the hall as a refuge. A few houses in the city have collapsed because of the weather. I fear it will only get worse. There's currently talk about boarding up as many windows as possible, but then that would steal all the light we have. Adaira chewed on her lip. Do you know what time it is? No, but I heard something along the lines of, the bells have been dismantled, Sidra answered, sorting through the vials of herbs she had brought. Again, I believe that's because of the wind. I can't believe you woke before me, Sid. Well, without fire it was quite cold, and I thought it best to get moving. I'm sorry, Adaira said, as if the fire falling to ashes was her fault. Have you seen Jack? Sidra finally granted Adaira her full attention. No, I'm afraid not. Adaira cracked her knuckles. Again, that terrible feeling was stealing over her, like a shadow she couldn't separate herself from. Do you need me to fetch you something to eat? She asked Sidra. Some tea? Sidra's nose crinkled. I'm afraid there's no tea to be had without the fire. Of course, Adaira said, but she felt a bit shaky and had to reach out to steady herself on the table. Sidra, of course, noticed. What's wrong, Addie? Nothing. I just need to locate Jack. I'm sure he's nearby. He just woke up without me, and I have no idea where to find him. Sidra's brow furrowed. She suddenly looked pale in the dim light, as if she were thinking about the day Torin went missing. I wonder if... Where's the Tamerlaine healer? Adaira and Sidra both turned to see two Breccan men carrying a wounded woman between them. She was groaning and holding a blood-soaked plaid to her head. Sidra quickly called them over and cleared a place on the table. Adaira was rolling up her sleeves to assist when she felt someone take hold of her arm, drawing her away. I need your help, Innes said. One of the storerooms in the courtyard has collapsed, and the wind is about to carry off all of our winter provisions. Adaira glanced at her mother, startled to see blood stain Innes's tunic. You're hurt. Let me take you back to Sidra. She can heal. It's not my blood, Innes said, but she sounded weary. Others have been wounded, mainly in the city where the roofs and walls are not as stable. Your father has gone to help them, but soon it'll be too dangerous for people to cross the bridge, and I'll have to order the gates to remain closed until this storm passes. Adaira drew a sharp breath, but there wasn't time for her to ask further questions or to dwell on how awkward their conversation had been the night before. She and Innes emerged into the courtyard, where the wind was so strong it nearly knocked them off balance. Several outbuildings had lost their roofs. The thatch had been torn away by the wind, and as Adaira cautiously stepped into the courtyard, she saw a pile of stones and timber beams, as if a giant had stomped on the buildings. Sacks of grain and crates of preserves had been crushed beneath the rubble. One bag had been torn open and oats spilled from it. The grain was carried high and away, lost to the wind. Amid the chaos and shouts of desperation, Breccans were rushing to salvage whatever they could. The wind stung Adaira's eyes as she rushed to assist. It was no longer raining, and every bit of moisture had been whisked away by the northern gale, leaving the air cold and painfully dry. Now clouds hung low overhead, swirling in a terrifying rotation. Adaira's fear quickened her blood. It took her a moment to find the strength to direct her hands, to begin gathering up the sacks of grain. She wondered where Jack was, if he had played yet or was about to, if his music would be strong enough to end the storm, or if it would make the tempest worse. Back and forth she went, working shoulder to shoulder with Innes and the Breccans, carrying whatever they could save into the castle. It felt like hours passed, and yet Adaira had no sense of time. Eventually, Innes forced Adaira back into the hall. Drink, her mother said, putting a cup of wine in her hand. Adaira didn't realize how parched she was until she took a sip. There were splinters burrowed beneath her skin and blisters on her heels. And yet she could hardly feel the pain in her body. Her mind was still focused on Jack. You said father was in the city, Adaira dared to say, passing the empty cup back to Innes. Her mother was quiet for a beat as she refilled the cup for herself. Yes. Is there a safe way for me to go there? You said you were thinking about closing the bridge. You want to go after Jack? Innes said. "Did you see him leave?" "Yes. I had to raise the portcullis for him, but only because he promised to bring the storm to an end." Innes drained the cup of wine and set it aside. "Come, I'll see you across the bridge." Adaira tried to hide her relief as she followed Innes back into the courtyard. The wind was growing even stronger. They hunched against it as they shuffled across the flagstones to the portcullis gate. A few Breccan guards were stationed in the watchtower, and one of them met Innes and Adaira, as if he'd been waiting for the laird to approach. They took shelter in an alcove, protected from the worst of the wind. "Should I close the gate, laird?" he had to shout over the gale. "No." Innes's voice was deep and calm. "My daughter wishes to pass." The guard glanced at Adaira, but he didn't seem surprised. She imagined Jack had stood in this very spot not long ago, waiting to cross with his harp in tow. Suddenly, she knew exactly where he would play. "I need to hurry," she said. Innes looked at her in the sombre light. Adaira saw that fear in her again, bright as a candle flame, a fear born of separation and loss and seasons of loneliness. "I'll return as soon as I can," Adaira added hoarsely. "He's going to sing this storm to its end, and I need to be with him." Innes nodded, but she touched Adaira's cold cheek with her knuckles. The affectionate gesture was fleeting, but it rekindled Adaira's courage. "Will you ensure Sidra is looked after while I'm gone?" she asked. "She's safe beneath my watch," Innes replied, her eyes cutting back to the guard. "Prepare her for the crossing." The guard grasped Adaira's arm and guided her from the alcove to the mouth of the bridge. She saw a rope strung from the castle gate to the city, something to hold on to as she crossed. Even though the rope was thick, Adaira imagined how easy it would be to slip and fall, for the wind to push her over the edge and down into the dark waters of the moat. "Tie this about your waist," the guard said, handing Adaira a shorter rope. She did, her hands shaking with the adrenaline coursing through her. She watched as the guard secured her rope to the main one. "Don't let go," he warned her. Adaira stepped up to the bridge. Even in the shelter of the portcullis, she could feel the pull of the wind, how hungry it was to whisk her away. "Adaira!" Innes said, her voice faint even as she shouted. "If you see your father in the city, send him back to me." Adaira nodded. Her heart was pounding when she took her first step onto the bridge. Torin healed the last tree in the east. To his amazement, the remedy in the bowl never diminished. He could set his fingers into its cold light 100 times, and it would replenish itself. His relief was a balm, until he thought about Sidra and the other Tamerlaines who were infected. He realized he didn't know if this salve would heal them or not. "Hup," Torin said, his voice wavering. The Hell Spirit stood near him. The wind was blowing relentlessly now, and the earth was groaning, shuddering beneath Bane's anger. Torin could see the threads of gold in the grass, in the trees, in the heather and the rocks. The spirits were holding fast, resisting their king. Torin could even draw a small portion of their heady strength up through his bare feet to keep himself steady, even as the wind sought to cut him down. Despite the terror of the sky, dark and boiling with ire, Torin had faith. He had faith that the earth was resilient enough to hold against the wind. "The time has come," Hap said. "Your realm needs you to return now." Torin's heart hammered against his ribs. "Can you make a door for me close to Sloane? I need to go directly to the city." He needed to get to Sidra as swiftly as possible. He hadn't seen her in what felt like years, and worry laced his blood. He didn't know how much of her health the blight had stolen, how fast it had spread through her. He was too afraid to ask Hap if he knew. "Yes, come this way," Hap said. Torin followed him to a hillside. A few rocks were crumbling, their pieces cascading down the slope. The grass had gone limp, and the flowers had wilted, and yet the spirits held strong, surrendering what they didn't need in order to keep what they couldn't lose. Hap touched the earth, and a door appeared in the hillside. The same door Torin had once been bewitched by. It swung open, beckoning him again with its enchanted light. With the bowl of remedy tucked close to his side, Torin took a step forward, but then paused to look at Hap. "Will I see you again?" Torin asked. Hap offered a crooked smile. "Perhaps. These days one never knows what to expect." But then his humour waned, and his eyes darkened with intensity. "I can never thank you, mortal laird, for what you have done for us. I could never repay you for your generosity. Let this hell forever stand as a testament to you." Torin was deeply moved. He reached out to grasp Hap's forearm, pleased when Hap returned the gesture. The spirit's hand was cold and smooth. Flowers cascaded from his hair when he at last released Torin. "Go, my friend," Hap urged. Torin turned and stepped over the threshold. He heard the door latch, enclosing him in the portal. He breathed, tasting rich dirt in the air, feeling the dampness beneath his feet. It was completely silent here, and he didn't realize how badly his ears had been ringing from the wind until he escaped its roar. He followed the passage, the bramble lights winking as he passed them. The earthen corridor curved. He walked a full circle back to the door, where he hesitated. What if it had all been a trick, and he emerged once again in the spirit's realm? He had given the folk what they wanted and needed, and perhaps they would now laugh at his expense. Foolish, trusting mortal. Torin glanced down at the bowl he carried and saw that the remedy still gleamed like the moon. He released a deep breath as he opened the door. He was first struck by how drab the world appeared. There were no threads of gold in the earth, no trace of the spirits. The sky churned as if it were about to touch the isle, and lightning flickered through the clouds. The wind howled, so cold it tore the breath right from Torin's mouth. And yet, all he could focus on was what sprawled before him. The city of Sloane was dark, as if abandoned. How much time had passed? Had a century moulted its years while he walked with the spirits? Torin ran, defying the wind, all the way to the city. The thoroughfare was empty, save for the debris that the wind kicked through the streets. There were no guards. No people, no sign of life anywhere. Torin was so amazed and terrified that he came to a halt. Clumps of thatch spun around him, stolen from a roof. A plaid fluttered over the cobblestones. A few buckets rolled on their sides before splintering against a wall. Shards of glass glittered like stars on the street. He set his eyes on the castle, which loomed in the distance, shadowed and dismal. Torin made his way to it, going as fast as he could through the treacherous thoroughfare. Soon he reached the gates, which were open, welcoming anyone and anything to step through their iron. Although, if the entire city and castle were empty, perhaps he shouldn't have been shocked. Perhaps... "Laird!" The sound pierced Torin like an arrow. He stopped and turned, watching as one of his guards emerged from a door in the outer wall. "Andrew?" Torin asked. Andrew broke into a grin, tossing aside all propriety as he embraced his laird. Torin had to swallow a sob as he wrapped his arm around the guard. He was seen and heard. He could be held. He had returned to his life and his time frame. He nearly fell to his knees. "My laird, we weren't expecting you," Andrew said, leaning back, wincing as the wind nearly unbalanced them both. "Here, come inside." Torin let Andrew shepherd him across the courtyard. The moment they stepped into the foyer, Torin knew something was wrong. He blinked against the thick darkness and said, "Where is everyone? Why isn't the fire burning?" "The fire went out this morning," Andrew explained, drawing Torin through the shadows. "In all our hearths, even the crofters. Most people are sheltering at home, waiting for the worst of the storm to pass. Others are here. We left the gates open in case anyone needed to take refuge in the castle." They arrived at the hall, where meagre grey light streamed in through the windows. Torin stopped, beholding the crowd that had gathered. Tamerlaine sat at the tables, close together and wrapped in their plaids. Some were trying to pass the time by talking and sipping ale or wine. Others were trying to entertain anxious children with games and stories. Some were curled up on the floor, dozing. But everything came to a halt when the clan saw that their laird had returned. People gathered around him with booming laughter and smiles of relief. Torin was nearly overwhelmed, feeling so many hands touch him. He clung to his bowl of remedy and searched the countless faces, looking for Sidra, for her long sable hair and amber-hued eyes, for her gentle smile and graceful hands. He was surprised that she wasn't among them, but before he could ask for her, Andrew drew Torin to one of the tables.
"Sit, Laird. You look weary."
Torin sat.
"Would you like me to bring you something to drink? Eat?"
Andrew asked.
"Go and fetch the laird some boots,"
someone else cried.
"and a new tunic."
Another said,
"There's grass in your hair, laird, and dirt on your hands. Should I bring a ewer and a comb to you, or would you like to go to your bedchamber?"
Torin clenched his teeth. He abruptly stood, thankful when the voices fell quiet. He looked for Sidra again. She was nowhere to be found, and then said,
"I'll take a cup of water. I don't need boots or a tunic. Bring me all the Tamerlaines who have been afflicted by the blight. And someone please tell my wife I'm here."
For a moment, uncertain looks passed among those crowding around Torin. He frowned, struggling to understand what was happening. But then the awkwardness passed, and the hall was once again a hive of activity and conversation and wonder. The table around him was cleared, and he set down his bowl of remedy on it. The Tamerlaines who were sick, their numbers had grown since he had departed, came to sit before him. Torin thought it best to first attempt the healing on Sidra. She wouldn't be afraid to try, and he thought she could even lend her knowledge to help him apply the remedy. The hall fell silent again as everyone watched him, expectant. Torin glanced at Edna, the chamberlain, who stood close to his elbow with his cup of water.
"Will you please bring Sidra to me?"
he asked. Again, that strange, terrible hesitation. Edna released a long breath and said,
"She's not here, laird."
Torin's stomach twisted.
"Where is she?"
At once an image of a grave stained his mind. Freshly turned earth and wildflowers, and a headstone with her name carved across its face. He could feel the first prick of unspeakable grief mounting in his spirit.
"She's in the west," Edna replied. "She departed yesterday with 4 of the best guards."
Torin gripped the back of the closest chair. He shuddered in relief, which lasted for only a breath before he demanded,
"Why is she in the west?"
"She went to assist the Breccans," Yvain said, easing her way to the front of the crowd. "Adaira wrote to her, saying they were in great need of her healing." Torin was quiet, pensive. He remembered the conversation he had overheard between Innes and David when they spoke of Adaira.
Let her write to Sidra.
Of course, Torin shouldn't have been shocked that when asked to come, Sidra had gone willingly.
"And where is my daughter?"
"With your father, at his croft." Torin nodded. There was nothing else he could do at the moment but try to heal the ones who waited before him. His gaze touched each of their faces, his mind swarming.
"Sid, what would you do? Guide me."
Among the sick were 2 of his guards, who now sat at the table. He decided to attempt the healing on one of them first, an older man named Ian, who was a seasoned warrior.
"Come forward, Ian,"
Torin said. Ian instantly obeyed. He gingerly removed his tunic, exposing the place on his body where the blight had struck him. His right shoulder was veined in gold and dappled with purple. Torin carefully touched the skin. It was soft, and he thought back on how he had healed the spirits. All the trees had suffered gaping wounds, places where their infected sap ran freely. Torin said,
"Hand me your dirk, Ian."
Without hesitation, Ian unsheathed the dirk at his belt. It was a mundane blade, just as Torin wanted. Carefully, he made the cut in the centre of the blight. Ian winced as his skin broke, but it wasn't blood that dripped down his skin. It was the golden curse. Torin quickly dipped his fingers into the remedy and applied it over the open wound, smudging the thick gold. Then he waited, feeling his pulse in his ears. He didn't know what he would do if this failed. All his hope was in the remedy. The gold continued to weep from Ian's wound, smelling like rotten fruit and mouldy parchment. It streamed down his arm and dripped from his elbow, but Torin didn't remove his hand or the salve. He watched as the light gradually chased away the last of the illness, and when Ian's blood ran red, cheers resounded in the hall. Torin stood on the threshold, staring into the castle courtyard. The wind was still bellowing, and the clouds continued to seethe. It was a long way to the west, especially by the standards of the mortal realm. He no longer had that long-legged stride of the spirits, and yet he couldn't wait for the storm to abate. He had healed the sickened Tamerlaines, all but one, and she was many kilometres away.
"Laird?"
He turned to see Edna behind him, bearing the leather satchel he had requested. "Thank you," he said. He safely tucked the bowl of remedy in the pouch before strapping it across his chest. Andrew stood in the foyer, his mouth pressed into a thin line, as did Yvain. "Laird," Yvain said, "let us come with you." He shook his head. "I want you to remain here. Keep watch and be ready to assist any of our people who may need it." Yvain frowned. She wanted to argue with him, but after years of training at his side, she knew better. Andrew, on the other hand, did not. "This is no weather to ride in, Laird." "I'm going on foot," Torin said tersely. Andrew, Yvain and Edna all glanced down to his bare, dirty feet.
"Can I at least provide you with some boots?"
Edna asked with a touch of exasperation. "No," he said, taking his first step into the wind-battered courtyard. "Will you at least take my plaid?" Andrew cried, his hands rushing to unfasten the checkered fabric. "And my sword! You cannot go into the west unarmed!" Torin held out his hands, warding off the offerings. "I go as I am, and I will send word to you when the storm breaks. Until then, hold fast." He left them gaping after him, but he soon forgot all about their incredulous expressions as he ran down Sloane's thoroughfare. The chimney of one cottage had crumbled, spilling stones over the road. The roof had been stripped to its timbers. Torin stopped to gaze into the house to ensure that no one lay hurt within. The wind-swept place was deserted, so he pressed onward. When the cobblestoned road turned to hard-packed dirt, Torin stopped. He could see the hill that Hap had given him, a hill that would never move or shift, a reminder that what had happened was not a dream. The wind almost knocked Torin over, and he rushed to the hill, finding shelter in its southern slope. He didn't know how he would manage running all the way to the west, not with the wind bearing down from the north, seeming intent on driving him across the isle and into the sea. Shivering, as he crouched in the hill's shadow, Torin finally decided it didn't matter how long the journey took him. He would crawl all the way to the clan line if he had to. He took one step into the grass, then another, hunched over to maintain his balance. When the wind pushed him down to his knees, Torin cried, "Hap! I need your help!" He didn't expect the hill spirit to answer so quickly, or to spare whatever power he held to shift the hills. But Torin watched as a narrow valley unfurled before him, its rising side taking the brunt of Bane's wrath. Torin ran along the vale's grassy floor. The kilometres folded, and he swiftly reached the edge of the eighth wood. He cut through the groaning trees, feeling Hap's power wane beneath his feet. When the clan line surged before him, Torin crossed it without a moment of doubt and entered the western side of the forest. He vividly remembered Castle Curstron, but reminded himself that he had seen it from the other side of the vale. He wasn't certain how many kilometres he needed to run before he reached the fortress, and the western half of the isle seemed to be at the mercy of the same gale battering the east. If anything, the storm was even worse on this side of the clan line. But then, as Torin began to stumble forward, he felt the ground shift again, providing him swift passage. He wondered if the spirits here had heard of his deeds, or maybe they sensed that he carried the remedy. With no time to wonder, he decided to trust them and set off running along their sheltered routes until the city came into view. Curstron reminded him of Sloane, full of shadows and haunted by a sense of emptiness. Doors were bolted and shutters were latched. Trash tumbled through the roads. Cottages on the high end of the city had crumpled into heaps. He remembered that there had been a bridge that led to the castle. To cross the moat, he wended his way to the northern edge of the city, where he finally saw some movement. Torin recognised David Breccan instantly. The Laird's consort was hurrying through the streets with 3 Breccan guards heading in the direction of the bridge. Torin followed. He soon caught a wind-blurred glimpse of the gate and the bridge beyond. It was a chaotic scene, with people being fastened to a rope and urged forward. The gates were beginning to groan and shift, and Torin quickly realised that once David passed, they would be shut. He darted forward, slipping into the crowd. No one took note of him. There was nothing about his appearance that betrayed who he was, and when one of the guards told him to hold to the rope and draw himself across, Torin only nodded. Crossing directly behind David Breccan, Torin kept his eyes on the consort's fawn-brown hair, a marker in the storm. The crossing was slow and perilous. No one had fastened a rope to Torin's waist, and he had nothing but the strength in his hands and the determination in his spirit to get him safely across, one step at a time. The wind tore at his clothes and stung his eyes, but he didn't stop or slow, nor did he slip. His bare feet clung to the wooden panels beneath him. All the same, his heart flooded with relief when he reached the castle gate and slipped beneath the portcullis. Another moment of confusion followed. More guards heaved to close the gates, which instantly shut off the channel of wind that was ravaging the courtyard. Only then did Torin sigh before realising that Innes Breccan was standing like a pillar amidst the chaos, reaching out to grasp her husband's arm. She looked David over. There was blood on his clothes, and he was bowed down with exhaustion, but he seemed hale. Torin suddenly couldn't move, watching the emotion crease Innes's face. And then she felt his attention, for her eyes shifted and pierced him.
"Who is in your shadow?"
Innes asked David in a sharp tone. Torin felt her inquiry like a slap. His shoulders ached as he stood tall, meeting the Breccans' suspicious eyes. He knew he should speak and offer an explanation, but he was so fatigued, his voice felt lost in his chest.
"I don't know who he is,"
David said after studying Torin. But the longer Torin held Innes's gaze, the more her eyes widened. She made a noise, half a snort, half a laugh, as if she couldn't believe what the wind had just delivered to her courtyard.
"Spirits strike me. It's the Laird of the East."
Sidra was grinding herbs with her pestle and mortar when the Breccans' hall fell unnaturally quiet. It was similar to the hush of a first snowfall, cold and crisp and strangely peaceful. She felt someone looking at her, but didn't glance up. Countless eyes had been watching her since she first stepped into the dimly lit hall. Breccans had been observing her, some with mistrust, some with curiosity, and she had told herself she could bear it, at least for a little while longer, until either the storm tore this castle up from its roots, or Jack's song quelled it.
"Sidra."
It wasn't her name spoken into the silence that shocked her. It was the voice, beloved and deep and warm, like a summer valley, a voice she had thought she would never hear again. She lifted her head. Her eyes cut through the twilight, through the many faces around her. Perhaps she had only imagined his voice, but her heart was pounding. People began to move, their boots scuffing the floor as they gave way to someone. A path opened in the crowd, and she finally saw him. Torin stood mere paces away from her, tall and thin and streaked with dirt. His feet were bare, and his tunic was tattered. There was grass in his beard and blue flowers in his long flaxen hair. He looked otherworldly, and yet his eyes were fixed on her and her alone, as though no one else was in the hall, no one else in the realm apart from her. Sidra dropped her pestle. She ran to him, her ankle smarting in pain, but she scarcely felt it. Her movement broke whatever spell had caught Torin. He rushed to meet her, and they collided in the centre of the Breccans' hall, surrounded by strangers. Everything faded into oblivion the moment she felt Torin's hands touch her, the moment she breathed him in. Torin, she gasped, clinging to him. His arm came around her, solid and possessive, and his hand delved into her hair, drawing her mouth to his. He had never kissed her like this before, like he needed something that dwelled deep within her. His kiss was hungry and desperate and fierce, and Sidra felt it curl all the way down to her toes. She could taste the loam in him, a wild green sweetness, and she wondered where he had been. She wondered about the things he had seen and how he had found his way home to her. His mouth broke from hers, his breath ragged. Their gazes met for a moment before he whispered her name, kissing her brow, the edge of her jaw, and Sidra tried to hold herself together, to remain upright as his beard scratched her skin and her heart ached with fire. "How?" she tried to say, her palms rushing over his chest. "How did you know to find me here?" Torin raised his head, levelling his gaze with hers. He kept his arm around her, his hand in her hair. "I went home first," he said. "Then I came to you." "Alone?" He nodded. "How did you make it through the storm?" she whispered. "I had some assistance," Torin said, and then he smiled. Sidra realised there were tears in his eyes, and she traced his face, struggling to swallow the knot that had risen in her throat. "I wasn't sure when you would return," she confessed. "I know, and I'm sorry," he said. "You have been so brave, Sidra. You have been so strong without me, holding the clan and the East together. Let me help you now, love. Let me carry it with you again." His words made her tremble. The weight of all the burdens she had been carrying began to lift from her shoulders, like a boulder on her back finally slipping away, and she could suddenly draw a deep breath and straighten her spine. "Let me heal you, Sid," Torin whispered, and her world went quiet in shock. She didn't speak when he led her to one of the chairs, but her heart had quickened, and her hands suddenly felt cold when Torin knelt before her. She remembered the Breccans then. They had gathered close to watch. She saw Innes and David among them. But Torin remained wholly fixated on Sidra as he began to unlace her left boot. Panic surged through her. "Torin, wait," she said, reaching for his hands. He paused and then whispered again, "Let me heal you." She didn't understand how he knew she was sick, but she nodded, even as a splinter of worry stung her heart. She sat back and let Torin untether her boot. The leather strings and tanned hide fell away, and then he gently unknotted her makeshift brace and drew down her stocking, exposing her illness to the Breccans. Murmurs sprouted in the crowd. Sidra couldn't bear to look up until Torin reached for her paring knife on the table. Tension crackled through the air, but Innes lifted her hand, bidding her clan to stay silent. Torin opened his leather satchel and brought out a wooden bowl filled with a shining substance. Sidra held her breath when his eyes met hers again. "Do you trust me?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "This will hurt only for a moment." "I know. It's all right." He still seemed to hesitate, even when he brought the edge of the knife to her calf. He finally gave her a shallow cut. Sidra bit the inside of her lip as she watched gold begin to well and drip down her leg. Torin set aside the knife and dipped his fingers into the salve. He brought it to her wound, and Sidra gasped to feel how cold it was. She bled and bled until the gold had stained Torin's forearm and formed a pool on the floor beneath her. But then she felt it, the moment when the salve began to burn through the blight. She watched, tears lining her eyes, as the sickness was driven out of her and her blood became her own again. Torin tenderly wrapped her wound with a strip of linen. He smiled up at her, and Sidra's chest flooded with warmth. "Does anyone else here need to be healed?" Torin asked as he rose. "I have the remedy for the blight." His offer was met with stone-faced silence and dark disbelief. Sidra knew there were Breccans present who were sick, and yet they kept their mouths closed. Her joy began to dwindle, watching them refuse to yield. Torin waited, but when no one moved, he began to tuck the bowl of remedy back into his satchel. He was looking at Sidra again, his eyes tracing her every line and curve, when a voice at last broke the quiet. "I need to be healed." Sidra turned to see that David Breccan had stepped forward. He removed his gloves and let them fall to the floor at his feet, revealing his afflicted hand. He held it out to the light, wholly trusting Torin. Whispers spun through the crowd. Torin cleaned the knife, took up the remedy, and went to David. And Sidra watched in wonder as Torin healed the West with his hands. Chapter 41. Jack had passed through Spindle's Vale with little trouble, the earth spirits having risen to help him travel swiftly in the storm. As he emerged from the valley, he knew the Aithwood was near, looming in the distance. He could almost see its shadow in the gloam when lightning branched overhead, illuminating the low, boiling clouds. A bolt struck the tree in front of him, a mere 6 paces away, and Jack jumped back in shock. He watched in horror as the tree split in half and fell with a tremendous crash, the blaze washing over him. As the lightning prepared to strike again, Jack realized that Bane had seen him. Bane knew exactly where he was, and if he didn't move and find shelter, he would be sliced down before he ever had the chance to sing. Jack broke into a frantic run. His knees throbbed from the impact, and breath cut his lungs like a blade when the lightning flashed again. He was about to be struck. He could feel it in the air around him, how it tingled and hissed. Bane was about to kill him, and Jack knew he couldn't outrun the northern wind, not in the open, stranded between the mountains and the forest. Just before the lightning could strike, heather grew thick and tall around Jack, its purple blooms defying the wind. It was like a shield, and Jack dropped to his knees and crawled beneath it, sheltered by its shadows. Bane's lightning hit only a few meters behind him. The heather shuddered, but kept growing, wide and thick, drawing up the meagre magic it could find in the earth. As Jack crawled through it, Bane kept hurling his lightning, seeking to hit him in the expanding thicket. Panting, Jack paused. He had lost his bearings. He didn't know in which direction the forest lay, and the sweat dripped from his chin as he pressed close to the earth. He wondered how he ever thought he was brave enough or strong enough to sing against Bane. All of this felt like some foolish, unattainable dream, and he was thinking about turning around when he saw a face form in the heather. It was a spirit, a woman with pointed ears, sharp teeth, long bedraggled hair, and cat-slit golden eyes. She looked frail, with lines grooving her ethereal face, and Jack realized she was giving everything she had within her to protect him, to turn against her king. "The forest lies ahead of you, Bard," she whispered. "The trees are stronger than me and can offer you better shelter." Jack hesitated, but then she winced and said, "Run!" He lurched upwards and sprinted, just as Bane struck the spirit in the heather. Jack wanted to stop and turn around, but he heard her dying scream. She had given herself up for him, and he could taste the burning heather on the wind. The emotion finally slammed into him when he raced into the shadows of the Aithwood, where the high interlocking boughs hid him from Bane's sight. Jack came to a stop and reached out to steady himself on a tree. Gasping, he bent over, struggling to regain his composure. Tears stung his eyes and welled in his throat. He didn't know how he would sing when he felt so battered and had nothing to guide him but his own heart. His thoughts broke when Bane struck again. Lightning hit an oak tree not far from Jack, and the impact forced him to swallow his tears and press onward. He needed to find shelter, a place where he could rest a moment and catch his breath, where he could take his harp into his arms and set his fingers on the strings. Jack looked into the dense, dark forest. He ran to his father's house. He was afraid that he would stand at Neil's door and knock, over and over, only to be ignored. Jack didn't know where this fear came from, only that it had seemed written in his bones since he was a boy. It was strange that knowing his father's name now and where he dwelled only heightened his worry. So much so that Jack froze in the kail-yard when he was halfway to the door. He stared at the cottage. The plants whipped around him in the garden, breaking in the rush of storm. The trees groaned as the scent of scorched wood began to ride the wind. Jack knew he was exposed. He was standing in the only clearing in the entire Aithwood in his father's front yard. Bane was striking only kilometres away, hunting him. But Jack was too afraid to move forward. The front door swung open. Neil appeared on the threshold as if he had sensed Jack's presence. They stared at each other, sharing a moment of shock.
"Jack,"
Neil finally called to him.
"I need to shelter somewhere,"
Jack said, stumbling over the words.
"I didn't know where else to go."
"Then come inside," Neil beckoned him, "before the storm carries you away." Jack moved forward, relieved. He stepped into the cottage, surprised by how different it felt with the fire extinguished and a storm raging overhead. It was dark, but the cottage was warm and felt safe. Jack sighed. He was sliding the harp from his back when he saw Elspeth approach him in the dimness.
"I was worried about you, Jack," his grandmother said, hands clasped. "But Neil told me what you did for him."
Did for him? Jack wondered, glancing toward Neil, who stood nearby. His father was staring at the wall, hands shoved into his pockets, obviously embarrassed. Jack began to say, but his voice was drowned out by the thunder booming nearby. The floor shook beneath their boots, dishes rattled on the kitchen table. A candlestick fell from the mantel. Herbs wept dust from the rafters. For a moment, Jack couldn't breathe. Fear wrapped around his heart again as he thought of Bane striking down every tree in the Aithwood, determined to find him. Of how likely it was that the king would soon remember Neil's cottage. Jack couldn't bear for something to happen to his father and his Nan.
"It's good to see you again, Elspeth,"
Jack said.
"But I'm afraid that the northern wind is hunting me, and I have only brought trouble to you both."
Now Neil looked at him, brows slanted.
"What trouble?"
Jack met his father's gaze.
"I need to sing for the spirits, and Bane wants me silent. Again, I'm very sorry for bringing this to your door, but—"
"Tell me what I can do," Neil gently interrupted. "How can I shield you? What do you need?" Jack was so surprised by Neil's fervent offer that he merely gaped at him. But then his memory stirred, like an ember winking from ashes. Jack remembered the words he had once said to his father only a few nights earlier. "Let us be your shield and your armour." Jack's confidence began to return. His fingers twitched, eager to pluck notes from his harp. He began to see the ballad he would sing to undo Egan's hierarchy, to sing the fire, the water, the earth and the wind free, and he felt the words rising, filling his lungs with forest-sweet air.
"If you two would follow the river downstream and stay with Mirren and Frey during the worst of the storm," Jack said, "it would ease my mind."
A pained expression flickered over Neil's face, prompted perhaps by Mirren's name, or phrase, or by decades of longing. Or perhaps he was realizing that he was moments away from reuniting with the ones he secretly loved.
"Are you certain, Jack?" Neil asked. "I can stay at your side if you need me to."
His offer made Jack want to weep. But he only smiled, his confidence still growing, even as the thunder boomed louder, closer. He was ready to sing.
"Thank you," Jack said, "but I need to play alone."
Neil nodded, raking his hand through his hair.
"All right, let me pack a few things, and then we'll head east."
Jack set his harp on the table as his father and Elspeth rushed to fill 2 satchels. The walls of the cottage started to groan. Thatch was being torn away from the roof. Jack could see the lightning flash through the slats in the shutters, and he drew a deep breath, knowing the time had almost come.
"We're ready,"
Neil said. He cracked open the back door, standing in a slender shaft of light. Threads of cold wind snuck inside, lifting the hair from Jack's brow as he embraced Elsbeth.
"Sing us to peace, Jack," his grandmother said, laying her weathered hand on his cheek. "If there is anyone strong enough to do so, it is you."
She stepped back to let Neil take her place. Jack was racking his mind, trying to think of what to say, but Neil spoke first.
"I don't understand fully what you intend to do, or what is about to be required of you. I won't beg you to cast aside this duty and come with us, because I see the mark of a higher calling within you, a flame that will always burn, no matter where you go."
Neil fell quiet, but he smiled, and Jack finally saw a shade of himself in his father, the smile he had stolen from Neil.
"But I cannot let you go without telling you that I was proud to call you mine then," Neil whispered. "Even if only your mother and the spirits could stand witness. And I am proud to call you mine now."
Jack breathed in his father's words. They calmed his heart and steadied his resolve. When Neil kissed his brow, Jack closed his eyes. Before he was ready for it, the warmth of his father's presence faded. Neil escorted Elsbeth through the back door, and Jack followed them as if bound to their shadows. He came to a stop in the kale yard and saw the trees creaking and groaning around the clearing, their branches stripped bare of leaves.
"This is the end," Jack thought, watching Neil and Elsbeth walk downstream until they disappeared from view. An end and a beginning.
Jack returned to the cottage and latched the door. Then he slid the harp from its sleeve and looped its strap over his head. The instrument fit snugly against his shoulder, and he was thinking of his notes and how he would begin the ballad when he saw golden brightness seeping through the shutters. He realized that the lightning was no longer striking. The thunder had gone silent, and yet something brilliant was devouring the darkness. Jack hurried to the front window and opened the shutter. He could feel the heat like a sunburn on his skin, and he stared numbly into the burning woods. He watched as the fire grew higher, wider, driven by the wind. The flames crackled close to Neil's yard, preparing to consume it and Jack whole. Adaira thought the wind would tear her apart. She crawled along the vale, desperate to find purchase with her hands. She could scarcely see a stone's throw ahead. The world was nothing more than a blur of indigo and grey. Bane continued to blow, raking his fingers through her hair, drawing the breath from her mouth, threatening to spin her head over foot. Adaira clenched her teeth as she felt herself slipping. The wind was about to pick her up and hurl her away. Desperately, she dug her fingers into the loam. "Help me!" she wanted to cry to the earth, to the grass and the heather and the hills. "Help me find him!" She held fast to a rock, unable to stand or move forward. Clinging to it, suspended in time, she worried that she would never reach Jack, that she would die alone, a prisoner to the wind. But then she opened her eyes, saw the deer trail in the bracken, and realized that this place looked familiar. Adaira began to follow the winding path which led her to a hill. Her breath caught when she recognized it. This was the burrow Innes had once shown her, a place to shelter her when she was in need. Adaira stumbled forward and found the rock in the hillside. The lintel came to life, and the door appeared, hidden beneath tussocks of grass. Adaira opened it, eager to escape the storm. She slipped inside. Even here there was no fire, and no sparking one with an enchanted blade. She left the door open so she could have a small vestige of light. She sat on the floor, ears and cheeks burning from the gusts. She drew her knees to her chest, trying to ease her tremors. Eventually, she closed her eyes, at an utter loss as to what to do. Adaira didn't know how long she sat there, frozen and forlorn, when she felt a shadow drape over her. Someone was standing just beneath the burrow's lintel. With her eyes still closed and her heart becoming wild and frantic, she reached for the dirk at her belt, preparing to open her eyes and strike, when she felt a hand grip her forearm. a hand with long, sharp-nailed fingers. Adaira startled and glanced up. It was Kay. The spirit's eyes were wide with concern, but her face expressed determination, and it suddenly occurred to Adaira that Kay could stand against the storm. Her remaining wings were like a shield, dividing the wind with a hiss. She hauled Adaira to her feet. Together they moved through the desolate valley, pressing east. They felt trapped in a dreamscape, Adaira taking shelter beneath Kay's wings. Then Adaira saw something luminous and mesmerizing in the distance. At first she had no idea what it was, but then she stopped upright, tucked close to Kay's side. "Kay!" Adaira breathed, stricken. Kay shuddered in response. The 8th wood was burning. Jack knew Bane was using the fire against its will. He knew ash was held captive and beholden somewhere within its wild burning. Jack opened the front door. He walked through the kileyard, past his father's gate. He didn't want this place to burn, and yet the fire was coming, creeping closer, destroying tree after tree and the spirits that dwelled within them. Jack stared into the flames. He thought he saw ash, etched in blue and gold, crawling along the forest floor, weeping. He began to play his harp and sing for the fire, taking the notes Egan had once sung and undoing them. But soon the heat from the blaze was too much for him. As Jack walked toward the river, he continued to sing and play, the wildfire following as if it were still under Bane's control, but it spared Neil's cottage and yard. The river's rapids ran cold and clear. Jack stood in them and began to sing to the spirits of the water, the lochs, the streams, the rivers, the sea. Again he unravelled Egan's ballad and sang instead for the good of the folk, remembering how it once had been in the days long ago. As his voice and notes rose and fell, a contrast to the malevolence of Egan's music, he looked down and saw the bloodthirsty river spirit lurking in the currents. She had blue-tinted skin, milky eyes, and a grimace made of needle-like teeth, and she was listening, entranced by his music. And yet the fire was still burning. It crossed the riverbed, and Jack could feel the temperature of the water gradually increasing. "Keep going," the river spirit hissed at him, just before he was forced by the boiling water to step onto the opposite bank. Keep going, even though he was entirely uncertain if his music was accomplishing anything. Bane's hierarchy seemed unchanged, remaining intact as a web, but Jack persisted, weaving through the trees, heading to the clan line, still singing and playing. He walked along the edge of the territory and beheld both east and west as he sang for the spirits of the earth, the trees and the hills, the heather and the rocks, the wildflowers and the weeds, the mountains and the vales. Jack began to feel it then, the power gathering beneath his feet, the streams of gold, the rivulets of magic. His music was drawing it up and into his blood like a tree draws water from its roots. Suddenly, he felt as if he could sing for 100 days, 100 years. His voice was deep and strong, cutting through the storm, and the notes fell like sparks from his nails as he plucked the strings faster and faster. The wildfire still followed him, vibrant with heat, but Jack had no fear of it. It was like a cloak, trailing behind him, and he knew Egan's power was almost broken. Now was the time to play for the wind. Jack dared to undo the binds on the southern wind, the eastern wind, the western wind. As he sang, lightning struck erratically around him. The bolts sliced trees down to the ground, splitting open their resin-stained hearts, trees so old that they must have held all the secrets of the Isle. Their spirits gasped and died into smoke. Jack continued to sing, even as the ground shook and the wind roared. He knew the spirits were giving themselves up to protect him, and he simply needed to hold on and reach the end. He continued to breathe in the magic the West gave to him until every bone and vein felt illuminated, as if he had swallowed a swath of stars from the night sky. He suddenly couldn't remember his name or where he had come from. All he knew was the crackling wildfire spread like a robe behind him, the trees with their ancient faces and stories standing around him like courtiers, absorbing Bane's wrath to protect him, the flowers blooming at his feet as if to welcome him, the rain beginning to fall, tasting like the sea. But somewhere between the notes he played and the words he sang was a woman with eyes blue as the summer sky and hair the shade of the moon. A woman with a scar on her palm that matched his own, whose smile made his blood quicken. Who is she? He thought, distracted by the fleeting glimpses of her when he closed his eyes. He wanted to chase her into the darkness, to reach out to touch her skin. His hands suddenly ached as he continued to pluck note after note. He slowed his playing, distracted. He wanted to let those scars on their palms align, as if they would unlock a secret between them. Lightning struck in front of him. The white heat stung his face, and he winced, eyes flying open. The harp flared unbearably hot against him. But Jack had only one more stanza to sing. He pressed forward, walking along the clan line, over the scorched flowers and earth. Jack began to sing down the northern wind. Wings beat through the boughs of the trees, flashing with colour. The temperature plummeted, and the light dimmed until eventide seemed to have descended. Jack knew Bane had materialised, but he waited until he saw the Northern King's lambent eyes in the darkness between the trees. He held a lance, flickering with lightning in his hand. Jack waited until the king had stepped forward to fully face him. He was just as Jack remembered, forged from great height and white skin, his long hair the colour of faded gold, like watered-down ale. His crimson wings caught the frail light, casting a red hue on his silver-linked armour. A chain of stars crowned him. But despite his immortality, Jack could still see a trace of Egan, the man he once had been, as if reigning for centuries and never dying, still couldn't wash away that mortal shadow. "Lay down your harp," Bane said, but his voice was weak. "Lay down your harp, and I will spare you." Only then did Jack grant the king a sharp-edged smile. He resumed his song for all that Egan had once stolen. Torn wings and brilliant blooms of gorse, broken iridescent shells, and a sceptre of fire. The spirits came unbound. They shed the weight of Egan's cruel ballad, and the world felt brighter, starker, overwhelming for a blazing moment. Jack watched as Bane jerked in pain. The wings on his back came loose, falling away. The lightning in his lance went dark, crumbling into ashes, gorse and shells. "My song," Bane said, his voice feathered with agony. He took a step closer to Jack, then another, the earth quaking beneath his feet. Jack drew a ragged breath, tasting the smoke and the fire and the cadence of his notes. He sang until Bane was looming over him, staring down at his hands and his harp. Then Jack fell silent. Gazing up at the king, he noticed the cracks in Bane's skin as if he were made of ice. The stars in his hair were beginning to drift away. "You stole my song," Bane said. "You stole my song and remade it, and so you have stolen my crown." The stars that had once graced his hair now hovered in the space between Jack and Bane, who suddenly gasped and fell to his knees. More cracks raced across his skin, exposing the shadows within him, indigo and grey and cold as midnight in the north. Music had once granted him his power. Music now stripped it from him. The stars were gliding closer. Jack didn't dare breathe as they began to weave their blue light into his hair. He held his harp and stared down at Bane as his face finally fractured. The Northern King shuddered and turned into dust. Jack watched as the northern wind died at last. Adaira walked the clan line. She could hardly see through the haze of the smoke, but she followed the promise of fire, its light beckoning her closer. The trees around her were silent and still. The air felt thick and heavy, and she hurried, shivering with apprehension. Kay was following close behind her until she gasped. Adaira turned, prepared for anything, but she didn't expect to see Kay's wings flare outward, fully mended, or to see Kay's eyes widen as she looked up to the sky. The clouds were breaking, and the sun was beginning to stream down. Kay excelled and melted into the light. Her disappearance unnerved Adaira. Not knowing if Kay had simply returned to her realm or been vanquished, she hurried onward. She could soon hear the crackle of fire burning the forest. She could feel a wave of heat. Through the trees, Adaira saw Jack. He stood on the clan line, harp in his hands. Fire was burning behind him, dangerously close, as if he were a moment from igniting. Stars crowned his brown hair, and he was gazing down at the ground before him as if he saw something she couldn't. She dared to step closer, her heart pounding. He must have already sung his ballad without her there, and she didn't know what had happened. A twig broke beneath her boot. His head snapped up. His eyes were dark and uncanny, as if he were looking through her. Adaira came to a halt, realizing there was no recognition in his gaze. He saw her, but didn't know her, and she stretched out her hand. "Jack," she whispered. He drew a sharp breath. She knew the moment he recognized her, because his face creased in both relief and agony, as if her voice had woken him from a dream. "Adaira," he said, stepping toward her. The harp tumbled from his hands, landing on the ground with a metallic clang that made Adaira wince. Jack had never treated his instrument so carelessly. He was reaching for her, desperation marring his countenance, when the fire surged. The flames came between them, blue-hearted and jagged, and Adaira had no choice but to stumble away from the blistering heat. It was so bright, she closed her eyes, sweat beading her brow and dampening her clothes. She knelt on the clan line, hands curled into the soil, waiting for the fire to ease. When the heat subsided, she opened her eyes. The flames had extinguished themselves, and the forest was laced with smoke. "Jack," Adaira said, rising. She coughed on the sharpness of the air and pressed forward. "Jack!" She hurried to the place where he had stood. She searched through the smoke, through the embers that smouldered like crushed rubies on the loam. Her fear was suddenly a claw tearing through her, and she choked back a sob as she looked for his burned body on the ground. There was no sign of him, no trace of where he had gone. There was only ash and a scorched line in the ground, the boundary marking where the fire had ceased burning. Then she saw something glimmering, something whole and unscathed amidst the smoking ruin. Adaira froze as she gazed down at it. Jack's harp. Chapter 42. When the wind first started to blow from the north, Frey had been anxious. She and Mirren had bolted the shutters and harvested the last fruits from the garden, but her mother had been calm, making tea and weaving at her loom as if it were any other day. "Don't be afraid," she had said with a smile. Frey had tried to find the courage her mother possessed, but then the wind had started to howl. The walls shook, and the doors rattled like someone was trying to get in. Wind hissed through the cracks, cold and relentless, and then the fire in the hearth had gone out, so had the rushlights, until no flame burned against the shadows in the house. Frey had been terrified then, but Mirren had still spoken calmly to her. "The storm will soon pass, darling. Here, come rest in the bed beside me, and I shall tell you a story." Frey had removed her boots and done as Mirren bade, settling next to her mother's warmth in the dark bedroom. But Mirren's voice had been hoarse and strange, as if it were fading. Unable to finish the tale, she said, "I think I need a little sleep, Frey." Frey had listened to her mother's breaths deepen as she drifted into slumber. While Mirren slept, Frey remained awake, staring wide-eyed up at the roof, expecting it to be ripped away any moment by the wind. "Mum," Frey had said, unable to bear her worries alone. "Mum, wake up!" Mirren hadn't responded. Frey had called louder, shaking her mother's shoulders, but Mirren was lost in a deep sleep, and her breaths were slow, laboured. She needed her tonic. The tonic would help her. Frey had sprung from the bed before remembering. There was no fire. She wouldn't be able to brew her mother's tonic. She had stood in the frigid room, staring at the darkened hearth, staring at Mirren's loom, staring into the unknown. She had never known such fear before, and it rooted her to the floor. Her quick, shallow breaths almost felt like she was not breathing at all, as though an iron hand gripped her heart. Frey wished Jack was there to help her, to tell her what to do to save their mother. She was shivering, trapped in her terror, when a knock sounded on the front door. Startled, she had a moment of panic. Who would be visiting at such an hour, during the worst storm Frey could ever remember? She cowered, too frightened to answer. But then she thought, what if it's Jack or Sidra? What if someone has come to help? Frey rushed to the door, unbolting it with icy hands. She was surprised to find a red-headed man on the stoop, a blue plaid draped across his chest. At his side was an elderly woman, squinting against the wind. Frey blinked and stepped back in fear. But then she realised she had seen this man before. He had once stood in the backyard, protecting her from a raid. He had been dragged into the house as a prisoner, and he had wept her mother's name. "May we shelter with you, Frey?" he asked. She nodded, uncertain how he knew who she was. And it was strange how relieved she felt the moment the man and the old woman stepped into the cottage. She was no longer alone, and even though they wore blue plaids, she trusted them both. The man had to help her latch the door against the gust. After that, she didn't know what to say. There was no fire, no tea, and she gazed up at the man, dimly discerning his face in the meagre light. "Is your mum home, Frey?" he asked, and Frey could tell he was looking for her. "She's sick," Frey whispered. She heard the man inhale, as if her words had cut him like a knife. "Can you lead me to her?" Frey guided him to the bedroom. It was still very dark, but she could hear Mirren's laboured breaths and led the man toward her. Frey watched as he sat on the edge of the bed. "Mirren," he said, his voice deep and gentle. There was no answer. He called her again, urgently. "Mirren, open your eyes. Come back to us." Frey hoped his voice would rouse her, but Mirren continued to sleep. "I think she needs her tonic," Frey whispered, crestfallen. "It's the magic, making her sick." The man shifted to glance at her. "Can we make it without fire?" "No." He was quiet for a long, terrible moment. But then he turned back to her mother, and Frey could see only his hair, gleaming in the twilight. "Come, lass," the elderly woman said, taking Frey's hand. "I've got some ginger cake set out, and a book eager to be read." Frey joined the woman on the divan. They sat close together for warmth, and when the woman offered Frey a slice of rich, fragrant cake, Frey accepted. Mirren would probably scold her for eating food from a Breccan stranger, but Frey, finding comfort in its sweetness, devoured it in just a few bites. She saw a book laid open before her, a book she had never seen before, and she thought it must belong to the woman. "What is your name?" Frey asked. "My name is Elsbeth," the woman said. "My house isn't far from yours." "Do you live up the river?" "Yes." Frey imagined it, the river connecting her and Mirren to Elsbeth. She glanced down at the book and asked, "May I read it?" "I hoped you would, although the light is quite dim in here," said Elsbeth. "I don't want you to strain your eyes." "It won't strain them. Mum says I have very good eyesight." Frey set the book on her lap and read aloud through the gloom. Soon she was entranced by the story, and her worries slipped away. Her worries about Mirren, about who the red-headed man was to them, about the storm. Her worries about Jack ever returning to them. Later, she would wonder which came first, the storm breaking or the fire returning. She couldn't be sure. Perhaps they happened simultaneously. But suddenly, the flames blazed in the hearth with a crack, and the rushlights found their flames and burned brightly on the table. The wind abated, and sunlight began to stream in through the cracks in the shutters. Frey gasped. She was gazing at the fire in wonder when she heard footsteps behind her.
"Frey," the man asked, "can you help me make your mother's tonic?"
"Oh, yes,"
she cried, carefully setting the book aside.
"Here, I'll show you how it's done."
He watched attentively as Frey set a kettle to boil and gathered Mirren's herbs in the strainer. The fire was burning so brightly that the water boiled in a matter of moments, to Frey's immense relief, and she quickly steeped the leaves in it.
"I'm not sure how we'll get her to drink it,"
Frey said, after she had poured the pungent brew into Mirren's favourite cup. The man took the cup from her and carried it into the bedchamber. Mirren still slept, her dark hair pulled around her, gleaming with silver threads at her temples. There were purple smudges beneath her eyes, and her face was ashen. Frey thought she looked very ill, almost as if she would vanish when evening came. She wrung her hands for a moment before climbing onto the mattress. She sat on one side of Mirren, the man on the other, and she watched as he dipped his fingers in the tonic, then let it drip between Mirren's parted lips. Frey thought that was strange at first, but she saw how persistent and careful he was. Soon Mirren had swallowed countless drops from his fingers, the colour was returning to her face, and the pattern of her breathing had shifted. Frey would never forget the moment her mother opened her eyes and saw the man sitting next to her. She would never forget how Mirren had smiled, first at him, and then at Frey. Frey had always wanted to know what magic felt like. She imagined she had grasped it in her hands sometimes when she harvested wildflowers from the valleys or drank from one of the trickling pools, when she looked up at the stars on a moonless night. But now she knew. She felt the magic, gentle and soft, when she took Mirren's hand and grinned. "How did you know?" Sidra asked, caressing Torin's hair. "How did you know I was ill?" In the privacy of her chamber, deep in the Breccans' castle, they lay entwined in her bed. It had been hours since the storm had broken, and the sun had emerged, illuminating the west. Torin and Sidra had filled those hours working tirelessly alongside David and Innes, healing those who had been injured or afflicted, moving rubble aside, making repairs. They had worked shoulder to shoulder with the Breccans, and no one had been opposed or thought it strange. No, it almost seemed as if it had always been this way, one clan aiding the other. It was humbling to know that it was the blight and the wind that made their cooperation possible. When the sun had warmed the afternoon air, Innes had sent Torin and Sidra up to her chamber to rest before dinner that night. They were to dine with the Laird and her consort, and with Adaira and Jack, as soon as the two returned. Sidra didn't know what this dinner held, but she hoped that it would mark the beginning of something new, that sharing this meal would forge an understanding, and maybe even a friendship. Torin shifted closer, his skin warm against hers. They were both filthy. There was dirt beneath her nails and grime in her hair, and yet Sidra hadn't cared. She had unwound from her clothes and laid down, exhausted, until Torin had joined her beneath the blanket. He gazed at her a moment. His irises were blue as cornflowers with an inner ring of brown, the colour of sky and soil. She noticed that a few flowers were still hiding in his hair. She thought they suited him and let them be.
"You couldn't see me, but I was with you, Sid," he said, tracing her arm. "Even from the other side, I could see you vividly."
She mulled over that, wondering if she had ever felt his presence. Maybe once or twice, she realised, whenever she felt a draught in the castle.
"I was at a loss on how to solve the riddle," he continued, "a riddle that would give me the answer to the blight. And so I watched as you prepared salves and healed your patients, thinking if I paid close enough attention, I would find the answer in your hands."
"And did you?" she whispered.
"Yes."
He smiled, linking their fingers together.
And Maisie also helped. Sidra listened as Torin told her everything. She was swept away by his story, by the riddle and his plight, by the flowers he gathered and his failed attempts, by a hill spirit named Hap who had become his friend in adversity. There were quite a few moments when I didn't think I would find the answer, he confessed. I think I would still be in the spirit's realm, stranded and adrift, if I hadn't realised that you had been affected by the blight. He was quiet for a beat as he touched the black tangles of her hair. There were some moments when I wondered why you didn't tell me, and I ached over that. And then I realised that you were doing all that you could to save us, and I should have been ready and eager to work alongside you to find the answer. Sidra briefly closed her eyes, overwhelmed by his softly spoken words. If you saw that I was touched by the blight, she began, gazing at him again, then did you also see— She didn't have time to finish. Torin's hand had shifted beneath the blanket, coming to rest on her belly. Yes, he said, with a smile that crinkled his eyes. Another reason why I was so desperate to come home to you. Sidra laughed, a breathless sound. I'm still in a bit of shock, Torin. As am I, he agreed, his voice warm with mirth. Although I couldn't be more pleased, Sid, to make a child with you. He shifted so that he was on top of her, keeping all of his weight on his elbows and knees, as if he worried he might crush her. I hope the bairn has your eyes and your smile, your laughter and your courage, your skills and your patience and your kindness. He kissed her throat, just above the pulse of her heart. I hope our child inherits all of your traits and only a few of mine. Half of me and half of you, Sidra insisted, until they become their own person. Torin gazed down at her. She thought she saw pride in him and maybe a hint of fear. She added wryly, Do you think Maisie will be happy with the news? He chuckled. She will no doubt be thrilled. You and I will have our hands full, Sid. But then his smile faded, and Sidra saw another light reflecting in his eyes. She reached up to touch him, and Torin's face furrowed, lined in what could have been pain or pleasure. I don't want to hurt you, he said, or the bairn. You are not going to hurt me or the bairn, she replied, drawing him closer. They gasped as their bodies joined together. She knew it had only been a few weeks since she had felt him inside her, but they had been divided by realms. They had been weeks when she had wondered if she would ever hold him or see him again, if she would ever feel his breath glide across her skin, or taste his mouth with hers, or hear his voice in the dark. She was home with Torin. She may have been in the west, with sunlight streaming in through the window, but she was home in his arms. She had never felt safer or more deeply known and loved as he whispered her name. And Sidra watched the flowers drift from Torin's hair. Adaira carried Jack's harp over the western hills. The sky was a brilliant blue above her as the clouds dissipated in the sun. The trees had been stripped of their leaves in the storm. Their branches stood stark in the afternoon light, casting crooked shadows on the grass. The heather had been flattened and the wildflowers broken. And yet, with each moment that passed, the earth seemed to come alive, basking in the sunshine. She walked past a few crofts, but she didn't stop to speak with the Breccans, who were repairing their homesteads and cleaning up debris. She strayed from the road and followed a familiar valley to a wood, and then walked farther, to a loch. The cottage that had once held Kay was just as Adaira had left it days ago, undisturbed by the storm. She walked the earthen bridge to the front door, which sat wide open, its enchantment broken. Adaira stepped into the cool shadows. She didn't know why she had come here, to a loch that had been cursed. She didn't know why she felt drawn to this place, and she felt the loss of her hope wane as she stared at the skeleton hanging on the wall. Of course Jack wouldn't be here. He was no longer in her realm. The fire had claimed him. And Adaira sat, heavy with heartache, on the edge of the palliasse. She remained there for a long time, watching the sunlight deepen to a lusty gold.
Birds trilled in the kale yard, their sweet songs mingling with the chirp of crickets and the occasional plop of a fish surfacing from the loch. A breeze sighed, bobbing the tall weed and thistles beyond the walls. A tendril of that gentle wind slipped in through the open door and touched Adaira's face like a loving hand. She wondered if it was Kay, watching over her. Adaira considered leaving Jack's harp in the cottage, but then thought no. It would remain with her, even though it had been a long time since Lorna Tamerlaine had tried to teach Adaira how to play. It had been years since Adaira had sat at a harp, her fingers poised as she tried to master the notes. The music had resisted her, but perhaps only because she had also been resistant to it. Adaira softly traced the harp's frame now. Eventide was falling. She needed to return home to her parents before they worried about her absence. And yet, still, she waited, until the first star broke the sky, a cold, distant fire that faithfully burned, like the stars she had seen crowning Jack. She dared to pluck a note from his harp. Chapter 43. Adaira didn't know what to expect from dinner that night. She nearly cancelled on her parents. She felt weary and heartsick and wasn't the least bit hungry. But when she entered Innes's personal chambers to join them for the meal, Adaira was floored to discover Torin sitting at the table beside Sidra. The moment their eyes locked, Adaira felt the past rushing forward as though a dam had broken. It honestly seemed as if no time had come between her and her cousin. Hadn't it only been yesterday that she and Torin raced through the heather in the east? And she laughed as he rose and rushed to embrace her. "When did you arrive?" Adaira exclaimed, leaning back in his arms to look him over. Torin smiled. "I'm not sure what time. It was storming." "We must have just missed each other," she said. "I'm so happy you're here, Torin." "As am I, Addie. Come, we've been waiting on you." Adaira thought something about him seemed different as they walked to the table together. Something she couldn't quite name, but all the same sensed. It was nothing bad, more like he had aged. He seemed softer and yet leaner, as if parts of him had been whittled away. She imagined that being in the spirits realm had left a mark on him, and she instantly felt that ache again in her chest. Adaira found her seat at the table and closed her eyes for a breath, remembering. She could still see Jack vividly in her memory. The sight of him being consumed by flames with stars in his hair and an uncanny light in his eyes. A king among spirits. "Where's Jack?" Sidra asked. Adaira glanced at the empty chair beside her, as if the sound of his name would prompt him to manifest. She stared at the place that had been set for him and then reached for her glass of wine. She took a long sip before making her announcement. "He's gone." Her words fell like frost on the table, but she felt the attention of her parents, who were bent toward her with concern and confusion, as well as Sidra's compassion and Torin's solemn understanding. "He sang to end the storm," Adaira explained, "and it required his mortality. The spirits took him." And because she neither wanted to speak further of it, nor be on the receiving end of pity, she began to fill her plate with food. Torin followed suit, and then Sidra, even though she had gone very pale. But Innes, who never danced around a conversation, said, "I'm sorry, Adaira." Adaira clenched her jaw and almost lost her composure. She could feel the tears stinging her eyes. She couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if she had been with Jack when he sang, if she had stood at his side when the fire burned. He would have remained with her, this much she knew. He would have remained bound to her by oath and choice and love, 3 cords not easily broken. Bane would still reign beyond the veil of the world, and the West would have remained shadowed. "No," she told herself, shaking away her emotion. "This is how it was always meant to be." And she couldn't fault Jack for knowing it as well, and for leaving her asleep in their bed. She had been both his strength and his weakness. "There is nothing to be sorry for," she said, meeting her mother's stare. "He was always destined to play for the spirits, to overcome the wind." Thankfully, Innes left it at that, and the meal began in uncomfortable silence. Adaira was keenly grateful to her father for changing the subject and getting directly to the heart of the matter.
"We'd like to maintain a relationship with you in the East," David said to both Torin and Sidra, "and we think that trade would be a good way to build rapport between our clans."
Torin glanced at Sidra, but Sidra looked to Adaira. It had always been her dream to establish a trade between East and West. Adaira remained quiet. Of course, she still wanted the trade to happen. She simply felt too empty to guide this conversation, which she had never envisioned happening without Jack beside her. It was one of the reasons why they had handfasted so swiftly. He was to stand with her to oversee the first exchange and hopefully during future trades. A partner to support her in this new and seemingly impossible endeavour. Her eyes wandered to Jack's plate again.
"We would like that as well,"
Sidra replied, sensing Adaira's grief. She turned her attention to David.
"Have you given any thought to how you would like to proceed with it?" "We think it best to hold it once a month," Innes began. "The Breccans will never forget what you have done for us in our time of need, and most of my clan will be open-minded and eager to exchange their goods with yours. We simply have yet to think of a proper location for it, and I know this has been the crux of the matter, with the clan line dividing us."
Adaira had walked the clan line only a few hours earlier. She had scarcely noticed anything different about it, but neither had she been paying much attention to the magic that teemed in the ground. Jack had evanesced on the line. He had also ended Bane there. Now Adaira wondered if the curse that had held the isle divided for so long had been lifted. She thought of how the clouds had broken the moment Jack had taken his crown, how the sun had filled the west again. She had sometimes imagined it, the curse unravelling and the isle becoming united once more.
"Have you felt anything, Torin?"
she asked her cousin. He knew she spoke of the enchanted scar on his palm, the one he received when he had been promoted to captain of the East Guard. Torin flexed his hand as he gazed down at the gleam of his scar.
"I honestly have felt nothing since I stepped through the portal."
But the isle had also been in the throes of peril when he returned, Adaira thought. Perhaps the magic of the clan line still held, but everyone had been too preoccupied by the storm to notice.
"Sidra and I need to return to our clan tomorrow,"
Torin continued, meeting Innes's stare.
"On my way home, I'll take a look at the clan line and see if its power still holds, and we'll continue to deliberate on the trade from our end. I think we can find a good place for it to happen."
He paused to hold up his goblet of wine, glancing at Adaira.
"Most of all, let's keep in contact with each other."
Adaira gave him a wry smile, but she clinked her glass to his, agreeing. She hadn't realised how desperate she was to see the four leaders of the Isle united, toasting each other in the trade, until it unfolded before her. Sidra rode with Torin and Adaira toward the east, with Blair and the rest of her guards following. She was more than ready to return home, to sleep in her own bed and hold Maisie, and yet she was distracted by thoughts of what the future held for the Isle, of how the trade would proceed and the next steps they needed to take. Her mind went quiet, though, as soon as she saw the charred remains of the eighth wood. Smoke was still rising in languid curls. A great swath of the forest had burned, although there were still sections, the northern crown and the southern portion, that remained unscathed. Drawing closer, Sidra thought that the landscape looked as if the heart of the woods had been harvested, leaving behind ash and the charred ribs of tree trunks. She eased her mare to a walk, then dismounted when their small party reached the woods. The guards remained with the horses as Torin, Sidra and Adaira walked through the scorched remnant. Sidra imagined Jack standing in this place, singing and burning and vanishing without a trace. She still struggled to fathom the truth that he was truly gone, that, unlike Torin, he would have no way to return to his mortal life.
"Here it is."
Torin's voice broke the quiet. Sidra slowed her pace as she approached the clan line. She was streaked by charcoal from brushing too close to the burned trees, as were Torin and Adaira. As if it were impossible to walk through this part of the forest and not be touched by what had happened here. The three of them stood before the line, gazing down at it, and then Torin reached for Sidra's hand.
"Will you step over it, Sid? I want to see if I can feel it in my scar."
Nodding, she stepped over the line, then turned to gaze back at Torin. He was frowning at his hand, flexing his fingers. "Did you feel anything?" Adaira asked.
"No," he replied. "I felt nothing. The curse of the clan line has been broken here."
"Should we test it farther down in the woods?" Sidra suggested, "in a place where the trees didn't burn."
"Aye, come, Sid."
He reached for her hand again and pulled her back over the line. They walked north first, eventually arriving at the place where the fire had ceased burning. It was like stepping from one world into another, from ash-streaked barrenness into lush abundance. Sidra shivered as she crossed the line again, this time watching Torin's frown deepen.
"I felt your passage that time," he said. "The curse still holds here."
"Then it most likely also holds in the southern end of the forest," Adaira said, but her voice sounded thin and strange, as if she was struggling to breathe. "We should walk there now." She turned and began to stride through the burned portion again. Sidra stepped back into the west and thought this must have been where it happened, the place where Jack had become fire. They walked through the entirety of the scorched Aithwood and at last came to a peculiar depression in the ground, a wide and shallow bed full of golden sand and smooth stones. "Spirits," Sidra whispered, suddenly realizing what it was. "The river is gone," Adaira finished, glancing sidelong at her. Sidra held her gaze for a beat. There was a feverish gleam in Adaira's eyes, and charcoal was streaked across her face. Sidra was tempted to reach out to touch her friend's arm, to hold her steady, knowing that this forest held an array of emotions for her. It was the place where her fate had been sealed. She had been laid down on the moss amongst these old trees, an offering that had never been claimed. And so this river had then ushered her into the east, into the arms of the Tamerlaines. Sidra watched as Adaira crossed over the river's exposed bed, her boots leaving impressions on it. But instead of remaining on the clan line to test their theory, Adaira followed the scorched river, walking what would have been upstream if the water still flowed. She disappeared into the woods, and Torin murmured, "Let's give her a moment." Sidra nodded. She and Torin concluded that Jack's sacrifice had broken a portion of the curse, but that there were still places where his music had not reached. They walked hand in hand upstream, wondering what this revelation meant for the Isle, and soon came across a home in the woods. There was a kale yard, still recovering from the storm, and a cottage built of stone and thatch. Adaira was opening the shutters from inside the cottage, and Sidra tentatively joined her there. "Do you know who lives here?" Sidra asked, taking note of the kitchen table and the herbs that hung from the rafters. "Neil Breccan does," Adaira replied. "Jack's father." Sidra froze. She shouldn't have been surprised at this truth, but it still hit her like a blow. "Jack's father is a Breccan." "Yes," Adaira answered, leaning out one of the windows. Torin, come inside. I want to tell you and Sid a story, and I don't want to have to relay it twice." A moment later, Torin appeared on the back threshold, framed by light.
"This was where Maisie was held, isn't it?" he said, "and the other lasses when Murray was stealing them."
"Yes," Adaira said, sitting down at the table. Sidra also sat, her knees suddenly feeling weak. Torin examined the main chamber first, looking at the candlesticks on the mantel, the walking sticks in the corner, the desk against one wall. Finally, he joined Adaira and Sidra at the table. They were quiet as Adaira began to tell them the story of Jack's father, carrying her eastward to Mirren. By the end of it, Torin had streaked more charcoal in his beard from raking his fingers through it. He sighed, leaning his elbows on the table.
"So this is Neil Breccan's home," he said. "Where is he now?"
"I don't know," Adaira replied. "Perhaps he never returned here after he was liberated."
"I think he did," Torin stated. "There are things missing, as though he packed in a hurry."
Sidra bit her lip, meeting Adaira's steady gaze. Both women had questions, but they felt too tender to speak or even wonder aloud. The silence spread through the cottage, sweetened by birdsong and a slight breeze. Adaira finally stood and said, "I know I've kept you both too long. I can imagine you're keen to return home, and it's late afternoon now." Sidra and Torin followed her out the back door. It was an odd yet charming place, and Sidra struggled with her mixed feelings about it. Maisie had once been held here, but Jack's father had been a good man caught in a terrible situation. Her emotions felt snarled up, and she sighed as she tucked a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. Adaira was standing in the riverbed again, staring downstream, looking eastward. Sidra came to a stop beside her, a few stones shifting beneath her feet. "What does this look like to you, Sid?" Adaira asked. Sidra gazed ahead, uncertain at first, but then she saw the same vision as Adaira, and warmth began to course through her blood. "It looks like a road." Frey was kneeling in the kale yard beside the red-headed man, Neil, her mother called him, when she finally roused her courage to speak the words she longed to say. "Are you my father, Neil?" Neil froze, his woad-printed hand hidden in the kale. But he looked at Frey, and his gaze was gentle.
"Yes, Frey."
"Are you Jack's father too?"
"Yes."
"You're a Breccan, though."
"I am. Does that frighten you, Frey?"
"No,"
she answered honestly, gazing up at him.
"I know you're good."
He smiled and then coughed before returning his attention to the garden. Frey thought he might be hiding a few tears, but then he said,
"I'm happy to hear that, and I'm happy to be your father. I'm sorry that I was gone until now."
"Will you stay with us, with me and Mum?" Frey asked, "and Jack whenever he comes home?"
Neil paused, as if lost in contemplation. His silence made Frey nervous, and her heart was suddenly beating very fast, imagining him leaving. She didn't want him to leave, and yet she was too shy to tell him how she felt.
"I would like very much to stay here with you and your mother, and Elspeth too, if you'll let her."
"Yes, Elspeth!"
Frey cried, smacking her forehead. She was swarmed by guilt for forgetting to include her new friend.
"She can stay in my room. I mean Jack's room. It was his, and then mine."
"That is very kind of you, daughter,"
Neil said as he laid a bundle of kale in Frey's basket. He winked at her, and Frey smiled, so happy she thought her chest might burst.
"Here, shall we harvest a few carrots now? I think your mother would like that."
Frey nodded, and they moved down the rows where the carrots grew. It was late afternoon, and the wind was quiet, the sky cloudless, the sun bright. It seemed like a perfect day, and Frey was telling her father about their 3 cows when the riders approached. It was the watchman from the 8th Wood, the strongest of the East Guard who patrolled the clan line. Frey had always regarded them with awe. They kept her and Merrin safe, and she had always trusted them. But as the riders came to a stop on the other side of the garden wall, they drew arrows on their bows.
"Up to your feet, Breccan,"
one of them commanded.
"Hands raised."
Frey gaped for a moment, astonished. Her father wasn't wearing his blue plaid, but he wasn't able to hide his tattoos. Slowly, Neil raised his hands and stood.
"Come with us,"
another guard said.
"Now, step away from the lass."
When Neil began to stiffly move forward, Frey cried out, wrapping her arms around him.
"No, no, he's my da."
She watched how her words grew wings and struck the Tamerlaine guards in their faces. Their brows lowered and their mouths pressed into thin, hard lines. One of them finally said,
"Come now, Frey. This man is dangerous and has trespassed. Let him go."
She only held to Neil tighter, burying her face in his shirt. She wanted to weep at how cruel the world was, how unfair it was for her father to finally arrive to be with her and Merrin, only to see the guards tear him away.
"It's all right, Frey,"
Neil whispered to her.
"No, it's not!"
she shouted. Frey drew in a sharp breath, leaning her head back, and it felt like her face had caught fire. She was so furious, so angry. She had never yelled at an adult before, but she let her voice rise.
I've waited my whole life for you! Tell them that you're good, Da! Tell them!
Frey! Merrin's voice cut through the sunlight. But she wasn't scolding her daughter. She was seeking to calm her, and Frey glanced at her mother.
Are you harbouring this man willingly, Merrin?
One of the guards asked. Their arrows were still trained on Neil, and Frey as well, since she refused to let him go. Merrin came to stand beside Neil. Her gaze was dark and steady, her chin tilted high as she looked at the guards.
Yes, he is a guest.
He's a Breccan. And he is mine, Merrin countered coolly. Lower your arrows before you shoot an innocent person.
What do you mean he is yours? Are you bound to this man, Merrin?
Frey watched as her mother looked at Neil. Yes, we spoke a vow on this hill years ago by the light of the moon. He is mine, and should you harm him, you would hold a debt against me that you could never repay. The air crackled with tension. No one spoke or moved. They all seemed caught in a web, and Frey wasn't certain what would happen next. How would she and Merrin be able to keep Neil and Elsbeth safe? Then came a voice that surprised her, drawing all their attention to the yard gate.
Lower your arrows,
Torin commanded the guards.
Return to the castle barracks and stay there until you receive further instructions.
The guards looked pale and astonished, but they heeded the laird instantly. They returned the arrows to the quivers on their backs and departed in a cloud of dust. Frey shuddered in relief, unwinding her arms from Neil. She stared at Torin, surprised by the dark smudges on his face and garments. He looked like he had been in a chimney. Sidra was at his side, also bearing cinder marks. Frey's hope lifted until Merrin spoke.
Laird, lady, I ask that you please allow this man to remain here with me, safely. He is no threat to the clan.
He is Neil Breccan, I take it, Torin said, his gaze flickering from Merrin to Neil.
Could we come inside and have a word with all of you?
Frey wondered if that was a good sign or a bad one. Would Torin and Sidra listen to them? She let Neil take her hand, and they followed the laird and the healer into the cottage. Elsbeth must have heard the conversation through the window. She had prepared a spread of tea and refreshments at the kitchen table, and everyone gathered there, the silence tense, until Sidra broke it.
We've just come from your cottage in the 8th wood, Neil.
Frey looked at her father. He raked his fingers through his hair, and he seemed nervous.
It survived the fire.
Yes.
That's a relief to hear, Torin said. We wanted to know if you had plans to return there.
To my house. Neil paused, but his eyes went to Merrin.
I had hoped to stay here with Merrin and Frey, along with my mother, Elsbeth.
Frey bit her nails, tasting dirt from the garden. This was it, the moment when she discovered if her father would be allowed to stay with them or not.
Of course you can stay here, Torin said, lifting his hand. This is your family, and you belong with them. But we wanted to ask if we could use your cottage in the woods.
Use it? Neil asked. What for?
We want to establish a trade there, Sidra replied. A place for Breccans and Tamerlaines to meet and exchange goods, as well as share meals and stories. A place where peace may be forged.
Neil was silent for a few breaths, but the colour had returned to his face and a smile carved his lips.
I would like that. You're welcome to use it however you think best.
Thank you, Torin said, taking a sip of the tea Elsbeth had poured. He pursed his lips, and Frey worried that maybe the tea tasted terrible, but then the laird said,
There's something else we need to discuss.
Frey leaned forward, waiting. When Torin still hesitated, Sidra cleared her throat.
A portion of the clan line has lost its curse, she said. In the place where the 8th wood burned, where Jack sang.
Jack! Frey cried, hopeful. Will he come home soon?
Now Sidra hesitated. Merrin grasped Frey's hand and held it tightly. Frey glanced from her mother to the healer, her heart beginning to pound.
"Where is my brother?" she asked. "Is he with Adaira?"
"I'm afraid that something happened when your brother sang for the spirits, Frey," Sidra said. "I'm sure you noticed that part of the earthwood is burned." Frey nodded. Of course she had. It was one of the first things she had taken note of when she emerged from the cottage after the storm. Sometimes she could still smell the smoke when the wind blew from the west.
"Did Jack get hurt?"
she whispered. "No," Sidra replied. "But he went to be with the spirits."
"What do you mean?"
The adults were quiet, but all of them seemed grave and uncomfortable. Frey's gaze touched each of their faces, and her heart only beat faster, making her stomach ache.
"Do you mean he won't be coming back?" she asked.
"No, darling," Merrin murmured, reaching out to caress Frey's hair. "But he
promised me,"
Frey hissed. Again, that anger was boiling through her. Anger and something else. It tasted like salt and blood, and she lurched up from the table, yanking her fingers from Merrin's.
"He said he would come back soon. He promised me that he would."
"Frey," Merrin was saying, reaching for her. A sob broke in Frey's chest. She turned and bolted, embarrassed to be crying in front of Torin and Sidra and Neil and Elsbeth. She slipped out the back door and ran through the garden, catching herself on the gate. She could hardly see. The tears blurred everything. Eventually, she clambered over the low stone wall and stormed down the hill to where the river had been. She sat on its banks, the place where Jack had taught her how to shoot his slingshot and how to choose the best rocks. She struggled to understand what Sidra had said. How could her brother be gone? Frey stood and went over to the sandy riverbed to gather stones. She hurled them, one after the other, until her arm was sore. She was sitting in the grass again, Neil's pulled up to her chest, when Merrin came to sit beside her. The air had cooled with dusk, and Frey was shivering. Her fury had burned away, and the only two things she felt were heavy and sad.
"I don't want him to be dead,"
Frey whispered. "Jack isn't dead, Frey."
"But he's gone."
"Yes, but he still lives."
"Where?"
"Look up, Frey," Merrin said, in a voice soft with wonder. Frey didn't want to look up, but she did, unable to resist. "Tell me what you see, darling."
"Clouds,"
Frey said, stubbornly. "And what else?"
"The sky."
"And is there more than just clouds and the sky?" Frey squinted. She could just discern the first constellation, breaking the lavender cloak of dusk.
"I see the stars and the moon."
Merrin gathered her close, and Frey rested in her mother's arms. They both watched the stars begin to burn, one by one, and Merrin whispered, "That is where your brother is. He is the fire and the light of the isle. As long as the stars shine, he will always be with you." Frey was quiet, soaking in that thought. This time, when she cried, she let Merrin wipe away her tears. Chapter 44. The first trade happened in Neil Breccan's cottage in the heart of the Earthwood. Adaira and Sidra had worked together the past fortnight, cleaning the house and tending to the garden. They had set tables in the yard and built an outdoor fire pit to cook large meals over.
"Do you think anyone will come today?"
Adaira asked. Sidra was stirring a large cauldron of soup over the outdoor pit.
"I think you'll be surprised, Addie." "In a good way or a bad way?"
Sidra only smiled. Adaira wasn't surprised to see Merrin arrive first, by way of the river road. She brought a few weavings with her, as well as a basket of freshly dyed yarn. Then Una Carlo arrived, and while she didn't bring anything to trade, she gladly took a bowl of soup when Sidra offered it to her. Another Tamerlaine came by road, bearing necklaces strung with shells and colourful glass beads. Adaira resisted the urge to pace as she waited to see if any of the Breccans would come. In the end, 7 showed up. 2 traded with Mirren, 3 with the Tamerlaine jeweller. Nearly all of the Breccans and Tamerlaines who had come stayed to eat the meal Sidra had prepared. While members of the 2 clans sat at separate tables, Adaira was deeply pleased. "It's a good start," Innes had said when she arrived to survey the progress of the exchange. They decided to hold another trade 2 weeks later, rather than wait for a full moon to wax and wane. More Tamerlaines arrived, as did more Breccans. This time they mingled at the tables, eating the meal provided and exchanging goods. The atmosphere still felt cautious and strained at moments, but for most of her life, Adaira had never even dreamt she would see such a day. She watched it all, quietly marvelling and revelling in the joy of it, until she noticed the scorched trees surrounding Neil's cottage. The sight made her feel heavy again, as though her grief had turned to iron. Some days she would walk through the burned part of the forest. It was always solemn and eerie there, as if that part of the isle had truly died. She wondered if other spirits would eventually reclaim this place, or if the burning would stand forever as a testament to what had happened. The days became shorter and the nights longer as summer gave way to autumn and winter drew closer. The first snow fell, and Adaira saw that the Breccan stores were becoming dangerously low. Even with Bane's curse broken, it would take several seasons for the West to regain what it had lost beneath the clouds. She went to bed hungry some nights, even though Innes always ensured that Adaira had food. Adaira suspected that her mother wasn't eating, though, in order to keep her daughter fed. Adaira wrote to Torin and Sidra. More food appeared during the trade, which is now being held once a week. Word continued to spread in the west, and more Breccans arrived to barter for oats and preserved fruits, wheels of cheese and jars of cream and butter, herbs and dried meat and fish and livestock. They brought their best weavings and weapons, their finest baskets and shoes and jewellery and furs, and the Tamerlaines accepted their offerings, although not without a bit of haggling. One night, Adaira sat with Innes in her quarters, both of them quietly reading by firelight. "I was thinking about the clan line today," Innes said suddenly. Adaira glanced up from her page. "What about it, Mum?" "How the curse is broken only in a certain place." Innes shut her book and glanced at Adaira. "Why do you think that is?" "I don't know. I've wondered myself and discussed it with Torin and Sidra." "I think it is because the curse was created by 2 people," Innes said, "so it must end with another pair." Adaira was silent, weighing her answer. She thought of the origin of the clan line, made by Joan Tamerlaine and Fingal Breccan 2 centuries ago. Their last words had sparked the curse, even as they had died entwined. "I don't know what I can do to help heal it," Adaira said. She did feel responsible in a strange, unsettling way. Sometimes it seeped into her dreams, and she would see herself and Jack dying together, swept away by the fire. She always woke from those nightmares in a cold sweat, punctured by guilt. She hadn't reached him soon enough. "I don't think there's anything you can do," Innes said. "It's just a thought I had." Silence came between them. Adaira refused to look at the fire, trying to focus her attention on her book. But her thoughts were suddenly teeming, full of questions about the clan line. When she returned to her room that night, she took Joan's broken journal in her hands and leafed through the pages. Adaira had never read the last page of the second half, but she did now. Joan's final entry surprised her. "I thought I could change the West, but how foolish I was to dream of such a thing. They are cold-hearted and vicious, two-faced and arrogant, and I have come to hate the man I've bound myself to. Tomorrow, I will go to the boundary in the woods and cut out the scar on my palm, the one that marks me as Fingal's, and I will return to the house of my mother and sisters, to the land that holds my father's grave. I will return to the east and prepare for conflict with the west, because there is no other hope for the Isle other than strife." Adaira read the entry twice before setting Joan's journal aside. She looked at her own scar, the one she had given herself when she took the blood oath with Jack. It was a vow not easily broken, and Adaira envisioned Joan, in the thick of the Eighth Wood, trying to cut out such a scar. She saw Fingal finding her there in the shadows between the trees. Joan would have been bleeding and angry and keen to leave him. If blood and words between a Breccan and a Tamerlaine had made the clan line, then surely they could also undo it. Adaira reached for parchment and her quill. She didn't know if what she had in mind would work, but she wanted to at least attempt it. She wrote, "Torin, meet me at the northernmost point of the clan line tomorrow at dawn. A." A soft snow was falling when Torin met Adaira at the clan line. The morning light was dimly blue, and the air was cold and crisp. Beyond the trees, Adaira could hear the roar of the northern coast as high tide crashed against the rocks. "You have an idea, I take it," Torin surmised, remaining on the eastern side. Between their boots, the clan line was a furrow in the ground. Not even the snow would touch it. "Yes," Adaira replied, "thanks to Joan's journal, the second half that we found at Loch Evora." She unsheathed Jack's truthblade from her belt. "If 2 people from each clan made this boundary with blood and curses, then I believe 2 can undo it with blood and a benediction." Torin watched as Adaira held out her hand. She wouldn't be cutting the palm that held the scar of her blood vow, but the other. Before she did so, she said, "This is Jack's truthblade. If you use it to score your own palm and walk this path with me, then all the words you utter will be nothing but honest and true. You will speak the benediction for the West, as I will for the East." Torin was quiet, but Adaira could read the slant of his thoughts. He had once regarded the Breccans as enemies. All his life he had been fighting them, sometimes even killing those who strayed across the clan line. But Adaira hoped that Torin could now honestly speak for the good of the West. "All right," he said with a solemn nod. Adaira cut her palm. The pain was sharp, and she winced before she handed the dirk to Torin. She watched as her cousin did the same, choosing to slice the palm that held his enchanted scar, the one that had made him captain of the East Guard. "Take my hand," Adaira whispered to him. He did. Their fingers were slick, but as they began to walk, their mingled blood dripped down onto the snow and the clan line, leaving a trail as red as a wren's flowers. Adaira began to speak the benediction for the East. She hadn't been certain what she would say or how to go about this, but now she found that the words came naturally. She spoke healing and blessings over the Tamerlaines, their crops and their gardens, their children, their spirits, their seasons. She spoke of goodness and life for the East. By the time she reached the end, her heart was pounding in her chest. She and Torin continued to walk the clan line, hands entwined and blood flowing, snow crunching under their boots. When Torin remained silent, Adaira wondered if he was struggling to give a good and honest benediction for the West. But then he surprised her. "I bless the Breccans in the West," Torin began, his words emerging like smoke. He blessed the western kaelyards and lochs, streams and valleys. He blessed the Breccan children, as well as their health and their spirits, for all the days to come. After Torin finished, they continued to walk in silence to the place where the woods became scorched, where Jack had evanesced. Adaira didn't know what to expect. Jack had broken the curse on this part of the clan line through fire and thunder and music and sacrifice. But as Adaira came to a stop and looked back at the way she and Torin had come, she saw their blood disappearing on the snow. The clan line began to fade away. It was a quiet, gentle mending, so quiet that most would have missed it had they not been waiting, hoping for it to happen. Adaira glanced up at Torin to see him smiling at her, tears in his eyes. It didn't take long for the news to spread. Adaira and Torin had lifted the curse from the other 2 parts of the clan line, and now it was gone. There was no longer a magical rift between the East and the West. What this would mean for Cadence's future was still a mystery. All they had ever known was a divided island. Torin had simply said to Adaira, "We'll take it a day at a time, Addie." She sighed, resting in that plan. For the first time in a long while, she didn't need to have all the answers. Innes found Adaira reading in the new library one evening, not long after the mending. She glanced up from her book, expecting Innes to ask more questions about how the line had vanished. "What is it, Mum?" "Long ago, I wanted my daughters to be like me, to be my mirror." Innes paused, as if lost in her memories. "I am relieved now to know that you are nothing like me. You are your own self, and I had no part in shaping or moulding you. How ironic to know my enemies made you greater than I ever could." Adaira blinked back her tears, uncertain what to say, but she was deeply moved by Innes's words. "I must soon name my heiress to the clan," Innes continued. "You are my first and only choice. I cannot see myself blessing anyone apart from you, Adaira. But should you forgo it, I will understand and find another." Adaira had been waiting for this moment, for Innes to acknowledge her choice with her voice and her words, for Innes to make it known that this was what she wanted. And yet, Adaira was unsure about what she wanted. She wondered if her vision would align with Innes's, if she was brave enough to step into such a role again. "You don't have to give me an answer now," Innes said, reading the hesitation on Adaira's face. "But will you consider it?" Adaira glanced at the candles burning on the desk before her. She watched the fire dance, thinking of Jack. She thought of how much her life had changed its course, how it had veered onto a path she had never predicted. In some ways, those changes had been good, but in others, she felt broken, as if her life was in pieces. "I'm honoured you ask me, Mum," Adaira finally said. "I'll consider it." Innes nodded and left without another word, but Adaira sat and stared at the same page for a long while, her mind reeling. For a week after that conversation, Adaira dreamt of becoming Laird of the Breccans. Even in her sleep, she couldn't escape it. She soon found herself in the cistern, stripping her clothes away. She stepped into the water and swam into the warm darkness. She thought of Jack. She thought of how afraid he had been that night when she had brought him here, the last night they had shared. He had not known that she was just as terrified of the deep. Adaira swam into it now, her fear making her stomach clench and her mind race. She pushed herself farther into it until she thought she would weep, and then she saw the light in the crevice, the torch that burned, everlasting. Exhausted, she swam into the cavern. She settled on the ledge where Jack had once sat, and she thought for a long time about her life and where it was going, what she wanted to do with her days now that he was no longer a part of them. She glanced at the torch and watched it burn. "Jack," she whispered, and then instantly scolded herself. She would lose her mind if she started conversing with fire, thinking it was him. Somehow, she knew he was far away. She knew he wasn't anywhere near her, and she slipped away from the cavern. By the time Adaira had reached the stairs and redressed, she had made up her mind. The answer was smouldering in her, and she went directly to her parents in their chambers. Innes and David were eating a small dinner together, and they both glanced up at her, startled by her damp hair and flushed skin. "Adaira," her father asked, "do you want to join us?" "I have my answer," she said, breathless. She turned her eyes to Innes, who had risen as if meeting an opponent. "And what is it?" Innes asked. "Name me your heiress," Adaira said. "I want to lead the West." Chapter 45. Jack stood in his throne room, a place spun from dreams. There were no walls and no ceiling. The pillars on either side of him melted up into night, where thousands of stars burned, some hanging so low they were close enough to touch. Iron braziers sat between the pillars, shining with fire, and behind each brazier was a doorway carved from clouds and light. Beneath his bare feet was a clear marble floor, and beyond the floor was a brilliant sunset. He wore robes cut from the night sky, constellations scattered across the fabric. His crown of stars glittered in the twilight, and fire danced at his fingertips. Sometimes he caught his reflection when he walked deep into the fortress, a place made of polished bronze and smoke. He didn't like to look at himself for long, because his eyes had changed. They gleamed like embers. At certain angles, he looked translucent, as if anything could pass through him. His face was sharper, narrower, as if he had been cut from kindling. But sometimes he saw traces of who he had been. He often touched the scar on his palm, the quicksilver streak in his hair. As he waited in the throne room, he watched the spirits gather. All of them had felt it, the shift when the clan line fully faded. Shadows had grown smaller, colours brighter. Unnamed constellations had started to burn, as though a new map had been unrolled across the sky. It had been a soft feeling, like waking up to the gentle patter of rain. And Jack had known then what he needed to do. He had not been king for long, and yet he had summoned them all. Every wing of the wind, every fruit of the earth, every creature from the depths of the ocean, every ember from the fire. They gathered in groups, refusing to mingle, as they murmured and waited, frowning. In that regard, they were not unlike humanity, and Jack's memories flared. He saw Adaira kneeling before him, blood on her palm. He heard her whisper his name, felt her breath against his skin. Sometimes he thought he saw her, walking amongst the spirits of his court, her hair catching the shades of the sunset. His robes were a shield. They hid his trembling, the agony he felt. The spirits could neither see nor understand his pain, the wound from half of himself being torn away, the wound that never ceased to ache.
"We have all assembled," Ash said. "Why have you summoned us, King?"
Jack's memories faded, leaving him cold and hollow. "I have a request for you, spirits of the Isle."
"Speak it,"
said Reem of the Sea, her eyes iridescent as an oyster shell. Her long green hair dripped water onto the floor. She was impatient, ready to return to the tides. "I have done you a favour by dethroning your king," Jack said, "and now I ask a favour of you. Take my crown and give it to one of your own kind, one who is worthy amongst you. I ask that you permit me to return to my mortal life." Whispers shivered through the gathering. Jack watched from his dais, his heart quickening. Lady Wynne of the Wildflowers spoke next, her sister Arena close at her side.
"But you are immortal amongst us, King. If you return to the human realm, your days will be numbered again. You will turn into dust and rot in a grave."
"It is not a fate I fear," Jack said. "What I fear is living for an eternity, with a wound that will never heal." The folk seemed unable to fathom this notion. A spirit of the southern winds said,
"But, King, your reign will be honoured among mortals. They will sing of your deeds for generations to come. Your prowess will grow greater, but only if you remain with us."
"I don't want my deeds to be sung of," Jack replied. "I would rather live them." Ash looked troubled. His brows were slanted, his mouth pressed into a hard line. But then the Laird of Fire said, "Your music is your crown, Majesty. If you give it to one of us, you will be stripped of your craft when you return below." "I am already stripped of it here," Jack gently replied. "And I would rather live a short breadth of days, working with my hands, even if they can no longer play a harp, and living with those I love. If you keep me here, I will only grow weaker. I cannot be the king you hope for, as I am incomplete in your realm." The spirits argued amongst themselves, upset by his confession, and Jack stood by quietly, watching them debate. Soon the spirits of the sea had merged deeper into the crowd, as had the spirits of the earth, until fire was brushing shoulders with water and earth with wind, but none of them seemed able to reach a satisfactory conclusion. Finally, a hill spirit named Hap spoke over the noise. "My king, who would you choose among us to wear your crown? Who among us is worthy?" That silenced the noise. Suddenly, every eye was fixed upon Jack. Hap's question was easy for him to answer. He had known whom he would choose the moment he saw her glide into the hall. She stood at the back of the assembly near Wynne, her wings tucked in close. "Kay," he called to her. Kay's eyes widened, but when the spirits parted for her, she stepped forward. "Majesty," she said, and her voice was deep and gentle. It was the first time Jack had ever heard it, apart from in her own memories, and he smiled to see her restored. "You are as gentle-hearted as you are fierce," he said. "You know the many faces of the Isle, its secrets and its marvels, and you are good to mortal and spirit alike. You aided us in our time of need, and you are not afraid to choose the hard but right path. Without you, I would have never discovered how to defeat Bane. If you will accept my crown, I give it freely to you. If you will accept my offering, then carry me back to the mortal realm, so I may restore my own soul." Kay hesitated. She drew in a sharp breath and glanced at Wynne. The Lady of the Wildflowers was already gazing at her softly. The two spirits seemed to hold a conversation in their minds for a while. Then Kay returned her attention to Jack. She knelt. Jack descended the dais stairs. The moment he touched her head, the stars of his crown began to drift. They moved through the space, gathering in Kay's indigo hair. Jack knew he had made the right decision. One of their own should rule amongst them, not another bard. When Kay rose, the spirits bent to her. Jack suddenly felt weak, struggling to stand upright. He didn't know if it was due to surrendering his power or because he knew he was about to walk the mortal realm again. Kay took his hand. A wind began to gather in the throne room. It stirred Reem's kelp-like hair and drew wildflowers from Wynne's fingers. It made the fire in the braziers dance, and Jack met Ash's gaze one final time. The Laird of Fire nodded, his sorrow evident. Kay called to the wind. She carried Jack away. It was winter. Snow was falling when Jack opened his eyes. He stood on the clan line, the very place where the fire had once claimed him, the last place he had seen Adaira. Of course Kay would bring him here. The woods before him were charred and speckled with snow. Jack, barefoot, freezing and naked, began to walk forward through the ruin he had once inspired. There were no spirits here, and it felt empty. Jack mourned them, tracing the scorched trunks he passed, the charcoal marking his fingers. He shivered, but he also savoured the bite of the air, the reddening of his skin from the cold, the reminder that he was alive. Soon he heard voices echoing through the woods. Someone was laughing, and another person was talking loudly. Jack knew the voices must be coming from his father's house, and he quietly approached it, coming to a stop where he could see the cottage through the ruin. He didn't know what he was expecting, but it wasn't tables in the yard and people gathering up baskets of goods. It looked like a market. Jack remained hidden behind the trees as Tamerlaines and Breccans parted ways, the snow having ended the trade early. Jack recognised Adaira, carrying a crate into the house. He almost ran to her, but remembered he was naked, and a few Breccans were hanging about her. Jack waited, even as his feet went numb in the snow. Adaira finally emerged into the yard again, wearing a cloak. Her hair was braided, and he could see a flash of silver gleaming at her brow. "Shall we fetch your horse, Iris?" one of the Breccans said. Adaira seemed to hesitate. Jack could only wonder if she sensed his presence. He prayed she did, uncertain what he would do if she left with what looked to be her guards. "No," she replied. "There are a few more things I'd like to do here. Go on without me, and tell my mother I'll be home by eventide." The Breccans left, one by one, their boots leaving a trail in the snow. Jack watched as Adaira poured snow over a fire pit, the flames hissing in response. She was finally alone. He began to weave through the trees, his heart pounding. She must have heard him. Her head snapped up and her eyes narrowed as they scanned the Eighthwood. Jack came to a halt at the edge of the forest, waiting for her to catch sight of him. He stood in ankle-deep snow and breathed slow and deep. He felt pierced by her gaze when her eyes found him among the blue winter shadows. Adaira's lips parted. Her breath turned into clouds as she cried, "Jack!"
"Adaira,"
he said, his voice breaking. It felt like he hadn't spoken in years. She ran across the riverbed, unknotting the cloak at her collars. She threw it around his shoulders, and he groaned at the warmth of it and the heat of her arms as she embraced him.
"Jack, am I dreaming?"
she whispered into his hair. His hands were numb, but he touched her in return. She felt like an awakening. His blood sang to be near her, to see her, to be in her arms. He laughed, tightening his hold on her.
"No," he said, "I've returned to you."
Adaira leaned back to study his face, then downward, past his ribs, all the way to his reddened feet.
"Naked,"
she said, with a hint of incredulity.
"Spirits, come inside before you freeze."
He let her guide him over the riverbed, through the yard, and into the house. He was surprised to see how much it had changed. While Adaira rushed to find a spare set of clothes for him from a trader's stash, he took in the arrangement of tables, some of them covered in goods.
"It looks different here," he said.
"Yes, a bit. Your father doesn't live here anymore, in case you were wondering,"
Adaira said as she brought him a tunic and boots. Jack let the cloak fall away as he began to dress himself, his legs stiff.
"And where is he?"
Adaira shook the snow from her cloak.
"He lives with your mum and Frey. So does your nan."
Jack glanced to the hearth. A fire was burning, low yet golden. He was lost in his thoughts for a moment, remembering his time with the spirits, until Adaira touched his arm.
"Are you all right, Jack?"
she asked.
"Yes," he said. "Can you tell me how long I've been gone?"
"I can, but sit first,"
Adaira said, drawing him to one of the tables.
"Let me brew us a pot of tea."
He sat on a bench, watching as Adaira reached for a tin of dried leaves on the shelf.
"You've been gone for 111 days.
He swore, raking his fingers through his hair. When Adaira glanced at him over her shoulder, he drawled,
"I'm pleased to know someone's been counting."
She only smiled and turned her back to set the kettle over the fire.
"I take it your time with the spirits was not so terrible?"
"No," he replied, "but I was not happy amongst them." She was quiet, and he watched as she served the tea, then settled across the table from him.
"Tell me what has happened while I was gone," he said. "Tell me how this came to be a place of trade, and how that silver circlet came to sit across your brow, heiress."
Adaira covered her mouth for a moment, as if she didn't know where to start, but then began to tell him everything. Listening to her, Jack loved the light in her eyes as she told him how the river became a road, and how his father's house became a meeting ground between the clans. How well that had turned out, and how the most unlikely of friendships had been made. How Adaira had decided to take up her mother's mantle as Laird of the West. Jack smiled. His tea had gone cold by the time she was done speaking, and yet he had never felt such warmth within him before, not even when he was King of Fire.
"And so you turned your fear into something else," he said. "You've reached the place you thought you would never find, and you claimed it as your own. Well done, my love."
Adaira was silent, remembering their conversation in the cavern. But then she smiled, her face flushing, and Jack suddenly couldn't bear the distance between them, even if it was merely the length of the table.
"Will you come closer to me?"
he whispered. Adaira rose and walked around the table. He turned on the bench to face her, and she settled close to him, their gazes aligned and their hearts in tune.
"I missed you," he said. "I felt as if half of me had been torn away. I'd swiftly realised that I made a mistake leaving you behind that morning. I thought that if you stood at my side while I played, then I would be divided, that I would choose you over the spirits. But now I see that I should have had you beside me, because when the fire claimed me, they took only half a mortal. They took my mortality and my body, but my heart stayed with you in the mortal realm." Adaira exhaled,
closing her eyes when Jack tucked a loose thread of hair behind her ear. "I was so worried," she breathed, looking at him once more. "I was so worried you had forgotten me in your new realm and the time we shared here, that if I ever saw you again, you wouldn't remember me." "Even if I lived 1,000 years in the fire," Jack said, "I would not forget you. I would not allow myself to." A smile tugged on Adaira's mouth. "Is that the beginning of a new ballad, old menace?" Jack returned her smile, but he felt the truth scrape through the hollow places inside him that his music had once filled. Thinking of that loss hurt for a moment, but then Adaira traced the back of his hand and he felt flooded by light and hope. "Your harp survived, by the way," she said. "After the fire took you, the harp was left behind. In perfect condition, I might add. It's in my room, waiting for you." "It was good of you to look after it," Jack said, "but I don't have a need for it anymore." Adaira frowned. "What do you mean, Jack?" "My music became my crown, and I gave my crown away to return to my mortal life." She was silent, but her countenance had gone pale. She was mourning his loss, perhaps even more than him, and Jack wanted to ease that pain. "I may not be able to play a harp again or sing for the clan," he said, "but I have found that this is my song. This is my music." And he framed her face in his hands. "Months ago, I told you that I was a verse inspired by your chorus. I thought I knew what those words meant then, but now I fully understand the depth and the breadth of them. I want to write a ballad with you, not in notes, but in our choices, in the simplicity and routine of our life together, in waking up at your side every sunrise and falling asleep entwined with you every sunset, in kneeling beside you in the kale yard and leading a clan and overseeing trade and eating at our parents' tables, in making mistakes, because I know that I'll make them, and then restitution, because I'm better than I once ever hoped to be when I'm with you." Adaira turned her face to kiss his palm, where his scar from their blood vow still shone. When she looked at him again, there were tears in her eyes. "What do you think, heiress?" Jack whispered, because he was suddenly desperate to know her thoughts, to know what she was feeling. Adaira leaned forward, brushing his lips with hers. "I think that I want to make such music with you until my last day when the Isle takes my bones. I think that you are the song I was longing for, waiting for, and I will always be thankful that you returned to me." Jack kissed her softly. The taste and feel of her was familiar, beloved, and he let himself fall into the comfort of her, in weaving his fingers into her hair and drawing out her gasps and feeling her cling to him. He had never felt so alive, not even when he had played his harp and sung for the spirits. He had never felt such wonder, and it reverberated through his soul like the final note of a ballad. Soon, Adaira broke away and leaned back to smile up at him. He hadn't even realized how much time had passed or how low the fire had burned. The frosted light beyond the windows was blue, and he sensed it was evening. "Should we go to Mirren's and see if she can set an extra place for us at her table?" Adaira asked. Jack's heart quickened, overflowing. "I would love that." "Come, old menace." He let Adaira draw him to his feet. They banked the fire on the hearth and extinguished the candles, one by one. The snow was falling, thick and slow, when they stepped outside of the trading house. Adaira wove her fingers with his and led him down the river road, past the faded clan line. Neither of them realized they had stepped into the east until the trees fell away, one by one, and a light suddenly shone through the snow. It was Mirren's cottage. Firelight burned through the darkness, and Jack stared up at it a moment. He wondered what tomorrow would bring, what the days ahead would be like in this new world. An Isle united, his hand in Adaira's, their scars aligned. But that is a story for another windy, firelit night. This is Ruth Urquhart. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of A Fire Endless, a novel, Elements of Cadence, Book 2, by Rebecca Ross. Presented by William Morrow and Harper Audio. This programme was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Abigail Marks. Text copyright 2022 by Rebecca Ross, LLC. Production copyright 2022 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.